The boy's journey continues as he cooks over a campfire, the spirit seal floating by his side. Night has fallen, and the boy comments on the darkness settling in. However, his attention is soon captured by a peculiar phenomenon. Bubbles are floating all around him, creating a mesmerizing scene. The landscape features a serene lake before him and distant mountains, all adorned with these ethereal bubbles. Amidst these bubbles, one gently lands on a flower, creating a moment of beauty. With Seal still by his side, the boy opens up about his aspirations. He admits to Seal that he doesn't necessarily aspire to be a hero, but rather longs to travel as far as his feet will take him. His eyes fixed on the sky, he declares his desire to explore this wondrous world on foot. In a different setting, the boy finds himself in a lively tavern. He is now burdened with heavy luggage on his back, catching the attention of the people sitting around a table. The scene shifts to the tavern, where a group of people are engaged in banter. One man bets that the boy won't be able to carry all of the heavy luggage on his back without stumbling. Another person at the table takes the bet, wagering 3 coppers that the boy will indeed manage to carry the load. The boy, undeterred, hoists the luggage onto his back with apparent ease and walks away, confidently proving the doubters wrong. The man who placed the bet and won it chuckles triumphantly. The tavern patrons are left in awe, commenting on the boy's incredible strength and ability to carry such a heavy load without any difficulty. Amid the murmurs of admiration, the boy turns his gaze to the small, round spirit floating beside him. With a casual tone, he asks the spirit if it would like to accompany him on his journey. The spirit, resembling a bunny, seems to be in agreement. The boy then reflects on the world around him, narrating his thoughts about this unfamiliar realm he finds himself in. Fujimiya Sora, the boy, continues to go about his deliveries around the town, shouldering his load of luggage and moving on foot. He explains how the world he now inhabits lacks the advanced technology he was accustomed to back in his original world. Here, there are no cars or modern conveniences. Despite being summoned as a hero, Fujimiya Sora finds himself engaged in various odd jobs to make a living in this less technologically advanced society. Fujimiya Sora talks about his skill called walking, which he received upon his arrival in this new world. This skill allows him to comfortably navigate and adapt to the world's less advanced means of transportation. During his deliveries, Fujimiya Sora spots a shop where meat skewers are being cooked. His mouth waters at the sight, and he approaches the shop with keen interest. He examines the cooking meat closely, obviously tempted by the aroma and appearance. Unable to resist his craving, he quickly asks the shopkeeper for 2 meat skewers. Recognizing Fujimiya Sora as a regular customer, the shopkeeper greets him by name and comments on how he is still carrying his load as usual, implying that Fujimiya Sora's familiar routine hasn't changed much. Fujimiya Sora continues on his delivery route with the meat skewers in hand. He talks to the small spirit accompanying him and informs it that the shopkeeper had given him an extra skewer this time. Fujimiya Sora advises the spirit to wait a bit before eating the skewer. However, the spirit is unable to resist the temptation and tries to bite into the meat skewer. In response, Fujimiya Sora swiftly pulls the skewer away from the spirit, causing the meat juices and oil to splatter on his clothes. Noticing the stains, Fujimiya Sora activates his cleaning magic ability. An aura surrounds him, and it quickly cleans off the stains from his clothes. As he continues walking, Fujimiya Sora notices a group of girls who call out to him, asking about his next job. One of the girls comments on how delicious the meat skewers he is holding look. Fujimiya Sora then turns his gaze towards the castle in the distance, his attention seemingly captured by its presence. Fujimiya Sora responds to the girl's question about his gaze towards the castle by laughing it off, stating that everything is fine. He recalls how the sight of the castle triggered memories of the day he was summoned to this world. Fujimiya Sora then reflects on that day, about a month ago, when he and several others were mysteriously summoned to the castle. He remembers the king addressing them as the 7 heroes and expressing gratitude for answering the summon. Fujimiya Sora gazes around, still feeling bewildered by his sudden appearance in this unfamiliar world. As he recounts the events, Fujimiya Sora recalls that he had been on a train, en route to his high school entrance ceremony. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared, and he found himself transported from the train to the castle in the blink of an eye. The king proceeded to introduce himself as the ruler of the kingdom of Alesia, the place where they had been summoned. The king, asserting his role as the ruler, continues to explain to the gathered heroes that they have been summoned with a specific purpose, to defeat the recently resurrected demon king. Fujimiya Sora, clearly confused by the king's words, expresses his bewilderment and directly asks the king for clarification. Understanding Fujimiya Sora's confusion, the king acknowledges that this situation is likely overwhelming. To proceed, the king instructs all the heroes to touch a crystal that is placed in front of each of them. He explains that this crystal will provide them with essential information and context regarding their situation. The king proposes that they start by having the person standing at the front touch the crystal first. This individual, named Shunmines, hesitates but eventually reaches out and touches the crystal. Instantly, a holographic panel appears before him, displaying important information. The panel reveals his name, Shunmines, his level at 42, and his occupation labeled as the Sword King. The display also provides additional relevant details about Shunmines. As Shunmines examines his newfound information and skills, he is clearly impressed by the title of Sword King, finding it powerful and exciting. Fujimiya Sora, on the other hand, is thoroughly amazed by the situation, likening it to being inside a video game. The king acknowledges Shunmines' impressive status and listens to Fujimiya Sora's comment. The king takes this moment to explain the concept of the status panel to all the summoned heroes. He describes how each hero possesses a superior status and an array of unique skills that are accessible through this panel. He encourages them to make the most of these special abilities and their enhanced status to confront and defeat the Demon King. The king emphasizes the heroes' uniqueness and the significance of their selection for this task. He declares them all to be special individuals, chosen to become heroes and embark on this crucial mission. Fujimiya Sora, fueled by this knowledge, becomes even more excited and motivated to fulfill this role. Among the summoned heroes, reactions vary. Some are curious about what their own skills might entail, while others express sheer enthusiasm, eagerly anticipating their turn to interact with the crystal and uncover their own abilities. One by one, each of the summoned heroes touches the crystal, revealing their unique abilities. Titles like Sorcerer King, Saint, Spirit Mage, Paladin, and Master Swordsman are uncovered, each hero gaining their own distinct skill set. Conversations buzz among the heroes as they discuss the amazing abilities they've received. Fujimiya Sora remains the only one yet to touch the crystal. He observes the others with admiration, noting how impressive and cool their newly revealed traits are. The king's applause resonates through the room as he expresses satisfaction with the summoning's success. The king goes on to explain how the heroes can access their status panel at any time by chanting status open. This function will only be visible to the individual hero. Turning his attention to Fujimiya Sora, the king points out that it's finally time for Fujimiya Sora to touch the crystal and discover his own abilities. Fujimiya Sora's excitement surges as he anticipates uncovering his own special trait, hoping for something just as cool and impressive as the others. His thoughts wander to his skill as a tutor and he contemplates the possibility of becoming a priest. Filled with excitement, Fujimiya Sora finally touches the crystal, revealing his status panel. However, his anticipation turns to confusion and disbelief as he reads that his job title is jobless and his level is marked as N.A. His skill, walking, seems trivial compared to the impressive abilities of the other heroes. Fujimiya Sora's reaction shocks everyone present, and he openly expresses his frustration at his lackluster status. Fujimiya Sora's outburst draws the attention of the king and his advisors. The room becomes hushed as the king discusses something with his advisors. The king then stands and addresses the heroes, acknowledging that this time they have summoned 6 chosen heroes. Fujimiya Sora realizes that the initial number of 7 heroes has now decreased to 6. The king instructs the heroes to proceed to a welcome banquet, pointing them in the right direction. As the heroes prepare to leave, the king assures them that once they successfully defeat the Demon King, they will have the chance to return to their original worlds. Fujimiya Sora contemplates his unique situation, wondering what lies ahead on his journey to becoming a hero despite his seemingly ordinary abilities. The king understands that the heroes will face a difficult journey and promises to welcome them again before they leave. Fujimiya Sora watches as everyone follows the king while he remains alone. A soldier approaches Fujimiya Sora and asks him to come along. Fujimiya Sora reluctantly goes with the soldier through a door, catching the attention of the other heroes. Fujimiya Sora is placed in a chariot, but as it moves away from the castle, he is suddenly thrown off onto the ground. He gets up and sees the castle gates closing behind him. Fujimiya Sora yells at the soldiers, questioning why they told him to follow them only to abandon him like this. He cries out, frustrated and confused, asking them why they're treating him this way. A bag was thrown onto the ground alongside Fujimiya Sora. He picks up the bag and opens it, hoping to find money inside. Inside, there are only 2 silver coins and 10 copper coins. Fujimiya Sora contemplates his situation and wonders about his next steps. Looking ahead, he sees an entire town spread out in front of him. The town's marketplace is bustling with people dressed in medieval attire. Fujimiya Sora's eyes widen in amazement. The sight leaves him completely captivated. The buildings are constructed with bricks and stones, and the people are dressed in peculiar clothing. Fujimiya Sora compares it to being in a video game. The people in the town begin to notice Fujimiya Sora, who appears out of place among them. Feeling uncomfortable, Fujimiya Sora quickly grabs his money and starts running away, apologizing to everyone he passes. While fleeing from the crowd, Fujimiya Sora reflects on how his appearance, directly from the castle and dressed unusually, is likely attracting a lot of attention from these people. Fujimiya Sora reaches an empty alley and sits on the ground, contemplating his situation. He wonders what he should do now and where he should go. Feeling frustrated about the recent events, Fujimiya Sora raises his voice in anger, expressing that his low status doesn't give others the right to treat him like trash. Fujimiya Sora recalls the king's words about using the phrase status open to access their status panel at any time. He decides to try it and chants status open, causing his status window to appear before him. While looking at the status panel, Fujimiya Sora wishes his status was better. Then, he notices his experience counter, which shows that he has 996 experience points. Fujimiya Sora observes an additional detail in the description, wondering if it was there before. This additional information explains that Fujimiya Sora can earn 1 experience point with every step he takes. Fujimiya Sora realizes that his accumulated experience points are based on the number of steps he has taken since he arrived in the castle. He ponders what will happen once he collects enough experience points. Suddenly, he catches a pleasant aroma and comments on how good it smells. Looking out of the alley, he notices that the street is filled with food stalls. Fujimiya Sora's hunger becomes quite noticeable as his stomach growls loudly. Regretting skipping breakfast, he acknowledges his hunger and considers getting some food. However, his attention shifts when he senses someone entering the alley. Fujimiya Sora turns to see a man approaching with an angry expression, holding a butcher's knife. Fear takes over Fujimiya Sora as he instinctively moves back. The man's threatening presence makes Fujimiya Sora feel overwhelmed. The man continues to approach, knife in hand, while Fujimiya Sora raises his arms to shield himself. Despite being unsure of the reason for the man's anger, Fujimiya Sora apologizes to him, expressing his remorse. The man raises one of his arms and extends it toward Fujimiya Sora, causing Fujimiya Sora to scream in fear. However, Fujimiya Sora quickly realizes that the man is offering him a meat skewer. Confused and startled, Fujimiya Sora looks up at the man. The man explains that it's his own meat skewer and that Fujimiya Sora doesn't need to worry about paying him back for it. He reassures Fujimiya Sora that he should simply enjoy the food. Fujimiya Sora's perception of the man shifts as he recognizes his kindness and willingness to help. He is relieved that he initially misjudged the situation. Fujimiya Sora responds by telling the man that he actually has money to pay for the meat skewer. He takes out his coins from the bag and mentions that he is uncertain whether the amount he has will be enough to cover the cost. The man observes the coins Fujimiya Sora has taken out. Fujimiya Sora apologizes to the man and expresses his willingness to work in order to repay for the meat skewer if the money isn't enough. However, the man reassures Fujimiya Sora that the amount of money he took out is actually more than enough to cover the cost of the meat skewer. He explains that if Fujimiya Sora had tried the same approach with someone else, taking out all his money and claiming it's not enough, he could have been taken advantage of. The man proceeds to explain the currency system to Fujimiya Sora. 100 regular coins equal 1 copper coin. 100 copper coins equal 1 silver coin. 100 silver coins equal 1 gold coin. And 1,000 gold coins equal 1 platinum coin. He takes a copper coin from Fujimiya Sora's money and shows him that the meat skewer actually costs 1 copper coin and 8 regular coins. Handing the meat skewer to Fujimiya Sora, the man tells him to enjoy it. Fujimiya Sora thanks the man, and in return, the man advises Fujimiya Sora to be cautious and look out for himself, especially since he doesn't know where Fujimiya Sora has come from. Fujimiya Sora takes a step closer to the man to receive the meat skewer, which adds an experience point to his counter and brings his total experience points to 1,000. Realizing that accumulating experience points might lead to leveling up and earning skill points, Fujimiya Sora contemplates how if he maxes out the counter, he can level up and gain a skill point. While thinking about this, Fujimiya Sora observes the skills listed at the bottom of his status panel, and wonders if these are the skills he can learn using the skill point he just received. The man notices Fujimiya Sora's thoughtful expression and asks him what's on his mind. Fujimiya Sora assures the man that it's nothing important and takes the meat skewer from him. Fujimiya Sora then looks at the skills listed on the panel and decides to learn the skill appraisal. The panel prompts Fujimiya Sora to confirm his choice, and after considering that starting with a basic skill might be a good idea, Fujimiya Sora selects yes. Upon acquiring the appraisal skill, Fujimiya Sora gains the ability to inspect items and see their details. He uses this skill to examine the meat skewer in his hand and learns that it's made from edible demon meat of good quality. Fujimiya Sora contemplates how he can learn practical skills through experience points and skill points, and considers the potential usefulness of acquiring other skills in the same way. The man who had given Fujimiya Sora the meat skewer notices Fujimiya Sora's absorbed expression and asks if he is alright, joking that the delicious appearance of the skewer might have stunned him. Fujimiya Sora expresses his gratitude for the meal and takes a bite of the skewer, realizing that it's made from wolf meat. As he chews, he is pleasantly surprised by how delicious it is. Fujimiya Sora reflects on how the wonderful flavors of the spices used in marinating the meat counter its gruesome appearance. He describes the experience of eating the meat as a symphony of flavors dancing in his mouth, and comments on how the meat becomes juicier with each bite. The man who had given Fujimiya Sora the meat skewer listens attentively as Fujimiya Sora describes his experience. Fujimiya Sora notices the man's attention and apologizes for speaking so enthusiastically. The man chuckles and expresses amazement at how Fujimiya Sora could discern the quality of the meat from just one bite, praising Fujimiya Sora's ability even above that of the best cooks in the area. Curious, the man asks for Fujimiya Sora's name, and Fujimiya Sora introduces himself as Fujimiya Sora. In a friendly manner, the man offers to help Fujimiya Sora, sensing that Fujimiya Sora might be facing some difficulties. Fujimiya Sora opens up and shares the story of how he arrived in this world and the recent events he has faced. The man reacts with surprise and asks if Fujimiya Sora is being serious about his extraordinary circumstances. After explaining his situation, Fujimiya Sora finishes his meat skewer and prepares to leave. The man gifts Fujimiya Sora a mantle before he departs. Walking among the townspeople while draped in the mantle, Fujimiya Sora contemplates whether he is blending in well with the locals. He thinks about the man's assistance and feels grateful for his kindness and support. Fujimiya Sora recalls the man's suggestion to visit a clothing store, as he had mentioned that Fujimiya Sora looked unusual and should get different clothes. Fujimiya Sora comments on his lack of fatigue despite walking around the town extensively, realizing that his skill, walking, is the reason behind his boundless energy. Approaching a building, Fujimiya Sora wonders if it's the clothing store the man had mentioned. Observing the sign above the main entrance, Fujimiya Sora regrets his inability to read the language. To his surprise, a pop-up suddenly appears before him, translating the sign. It reads Garment Shop. Fujimiya Sora questions if he is the only one who can see these pop-ups. As the door of the garment shop opens, a girl emerges and inquires if Fujimiya Sora is a customer. She invites him inside, indicating she can take his measurements for a new outfit. After spending about an hour in the shop, Fujimiya Sora walks out with a fresh set of clothes. The girl who worked on Fujimiya Sora's new clothes admires his appearance and compliments how good he looks in them. She then makes an unexpected offer, expressing interest in purchasing Fujimiya Sora's previous attire, his school uniform, for a sum of 3 gold coins. Fujimiya Sora is taken aback by the proposal and finds it hard to believe. Leaving the garment shop, Fujimiya Sora reflects on how he initially sought new clothes but ended up gaining unexpected money from selling his old ones. Returning to the man he met earlier, the man notices Fujimiya Sora's transformed appearance. Fujimiya Sora expresses his gratitude to the man for lending him the mantle, acknowledging that the change in his appearance was all thanks to him. Fujimiya Sora offers to help the man in any way possible to repay his kindness. The man reassures Fujimiya Sora that he doesn't need to worry about repayment, but Fujimiya Sora insists, urging the man to ask for anything he might need. The man looks at Fujimiya Sora and proposes a task for him to help. He asks Fujimiya Sora to deliver a package of meat to an inn owned by his friend named Ali, located over the knoll. Fujimiya Sora agrees to undertake the task and expresses his willingness to assist. He mentions that he was searching for a place to stay, so this task would serve a dual purpose for him. The man appreciates Fujimiya Sora's readiness and mentions that Ali can prepare a delicious meal for him at the inn. As Fujimiya Sora is about to depart, he thanks the man and addresses him as Pops. However, the man stops him and goes inside briefly. When he returns, he brings along a few items, a frying pan and a tent, and hands them to Fujimiya Sora, suggesting that these items might be useful in the future. Fujimiya Sora expresses his gratitude once more, but the man's generosity doesn't end there. He offers Fujimiya Sora his backpack, as he notices Fujimiya Sora doesn't have one. Pops also insists that Fujimiya Sora takes his binoculars to enjoy stargazing, a boomerang for entertainment, and even a security bell to be prepared for potentially dangerous situations. Pops provides Fujimiya Sora with a variety of items. Fujimiya Sora looks at the assortment of items and initially worries that he might not be able to carry all of them due to their weight. However, he then remembers his ability walking and realizes that he might be able to manage the load. Fujimiya Sora reassures Pops that he'll be fine and attempts to put all the items on his back. Pops is surprised and concerned about the weight of the items, especially given the upcoming steep hike. He advises Fujimiya Sora to stop and not take on so much. But while Pops is speaking, Fujimiya Sora successfully lifts and balances all the items on his back with apparent ease. He begins walking confidently, even though Pops is still expressing concern about the load being too heavy and the difficulty of the hike ahead. Pops is amazed at Fujimiya Sora's ability to easily carry all the items, and he watches Fujimiya Sora continue on his journey. Fujimiya Sora, as he walks, reflects on how the weight of the items he is carrying seems to vanish when he starts moving. He expresses his gratitude to Pops again and proceeds on his way. Pops assures Fujimiya Sora that he is welcome anytime and offers him a place to eat. Fujimiya Sora continues walking until he reaches the base of the mountain. As he looks up, he notes that what he initially thought was a knoll appears to be more like a mountain in this world. Fujimiya Sora considers the possibility that standards and perspectives might differ in this new reality. Nevertheless, he begins to climb the mountain. During his ascent, Fujimiya Sora reflects on his determination, thinking that his former self might have given up by now. However, with his walking skill, he feels empowered and capable of achieving anything. Amidst his climb, Fujimiya Sora spots a bird perched on a tree branch. Mesmerized by its beautiful feathers, he uses his appraisal skill to gather information about the bird. Using his appraisal skill, Fujimiya Sora learns that the bird he is observing is a rainbow-tailed bird. The description reveals interesting details, such as the temperature requirements for hatching its eggs during spring and summer. Fujimiya Sora is fascinated by this new piece of information and acknowledges how much there is to learn about the world around him. As Fujimiya Sora continues on his journey, he arrives at a river crossing. Crossing the river, he finds himself feeling a sense of excitement. Reflecting on his walking skill, Fujimiya Sora realizes that what he initially deemed as a useless ability actually has its merits. He acknowledges how beneficial it can be, especially considering his current situation. Thoughts of his initial expulsion from the Alessia Castle cross Fujimiya Sora's mind. He contemplates the warm and friendly people he has encountered in the town, the delectable food he has enjoyed, and the thrill of experiencing new and unfamiliar things. With a smile on his face, Fujimiya Sora embraces the newness of his surroundings and continues his journey. Fujimiya Sora marvels at how unexpectedly enjoyable his experience in this new world has been. As he ascends the mountain, he reaches a vantage point that offers a breathtaking view of the entire town below. Fujimiya Sora is captivated by the panorama before him. In a reflective tone, Fujimiya Sora narrates how his arrival in this unfamiliar world was accompanied by confusion. His thoughts were a jumble, and he struggled to understand his situation, unsure of where to go or how to proceed. He recalls the initial moments of uncertainty where he grappled with his new reality. However, Fujimiya Sora's perspective has since shifted. He reveals that he now has a clear goal in mind. He has harnessed the power of his walking skill not just for physical movement but also for exploration and understanding. With determination in his voice, Fujimiya Sora expresses his intention to use this skill to its fullest potential, exploring the vast and intriguing world around him. As he concludes, Fujimiya Sora refers to his journey as a tale of this strange and fascinating new world, a narrative centered around his ability to walk and discover the wonders that lie ahead. In the royal kingdom of Alessia, Fujimiya Sora recounts how he arrived in this new world just yesterday. Rising from his bed, he surveys his surroundings, assuring himself that the sudden teleportation to this unfamiliar realm was indeed a reality. It's his first morning in this strange land, and Fujimiya Sora contemplates his next steps. With determination, Fujimiya Sora resolves to secure a job as quickly as possible. He heads into the bustling town market and seeks out Pop's stall. Upon reaching Pop's, Fujimiya Sora greets him warmly, prompting Pops to offer him one of his signature meat skewers. Fujimiya Sora expresses his gratitude and then explains his current mission, finding a job. Pops inquires about Fujimiya Sora's skills, prompting a puzzled expression from Fujimiya Sora. Pops clarifies, asking whether Fujimiya Sora possesses any abilities that could be applied in a job context, such as alchemy or potion making. Fujimiya Sora's face reflects his disappointment, realizing he lacks the specific skills Pops mentioned. However, Pops offers a glimmer of hope, sharing that there's a place where Fujimiya Sora could find work that doesn't necessitate specialized skills. Curious, Fujimiya Sora asks Pops for more details about this opportunity. Pops explains that this place is a hub for various jobs and tasks, assuring Fujimiya Sora that there's likely something suitable for him. He gives Fujimiya Sora directions to this location, emphasizing that a prominent building on the right side will be the spot. Following Pop's guidance, Fujimiya Sora arrives at the place he was directed to, an adventurer's guild. As he stands before the guild's building, Fujimiya Sora can't help but marvel at how the world around him seems to resemble a fully immersive RPG game. His imagination runs wild, envisioning encounters with mages, warriors, and other fantastical characters within the Adventurers Guild. Filled with determination, Fujimiya Sora grips the door handle and swings open the main entrance, ready to begin his quest for work. However, as the door opens, an unexpected scene unfolds before him. Two men stand face to face, engaged in a heated verbal exchange. The atmosphere is tense, with one man challenging the other to a fight and the other readily accepting. Spectators in the background cheer on, eager for the brawl to begin. Fujimiya Sora remains at the doorway, both surprised and bewildered by this spectacle. In the midst of the escalating confrontation, one of the men forcefully grabs the other by his collar. Unfortunately, in the process, the man unintentionally collides with Fujimiya Sora, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground. Amid the chaos, the two men continue to exchange heated words, trading insults like bastard and worse. Fujimiya Sora attempts to regain his footing, voicing his surprise at the unexpected turn of events. However, before he can fully stand, a shower of books descends upon him, causing him to tumble to the ground once more. Amid the confusion of fallen books and his own disorientation, Fujimiya Sora is approached by a girl who is burdened with a stack of books. She quickly apologizes to Fujimiya Sora for accidentally dropping the books on him. The girl inquires if Fujimiya Sora is new to the Adventurers Guild, leaning slightly forward to get a better look at him. In an unfortunate twist of fate, as she leans, more books tumble from her grasp, landing on Fujimiya Sora once again. Fujimiya Sora lets out a pained cry, while the girl expresses her apologies once more for her clumsiness. Despite the discomfort caused by the books hitting him, Fujimiya Sora manages to lift his hand and assert his intention to register with the Adventurers Guild. Moving to the reception table, the girl introduces herself as Mikaru, continuing to apologize for the mishap. She explains that the guild is currently in the process of repairing old books, which led to the unfortunate incident. Fujimiya Sora, despite the evident bumps on his head, assures Mikaru that he is alright. However, Fujimiya Sora privately wonders if the girl might have a tendency to be accident-prone. Mikaru is insistent, though, emphasizing that she shouldn't have dropped the books on him in the first place. Fujimiya Sora inquires with Mikaru about the possibility of finding work at the Adventurers Guild, having heard that it's a potential avenue for employment. Mikaru confirms this, explaining that Fujimiya Sora first needs to become a registered member of the Adventurers Guild before he can take on any jobs. To facilitate this, Mikaru produces a knife and a sheet of paper, instructing Fujimiya Sora to put a drop of his blood on the paper. Following her instructions, Fujimiya Sora picks up the knife and carefully makes a small cut on his finger, allowing a droplet of his blood to fall onto the paper. As the blood touches the paper, a curious transformation occurs. The blood is absorbed, creating an intricate pattern that then forms a decorative border around the paper. Fujimiya Sora's name and the emblem of the Adventurers Guild materialize on the paper as well. Fujimiya Sora watches in confusion as the changes take place. Mikaru proceeds to explain that the color of the paper corresponds to one's rank. In Fujimiya Sora's case, the paper turned white, which indicates that he currently holds an E rank. Intrigued by the concept, Fujimiya Sora queries Mikaru about what exactly rank E entails. Mikaru explains to Fujimiya Sora the structure of the Adventurers Guild's ranking system, which consists of several tiers, from the highest rank, which is S, down to the lowest, which is E. She clarifies that Fujimiya Sora is currently at the E rank. Mikaru gestures toward a wall adorned with shelves filled with books. People are clustered around the wall, attaching papers to it. She informs Fujimiya Sora that these papers represent requests submitted by the villagers of their town and the neighboring one. Mikaru further elaborates that Fujimiya Sora can select any request he finds interesting or suitable from the wall. Once he does so, he should bring the chosen request to the reception desk, where she'll be able to assign it to him. If Fujimiya Sora successfully completes the task, he will earn both points and rewards associated with the request. Mikaru emphasizes that these points and rewards are crucial for Fujimiya Sora's advancement within the guild's ranking system. Mikaru continues by explaining that in case Fujimiya Sora fails to complete a request, there will be penalties imposed. Concerned about his own abilities, Fujimiya Sora shares with Mikaru his uncertainty about being able to fulfill the requests, considering he might not be as strong as other members in the Adventurers Guild. Mikaru reassures Fujimiya Sora, telling him not to worry and that there are a variety of tasks available, including simpler ones that he can choose from. With Mikaru's encouragement, Fujimiya Sora approaches the wall and begins browsing through the posted papers, searching for a suitable task that he can take on and successfully accomplish. As he goes through the requests, he notices a range of tasks, including ones involving foraging for herbs, defeating demons, and finding lost animals. Each request comes with its own set of rewards and potential penalties. While considering his options, Fujimiya Sora realizes that some of the demon-related requests require a sword and skills that he currently lacks. Suddenly, a man approaches Fujimiya Sora from behind, prompting Fujimiya Sora to turn around in surprise. Before him stands a man who emanates an intimidating presence, making Fujimiya Sora feel uneasy. The man moves closer to Fujimiya Sora and belittles him, commenting on how someone as frail as Fujimiya Sora wouldn't be able to handle even a simple task like taking down a wolf. Nervously, Fujimiya Sora tries to defend himself, explaining that he wasn't considering the wolf-killing request anyway. Fujimiya Sora's anxiety deepens as he wonders why this imposing man is focusing on him. The man's forceful behavior continues as he slams his hand against the wall, asserting that Fujimiya Sora is the only one capable of fulfilling the request and using disrespectful language towards him. Feeling overwhelmed by the situation, Fujimiya Sora agrees to take on the task without fully understanding it, hastily grabbing other request papers off the wall. As he walks away from the wall, Fujimiya Sora can't help but feel that the Adventurers Guild is an unwelcoming and unsettling place. Approaching the reception desk, Fujimiya Sora hands over the batch of request papers to Mikaru and confidently declares his intent to take on all of these tasks. Mikaru takes a look at the requests, visibly surprised by their number and the nature of the deliveries they entail. She expresses concern about whether Fujimiya Sora can manage to fulfill so many requests alone. As Fujimiya Sora reflects on how he hastily chose these tasks to avoid the intimidating man, he realizes that he might have bitten off more than he can chew. Trying to come up with an explanation, he tells Mikaru that he is attempting to quickly familiarize himself with the town's layout and doesn't yet know which jobs are the right fit for him. Mikaru seems to understand his situation and presents a set of items to Fujimiya Sora, explaining that these are the items he'll be delivering. Fujimiya Sora looks at the pile of items, realizing that it's quite a substantial load to carry and deliver. With the items securely loaded onto his back, Fujimiya Sora bids Mikaru farewell and steps out of the Adventurers Guild. People inside the guild watch in astonishment as Fujimiya Sora effortlessly carries the heavy load. Once outside, Fujimiya Sora takes a deep breath, reflecting on the nerve-wracking encounter he just had. He contrasts the intimidating people he has met in this world with the relatively peaceful environment he was used to in Japan. Looking at the map in his hands, Fujimiya Sora considers the new challenges this world poses and acknowledges that common sense holds a different meaning here. He wonders if he will be able to adapt and succeed in this unfamiliar place. Shaking off his introspection, Fujimiya Sora reminds himself of his immediate task at hand, delivering the goods to the commercial guild. Determinedly, he sets off to complete his first set of deliveries. Fujimiya Sora proceeds with his deliveries as planned, efficiently dropping off the sacks of flour at the commercial guild and the medicinal herbs at the medicinal guild. After completing several more deliveries, Fujimiya Sora's workday finally comes to an end. As he walks back, he ponders the sheer number of guilds in this world, each with its own unique purpose and role. During his journey, Fujimiya Sora unexpectedly receives an ice cream as a freebie, leaving him a bit surprised and delighted by the small gift. While looking at the town map, he contemplates the various places he visited throughout the day. Reflecting on his experiences, he realizes that despite all the walking and activity, he didn't feel tired at all, thanks to his walking skill. Curious about his progress, Fujimiya Sora uses the skill status open to view his status panel, discovering that he has now reached level 6. Fujimiya Sora marvels at how he managed to reach level 6 simply by walking, finding it quite amusing. He observes that his stats have increased, each one going up by 10 with every level gained. He notices the +1 notation next to the stat numbers and wonders if this increase is due to his job rank. Upon closer examination of the status panel, Fujimiya Sora realizes that his experience counter cap grows by 1000 every time he levels up. With a keen eye on his progress, he notes that he only needs around 600 more steps to reach level 7. As he explores the status panel further, he comes across a list of skills available for him to learn using his skill points. Fujimiya Sora reflects on how his skill points are increasing alongside his levels, enhancing his capabilities in this new world. Staring at his available skill points, Fujimiya Sora realizes that there's one less than before, but he recalls that he used that missing skill point to acquire the appraisal skill. He acknowledges that continuous walking can help him learn more skills on top of appraisal, and motivated by this thought, he starts walking again. After walking, Fujimiya Sora reaches his final delivery destination. Standing before the door, he calls for someone to open it. A window on the first floor opens, revealing a woman who looks down at him inquiring about his purpose. Observing the woman, Fujimiya Sora finds her appearance striking, akin to that of an actress. He proceeds to inform her that he has a letter from a man named Reincarnated. The woman seems taken aback upon hearing the name. The woman urgently instructs Fujimiya Sora to wait, saying she'll be right down. Fujimiya Sora is left baffled by her sudden change in behavior. The woman comes out of the front door and swiftly takes the letter from Fujimiya Sora's hands. She proceeds to open and read the letter in front of him. After skimming the letter, she heads back inside, shutting the door abruptly, leaving Fujimiya Sora perplexed. He calls out to remind her to sign for the received delivery, but she re-emerges, asking if Fujimiya Sora plans to report to Reincarnated about the completion of the request. The woman then presents another letter to Fujimiya Sora, explaining that he should deliver it to Reincarnated. As Fujimiya Sora glances at the letter, he notices the name from Vanessa written on it. He comprehends that this woman, Vanessa, has a request that needs approval from the Adventurers Guild. Fujimiya Sora takes the letter and starts heading toward Reincarnated's location. Along the way, he contemplates what might be inside the letter he is carrying, curiosity gnawing at him. Upon reaching Reincarnated's residence, which appears rather run down, Fujimiya Sora reflects on how he has received the letter but remains curious about its contents. He stands outside the door and calls out, waiting for someone to answer. A man sporting goggles opens the door and inquires about Fujimiya Sora's purpose. Fujimiya Sora asks if the man is Reincarnated, and the man confirms his identity. He then inquires about Fujimiya Sora's identity. Fujimiya Sora apologizes for not immediately explaining his presence, and proceeds to inform Reincarnated that he has accomplished the task of delivering Reincarnated's letter to Vanessa. Additionally, he presents Reincarnated with the other letter he has been given. Fujimiya Sora reaches into his backpack, retrieves the letter, and hands it over to Reincarnated, explaining that it's from Vanessa. Reincarnated, seemingly exhausted and mentally preoccupied, looks at Fujimiya Sora and the letter, trying to piece together what letter Fujimiya Sora is referring to. Fujimiya Sora is puzzled by Reincarnated's behavior and demeanor. Suddenly, realization dawns on Reincarnated. The mention of Vanessa's name makes him sweat and his embarrassment becomes palpable. With a nervous chuckle, he admits that the letter Fujimiya Sora delivered was actually a love letter that he had penned while under the influence of alcohol. Reincarnated's face turns beet red as he expresses his deep embarrassment. Fujimiya Sora comprehends the situation. The letter he delivered was indeed a love letter. As Reincarnated flounders in his embarrassment, Fujimiya Sora suggests that the letter he is holding in his hand could very well be Vanessa's response to the love letter Reincarnated had sent. Steam continues to figuratively pour out of Reincarnated's ears as he is consumed by his embarrassment. Fujimiya Sora, trying to lighten the mood, tells Reincarnated that he is cheering for him and hopes that the response in the letter is a positive one. Reincarnated, still visibly flustered, requests a moment to compose himself, mentioning that he feels like his heart might burst from nervousness. Fujimiya Sora patiently waits as Reincarnated tries to muster the courage to open the letter. However, a surprising amount of time passes, around 10 minutes, during which Reincarnated struggles to open the letter. Finally, with a deep breath, Reincarnated manages to open the letter and read its contents. Fujimiya Sora, curious and intrigued, asks Reincarnated about Vanessa's response. Reincarnated looks up at Fujimiya Sora, his cheeks flushed with embarrassment, and confesses that the response is indeed positive. Fujimiya Sora warmly congratulates Reincarnated and expresses his genuine happiness for him, seeing this moment of connection and emotion. As Reincarnated seems to be lost in his own world of emotions, Fujimiya Sora continues his journey through town, reflecting on how unexpectedly eventful this day has been, with love letters and the beginning of a love story unfolding in the midst of his first delivery task. As Fujimiya Sora returns to the Adventurers Guild to complete his task, he considers the events of the day, and concludes that it has been quite a good day overall. However, upon entering the guild, he is met with the unsettling sight of a group of men who are giving him strange and hostile looks. Despite his apprehension, Fujimiya Sora moves past them, feeling a mix of nervousness and confusion in the face of these unfamiliar and possibly hostile gazes. Fujimiya Sora swiftly heads toward the reception desk, hoping to quickly report the completion of his deliveries and avoid any further awkward encounters with the group of men who seem to be giving him strange looks. As he reaches the desk, Fujimiya Sora places the completed delivery papers down and informs Mikaru that he has fulfilled all of his assigned tasks. Mikaru responds with praise for his efficiency, noting how he managed to complete so many deliveries in a single day without appearing tired. However, the conversation takes an unexpected turn when Mikaru leans in closer to Fujimiya Sora and asks in a hushed voice if there was a letter among the deliveries, one written by Reincarnated. Fujimiya Sora confirms this, and Mikaru chuckles before questioning whether Fujimiya Sora knows the outcome of that letter. Fujimiya Sora responds that he believes Reincarnated and Vanessa would likely be dating now. This comment somehow draws the attention of everyone in the Adventurers Guild, causing them to stare at Fujimiya Sora, creating a sudden and strange atmosphere. Fujimiya Sora finds himself surrounded by the cheering and joyful adventurers who seem to be in a celebratory mood. He is lifted into the air amidst laughter and congratulations. Feeling bewildered by the sudden turn of events, Fujimiya Sora can't help but question what exactly is happening. However, he receives more cheers and pats on the back in response. As the adventurers place Fujimiya Sora back on the ground, the celebration continues to unfold around him. Mikaru and the girls are clearly delighted, discussing how everything seems to have worked out. Meanwhile, the men are toasting and enjoying drinks. Amidst the festivities, one man approaches Fujimiya Sora and insists that he join in the feast, with the man declaring that it's his treat. Still feeling perplexed, Fujimiya Sora queries the man about the reason for the celebration and the nature of the event. The man then takes a moment to explain that Reincarnated's unrequited love for Vanessa is quite famous in the area, indicating that it's common knowledge among the adventurers. Listening to the man's explanation, Fujimiya Sora learns that Reincarnated's unrequited love for Vanessa has spanned almost 3 decades, and the current celebration is a result of Fujimiya Sora unwittingly playing a part in bringing the two together. The man playfully suggests that Fujimiya Sora might have acted as a cupid in this situation. Despite the unexpected turn of events, Fujimiya Sora finds himself taken aback by the warm reception and the positive impact his actions seem to have had. As the man who initially scared him in the morning approaches again, Fujimiya Sora's anxiety resurfaces. He reflects on the fact that while this man doesn't seem to have any malicious intent, Fujimiya Sora can't help but feel apprehensive around him. Quickly attempting to diffuse any potential misunderstandings, Fujimiya Sora assures the man that he didn't intend to offend him in any way. Fujimiya Sora listens to the man's explanation, which suggests that the man's initial intimidating demeanor was due to a misunderstanding. The man explains that when he saw Fujimiya Sora considering the wolf takedown quest, he wasn't sure how to intervene. However, observing Fujimiya Sora carrying a heavy load of items later on made him realize that Fujimiya Sora was someone who could be trusted and relied upon. Confused by the man's words, Fujimiya Sora questions if the man had been trying to harm him earlier. The man quickly assures Fujimiya Sora that he had no intention of harming him. He clarifies that he had been concerned for Fujimiya Sora's well-being, which led to his actions in the morning. However, the conversation takes a strange turn when the man suddenly mentions wanting to kill Fujimiya Sora, leaving Fujimiya Sora even more puzzled. Before the situation can escalate further, another man joins the conversation and implies that the first man's communication style is often prone to being misunderstood. This second man suggests that the first man's speech tends to complicate things rather than clarify them. This comment adds an element of humor to the situation, highlighting the first man's quirky personality. Fujimiya Sora realizes that the man's behavior in the morning was due to his concern for Fujimiya Sora's safety regarding the dangerous wolf quest. Looking around, Fujimiya Sora notices everyone enjoying the celebration. Fujimiya Sora reflects on how he wrongly judged these people based on their intimidating looks. He now sees that they are actually kind-hearted individuals. Suddenly, the Adventurers Guild door opens, and a man walks in, carrying Rai Renova on his shoulders. The man announces Rai Renova as the star of the day, prompting cheers from everyone in the guild. Fujimiya Sora notes that the people in the guild are friendly and warm-hearted. The entire guild congratulates Rai Renova and encourages him to join in the celebration. People in the Adventurers Guild inquire with Rai Renova about Vanessa's response, which makes Rai Renova bashful. Fujimiya Sora observes the lively and joyful atmosphere of the guild. Fujimiya Sora lifts his head and cheers, offering congratulations to Rai Renova once more. During this, the man who had interacted with Fujimiya Sora earlier returns and playfully pours a drink from a barrel into Fujimiya Sora's mouth. Another man voices concern, asking if Fujimiya Sora is being forced to drink. The first man reassures the other that it's only grape juice. Fujimiya Sora enthusiastically expresses his appreciation for this world. At Ollie's Inn, Fujimiya Sora rises from his rest and stretches his body. It has been a week since Fujimiya Sora was summoned to this unfamiliar world. Reflecting on his experiences, Fujimiya Sora mentions how he actively participated in the Adventurers Guild conference room, successfully completing various tasks that enriched his understanding of this new world. Fujimiya Sora highlights the friendships he has formed, and we see guild members inviting him to join them for a drink. Fujimiya Sora goes on to describe how, almost unexpectedly, his delivery service gained popularity, and he began to receive special requests specifically addressed to him. The scene displays a paper with such a customized request. Fujimiya Sora then demonstrates the ability to open his status panel by simply thinking about it, marveling at his increased familiarity with its functions. Fujimiya Sora elucidates that his knowledge of the status panel has expanded, revealing that he has attained level 16, a testament to his progress. He notes that his stats and skill points are advancing in parallel with his leveling up. Fujimiya Sora emphasizes that his level progression seems to be directly linked to his walking activity. He also notes that his appraisal skill appears to be improving as he utilizes it more. Looking at his accumulated 15 skill points, Fujimiya Sora contemplates the possibility of acquiring new skills beyond his existing appraisal skill. He delves into the available list of learnable skills, discovering intriguing options like daily life magic, presence detection, and appraisal inhibition. However, Fujimiya Sora grapples with the decision of whether to spend his skill points immediately, or save them for skills that may require higher point investments in the future. Expressing his dilemma, Fujimiya Sora gazes at the list of skills, admitting his challenge in selecting which ones to prioritize. Fujimiya Sora begins his day, stepping outside his lodging. As he walks, a lady engaged in tidying the area around the trees notices his upbeat demeanor, and playfully remarks about his evident good mood. Recognizing her as the landlady, Fujimiya Sora responds by explaining that he is especially enthusiastic today because he is planning to leave town. With that, he continues on his way. Later on, it's revealed that Fujimiya Sora has chosen 4 new skills to learn: presence detection, body enhancement, daily life magic, and mana manipulation. These newly acquired skills are elaborated upon, starting with presence detection, which enables one to sense the presence of others in their surroundings. The next skill is body enhancement, which gradually boosts strength, stamina, and agility as its level increases. After that comes daily life magic, a skill that empowers the user to perform various everyday tasks using magic, like cleaning or starting fires. Lastly, there's mana manipulation, which aids the efficient use of one's own mana while casting spells. Fujimiya Sora notes that he could have used his skill points to increase the levels of his existing skills, but he preferred to actively use the skills themselves to naturally raise their levels over time. Deciding to try out daily life magic, Fujimiya Sora activates the skill. A shimmering aura envelops him, and he finds himself cleansed from a week's accumulation of sweat and dirt. Feeling rejuvenated, Fujimiya Sora remarks on his refreshed state. With his new freshness, he heads towards the Adventurers Guild. Arriving at the Adventurers Guild, Fujimiya Sora walks up to the reception desk where Mikaru inquires whether he is planning to collect the herbs today. Fujimiya Sora affirms that he will be doing so, and it's his first time venturing out of town for a request. Mikaru then informs Fujimiya Sora that the gathering spot is just outside the city and inquires about his preparedness. Fujimiya Sora, puzzled by the question, recalls seeing equipment in the reference room the previous day. He He remembers reading about the dense forests surrounding the city and the mention of potential appearances of creatures like wolves and goblins, indicating the need for proper equipment. Fujimiya Sora informs Mikaru that he is considering buying the necessary equipment. Just then, a man approaches Fujimiya Sora from behind and asks whether his equipment is still not ready. Fujimiya Sora recognizes the man as Siphon and addresses him by name. Siphon offers to show Fujimiya Sora a good place to buy equipment, to which Fujimiya Sora agrees. They head to the equipment store, with Siphon leading the way. Upon entering the store, Siphon introduces Fujimiya Sora to the owner and mentions that while the owner might seem a bit curt, his equipment is of good quality. Siphon greets the owner, but the owner simply continues smoking his pipe without returning the greeting. Inside the store, Fujimiya Sora observes a variety of weapons and armor on display. Siphon informs the owner that Fujimiya Sora is about to leave the town for a request but doesn't have the necessary equipment. The owner, with a direct manner, inquires about Fujimiya Sora's abilities and skills to determine the kind of equipment that would best suit him. Fujimiya Sora responds to the store owner, mentioning that he is not exactly proficient in using all types of equipment but expresses an interest in having a sword. The owner suggests that Fujimiya Sora try swinging a sword that's on display. Fujimiya Sora looks at the sword, thinking that it appears somewhat thin and small. With a mix of curiosity and excitement, he approaches the sword, considering that it's his first time ever holding a real sword. As Fujimiya Sora takes the sword into his hands, he is surprised by its weight, causing his hands to tremble a bit. He reflects on how the sword is heavier than he had anticipated. Attempting to swing the sword, Fujimiya Sora struggles due to its weight. Observing Fujimiya Sora's attempt, the shop owner comments that Fujimiya Sora is clearly a novice. This prompts Fujimiya Sora to feel embarrassed by his lack of skill in handling the sword. The shop owner offers some discouraging advice, telling Fujimiya Sora that he can only share negative aspects and suggests that, as a beginner, he should avoid leaving the town. The shop owner's advice includes the suggestion that if Fujimiya Sora still insists on venturing out, he should be accompanied by someone strong. With this, the shop owner places a knife on the desk, explaining that it's the most suitable weapon for Fujimiya Sora at his current skill level. Fujimiya Sora looks at the knife, commenting on its small size and expressing skepticism about its effectiveness. He tells the shop owner not to joke, asserting that the knife would only be useful in emergencies. Siphon steps in to offer encouragement, reminding Fujimiya Sora that everyone has to start somewhere. He advises Fujimiya Sora to give his best effort, train, and work on leveling up. Agreeing with Siphon, Fujimiya Sora acknowledges the need to raise his level and, with determination, picks up the knife. Determined to improve his skills and level up, Fujimiya Sora recalls seeing a learnable skill named swordsmanship and decides to acquire it on the spot. After learning the skill, he points to a larger sword than the one he initially attempted to hold and asks the shop owner if he can try holding it now. The shop owner responds by calling Fujimiya Sora an idiot, stating that he won't be able to wield that sword with his current abilities. The shop owner emphasizes that Fujimiya Sora's level and skills aren't sufficient to handle such a sword, even if he were to buy it. Despite the shop owner's words, Fujimiya Sora takes the sword into his hands and starts swinging it in various directions. This action surprises and confuses not only the shop owner but also Siphon, as they watch Fujimiya Sora exhibit unexpected strength and capability. Fujimiya Sora gazes at the shop owner and inquires about the shop owner's assessment of Fujimiya Sora's skills now. The shop owner appears to be at a loss for words and then questions Fujimiya Sora whether he is solely interested in weapons. Fujimiya Sora informs the shop owner that he is also seeking armor and that his budget is 1 gold coin. The shop owner rises from his seat without saying anything and starts moving around the shop, instructing Fujimiya Sora to remain where he is. Fujimiya Sora turns to Siphon, feeling concerned that he might have upset the shop owner. Siphon reassures Fujimiya Sora that it's actually the opposite. The shop owner returns with a collection of armor pieces and places them on a table. The equipment assortment includes a sword, a breastplate, preserved rations, bracers, and a dismantling knife. The shop owner comments that this equipment will be easy for Fujimiya Sora to handle and is suitable for someone of Fujimiya Sora's small and fragile build. Siphon gazes at the sword and asks if it's a sword from the Holy Kingdom, noting its rarity. Fujimiya Sora expresses his admiration, stating that the equipment looks really impressive. The shop owner mentions that while the sword is somewhat roughly sharpened, its edge is decent, and it will be a perfect fit for Fujimiya Sora. He playfully scolds Fujimiya Sora for not showing his sword skills earlier, and claims that Fujimiya Sora could have spared himself some trouble. The shop owner goes on to explain that the breastplate is crafted from dragon skin, making it comfortable to wear even beneath Fujimiya Sora's clothes. He tells Fujimiya Sora to give his best effort and playfully calls him a brat, to which Fujimiya Sora responds that he will indeed do his best. With his new equipment now equipped, Fujimiya Sora examines it with excitement and comments on how cool it all looks. Fujimiya Sora expresses his gratitude to Siphon for guiding him to the equipment store. Siphon informs Fujimiya Sora that he is heading off to train with his party members and encourages Fujimiya Sora to do his best in collecting the herbs outside the town. Fujimiya Sora watches as Siphon departs and then continues on his way towards the town's exit. Upon reaching the gate that leads outside the town, Fujimiya Sora reflects on how this will be his first time venturing beyond the royal capital's limits. With excitement, he walks toward the gate. However, as Fujimiya Sora approaches the gate that serves as the town's exit, he encounters the guards stationed there. As Fujimiya Sora approaches the gate, one of the guards questions if he intends to leave the town and requests his identification. Thinking that he should act like a proper adventurer, Fujimiya Sora hands over his Adventurer's Guild card to the guard. The guard examines Fujimiya Sora's card and then returns it to him. Fujimiya Sora expresses his gratitude to the guard. As Fujimiya Sora is about to exit the town, the guard advises him not to overexert himself and to be cautious of both medicinal herbs and monsters outside the town's borders. Fujimiya Sora acknowledges the advice. With a loud command, the guard orders the gate to be opened. Fujimiya Sora's excitement grows as he contemplates stepping beyond the town's confines for the first time. The gates swing open, and with a sense of exhilaration, Fujimiya Sora takes his first steps outside the town. Stepping beyond the town's boundaries for the first time, Fujimiya Sora is captivated by the new sensations surrounding him. He remarks on the warm sunlight, the fresh wind scent, the weight of the sword at his side, and the unfamiliar sensation of donning a complete set of new clothes. These novel experiences make this world feel vastly different from what he has known. Upon ascending a hilltop, Fujimiya Sora takes in the panoramic view before him, dominated by a vast expanse of mountains. Bursting with enthusiasm, he lets out a triumphant yahoo. Savoring the scene, he eventually settles onto the ground, admitting that running has worn him out, realizing that his walking skill is only effective for walking. Explaining his current task, Fujimiya Sora shares that he is on a quest to gather medicinal herbs. To accomplish this, he needs to travel on foot for about an hour to reach the breeding grounds outside the Alesia Kingdom. These herbs will be crucial ingredients for crafting potions. Having primarily engaged in delivery jobs and tasks so far, Fujimiya Sora feels a heightened sense of excitement for his current undertaking, gathering medicinal herbs. He consults his map, trying to navigate through the forest toward the location where these herbs are found. Amidst the plants surrounding him, Fujimiya Sora is struck by their similar appearances. The challenge of distinguishing medicinal herbs from other plants looms before him. However, Fujimiya Sora suddenly realizes that his special abilities could come to his aid. He activates his appraisal skill, enabling him to perceive the different types of medicinal herbs around him as if they were labeled and identified. This newfound clarity empowers Fujimiya Sora to confidently locate and collect the desired herbs. As Fujimiya Sora gathers the medicinal herbs, he realizes that his appraisal skill offers more than just identification. It also enables him to gauge the quality of the herbs he is collecting. With this newfound ability, Fujimiya Sora recognizes himself as an ideal candidate for this quest, practically a professional at herb gathering. Considering the importance of herb quality in creating better potions, Fujimiya Sora focuses on selecting herbs of higher quality. Picking out herbs of excellent quality, Fujimiya Sora surveys the abundance of herbs around him. He recalls that mana grass and full moon weed were part of a different request, and taking advantage of the opportunity, he decides to gather those herbs too while he is at it. Fujimiya Sora's enthusiasm for this task is evident as he actively explores and collects the various herbs. After an hour of gathering, Fujimiya Sora successfully fills his bag with a variety of herbs and weeds. He remarks on the strain his posture during the collection has put on his back and legs. Taking a moment to check his status panel, he notices that both the appraisal and body enhancement skills have leveled up. Fujimiya Sora connects this advancement to his constant use of the appraisal skill while remaining active. Suddenly, the sound of rustling emanates from the bushes behind him. Startled, Fujimiya Sora realizes that he has let his guard down and forgotten to activate his presence detection skill. This lapse in awareness prompts Fujimiya Sora to recall Siphon's advice about being cautious of beasts while outside the safety of the town. The atmosphere becomes tense as Fujimiya Sora prepares for a potential encounter with whatever might be lurking in the bushes. With his hand tightly gripping his sword's hilt, Fujimiya Sora readies himself for action, anticipating whatever might emerge from the rustling bushes. As he draws his sword from its sheath, questions fill his mind about the source of the noise and what could be approaching him. Swiftly, he readies his sword, poised to defend himself from the emerging threat. His tension releases abruptly when he witnesses a bunny-like spirit floating out of the bushes and into his view. Fujimiya Sora's initial shock transforms into awe as he marvels at the adorable creature. The spirit appears fatigued and lands on the ground, its stomach audibly rumbling. Concerned for the little spirit, Fujimiya Sora inquires if it is hungry. Reacting with empathy, he urges the spirit to wait for a moment while he searches his backpack for the emergency rations he acquired from the weapon shop. Fujimiya Sora recalls storing them somewhere inside and proceeds to rummage through his bag. After a bit of searching, Fujimiya Sora finally locates the ration bars within his backpack. With the bar in hand, he extends it toward the hungry spirit, which eagerly snatches it up and devours the entire thing in the blink of an eye. Fujimiya Sora is amazed at how quickly the spirit consumed the bar, marveling at its voracious appetite. As the spirit chews the ration bar, Fujimiya Sora continues to observe it, noting how endearing it looks while eating. However, the spirit's demeanor takes a downturn once it finishes the bar, appearing visibly downcast. Concerned for the spirit's well-being, Fujimiya Sora quickly responds with an apology, explaining that he had no idea the spirit wouldn't like the taste of the ration bar. Fujimiya Sora, wanting to empathize with the spirit's experience, takes a bite of one of the ration bars himself. The taste leaves him disappointed and disheartened, and he shares his feelings with the spirit, saying that the bars taste awful. Fujimiya Sora apologizes once again to the spirit, expressing that he had no clue the ration bars would be so unpalatable. With a surprising display of agility, the spirit begins to float around Fujimiya Sora's head, leaving him both amazed and baffled by its abilities. Fujimiya Sora attempts to decipher the spirit's intentions as it moves, wondering whether it's trying to convey that everything is okay or perhaps expressing gratitude. The spirit's ethereal movements eventually lead it to land on top of Fujimiya Sora's head. Fujimiya Sora looks up at the spirit and, with a sense of fondness, inquires whether it would like to accompany him. He finds the spirit's cuteness endearing and decides to bring it along on his journey. With an enthusiastic tone, he encourages the spirit to join him as they set out. The spirit seems to respond positively to Fujimiya Sora's invitation, its spirits lifted by the offer. Fujimiya Sora introduces himself as Fujimiya Sora to the spirit, hoping to establish a connection between them. In the midst of their interaction, Fujimiya Sora's awareness is jolted as he realizes that his presence detection skill has been continuously active. His heightened senses quickly alert him to the approach of 6 distinct presences, rapidly closing in from the southern direction. With a sense of urgency, Fujimiya Sora's instincts kick in, and he immediately recognizes that the approaching creatures are potentially dangerous. Fearing for his safety, he contemplates the idea of fleeing to escape the threat. However, his thoughts are interrupted as 2 wolves suddenly burst out of the surrounding bushes, lunging at him with fierce intent. But before the wolves can reach him, Fujimiya Sora witnesses a remarkable sight. 2 armored girls emerge seemingly out of nowhere, positioning themselves between Fujimiya Sora and the attacking wolves. The girls appear to be wounded and fatigued, indicating that they might have been through a battle before encountering Fujimiya Sora. Their intervention prevents the wolves from reaching Fujimiya Sora, leaving him both astonished and relieved at their timely arrival. Caught in the tension of the moment, Fujimiya Sora is torn between his desire to help and his own safety. He gazes at the girls, feeling a mixture of worry and confusion, uncertain about what his role should be in this unexpected turn of events. As the wolves aggressively leap towards the girls, the brave duo engages in a battle to fend them off. The girls swiftly move to defend themselves, using their weapons and skills to counter the attacking wolves. Fujimiya Sora, standing at a distance, is momentarily frozen in awe as he witnesses this intense combat unfold before his eyes. The battle becomes even more chaotic as the wolves encircle the girls, driven by a determined desire to overpower and defeat them. Fujimiya Sora remains rooted in his spot, his initial shock and confusion giving way to a growing admiration for the girls' fighting prowess. While observing the scene, Fujimiya Sora takes note of the girls' attire and equipment, realizing that they are likely fellow adventurers who are adept at combat. He also notices the scars and injuries on their bodies, indicating that they have faced challenges and battles before. One of the girls, distinguishable by the two swords she wields simultaneously, takes a protective stance in front of her companion, addressing her as Chris. In a quick moment of strategy, she instructs Chris to take cover. Fujimiya Sora is captivated by the dual-wielding technique of the girl, and how she skillfully uses one of her swords to control and manipulate the wolves' movements. Amidst the chaos of the battle, Fujimiya Sora remains an intrigued and awestruck observer, compelled by the strength and determination of the two girls as they face off against their fierce adversaries. Fujimiya Sora sees that the other girl, named Chris, is using a wand and looks very tired. Fujimiya Sora recalls reading in the Adventurers Guild reference room about the wolves. He remembers that the wolves are known for their speed, and if someone can match their speed, they have a chance of winning against them. As Fujimiya Sora watches the girls, he thinks that the girl with swords is skilled at dealing with the wolves. But since there are many wolves, the girls are having a hard time. Fujimiya Sora feels sorry for the girls because they are tired and struggling. The wolves gather around the girls and approach them as a group. Fujimiya Sora notices that the girl with two swords is protecting the other girl. Seeing the wolves closing in on the girls, Fujimiya Sora realizes that it won't be long before the wolves overpower them. Anxious, Fujimiya Sora wants to help, but he is concerned that he lacks the experience to fight wolves effectively. He knows that intervening without proper skills could be fatal. Gathering his courage, Fujimiya Sora recognizes that he must act now. Despite his fear, he draws his sword from its sheath. Meanwhile, one of the wolves jumps at the girls. The girl wielding the swords attempts to defend herself, but the wolf's attack forces her to lose one of her swords. The remaining girl's fear is evident as she clutches her last sword tightly. With the wolves lunging towards them, a surge of determination courses through Fujimiya Sora. His heart races as he springs into action, fueled by a newfound courage. Fujimiya Sora throws his sword with all his might at one of the leaping wolves. The unexpected sight of the flying sword striking the wolf's face astonishes the girls. The wolf drops to the ground, blood pouring from its mouth, the sword having pierced through it. Fujimiya Sora is equally amazed and shocked by what he just achieved, taking in the realization that he has actually killed a wolf. The girl brandishing the sword seizes the opportunity created by Fujimiya Sora's action, using her weapon to fend off the remaining wolves. Yet, one wolf manages to evade her attack, setting its sights on Fujimiya Sora and charging directly at him. Apologizing for missing the wolf, the girl focuses on her own defense. As the wolf closes in on Fujimiya Sora, his eyes widen with the realization of the imminent danger. Panic sets in as he contemplates the possibility of his impending demise. Amidst his fear, Fujimiya Sora mentally urges himself to fight the wolf, even though he lacks any weapon. Just as the wolf leaps towards him, Fujimiya Sora spots the sword that had been dropped by the girl earlier. Instinctively, Fujimiya Sora jumps in an attempt to reach the sword lying on the ground before the wolf reaches him. With a sudden burst of determination, Fujimiya Sora reaches the sword lying on the ground and manages to thrust it into the wolf that had leaped at him. The sword penetrates the wolf's body, immobilizing it in an instant. Trembling hands clutching the sword, Fujimiya Sora grapples with the reality of having survived and successfully defended himself. Overwhelmed with disbelief, he reflects on how he managed to defeat the wolf and come to the aid of the girls. As he gazes up, he notices the girls hurrying towards him. Still processing the events, Fujimiya Sora is taken aback. The girl who had been wielding the swords extends her hand to him, expressing gratitude for his assistance in creating an opportunity for her to counterattack. She sincerely thanks Fujimiya Sora for his pivotal role in the battle. The other girl standing beside them, who goes by the name Chris, adds that Fujimiya Sora's intervention was truly valuable. Fujimiya Sora exchanges a glance with the girls and then takes the extended hand, allowing himself to be pulled up to his feet. The girl who had been wielding the swords introduces herself as Rurika, expressing her pleasure at meeting Fujimiya Sora. The other girl, Chris, also introduces herself. Fujimiya Sora reciprocates by introducing himself as well. Rurika smiles warmly and suggests that they proceed with the task of dismantling the wolves while they're still fresh. Fujimiya Sora is taken aback by the term dismantling and is momentarily lost for words, prompting him to inquire about what exactly the girls mean by that. With the threat of the wolves eliminated, Fujimiya Sora finds himself uncertain about what he should do next. Just as he is pondering his next steps, Rurika and Chris propose the idea of dismantling the defeated wolves. Rurika takes a knife and proceeds to slice open one of the wolves, causing Fujimiya Sora to feel queasy and triggering a gag reflex. Observing Fujimiya Sora's reaction, Rurika notices his discomfort and asks if he is alright. Fujimi Asura responds by explaining that he is new to being an adventurer and hasn't encountered something like this before. Rurika is surprised by his admission and questions how he managed to defeat 2 wolves on his own if it was his first time. Fujimi Asura attributes his success to luck and holds up his trembling hands, confessing that the incident has left him shaken. Then, unexpectedly, Fujimi Asura breaks into a smile and laughter. He is puzzled by his own reaction and the surge of excitement he is feeling. Fujimi Asura recollects how, in the heat of the moment, he threw his sword without a clear intention, only realizing his actions afterward. He recalls feeling an unusual excitement during that moment. Puzzled by his own reaction, he questions why he felt excited about harming a living creature, as it's not his nature to do so. Rurika interrupts his thoughts by calling him over, snapping him out of his contemplation. She explains her intention to show him the process of dismantling a monster since the meat can fetch a good price. Chris, however, informs Rurika that she has already completed her own dismantling. Rurika encourages Chris to rest, acknowledging her exhaustion from the recent battle. Turning her attention back to Fujimi Asura, Rurika emphasizes the importance of monster dismantling for adventurers and encourages him to give it his best effort. Fujimi Asura, displaying determination, assures Rurika that he will do his best to learn. He recalls the conversation he had with Rurika while she demonstrated the process of dismantling a monster. Fujimi Asura proceeds to explain that Rurika and Chris form a D-rank party of 2 adventurers. On the day in question, they had ventured into the forest for a quest to collect killer bee honey. Fujimi Asura goes on to recount their encounter with a pack of wolves near the killer bee's nest. Utilizing their magic skills, Rurika and Chris manage to bewilder most of the wolves and evade them. Chris, however, ran out of mana during the process, but not before she had dispatched 4 of the wolves. As Rurika continues to dismantle the wolves, she laments that their original quest for killer bee honey might now be compromised. While attempting to mimic Rurika's actions in dismantling his own wolf, Fujimi Asura's thoughts wander. He reflects on how, once he had calmed down, he realized that Rurika was dressed quite lightly. Observing Rurika, who appears to be around his age, Fujimi Asura contemplates whether she might be revealing a bit too much skin for her age. Suddenly, Rurika catches Fujimi Asura's gaze and inquires about what he is looking at. Fujimi Asura quickly averts his eyes and claims he wasn't looking at anything in particular. Just as he avoids Rurika's gaze, Chris steps in front of Fujimi Asura and fixes her gaze on him. Flustered, Fujimi Asura hurriedly shifts his attention elsewhere. Chris questions Fujimi Asura if something is bothering him. As he repeatedly stabs the deceased wolf, Fujimi Asura mentally reminds himself not to focus on the girl's attire. Chris maintains a smile, while Rurika asks Fujimi Asura if he is prepared to begin dismantling. Rurika deftly extracts an organ from the deceased wolf, explaining to Fujimi Asura that this particular organ, known as a magic stone, is located beside the heart. She informs Fujimi Asura that magic stones hold considerable value. Fujimi Asura gazes at the organ, his revulsion evident. Struggling to control his urge to vomit, he places a hand over his mouth. Observing this, the girls inquire if he is feeling alright. Comparing the outcomes of Fujimi Asura's and Rurika's dismantling efforts reveals that Rurika was notably more successful. Disheartened by the contrast, Fujimi Asura deprecates himself as worthless. Rurika, attempting to console him, explains that not everyone can immediately excel at dismantling, and that practice is essential for improvement. She then instructs Fujimi Asura to gather the results of their dismantling efforts into a bag. Fujimi Asura, however, requests the girls to wait for a moment while he activates his cleaning magic. Water envelops them, washing away the residue from their task. Rurika and Chris are taken aback by Fujimi Asura's use of this magical skill. Fujimi Asura informs Rurika and Chris that the cleaning is complete. The 2 girls examine themselves, noting that all the dirt has been washed away. Amazed and grateful for Fujimi Asura's magical ability, they express their thanks for its use. Rurika remarks on the rarity of Fujimi Asura's cleaning magic, highlighting that not many individuals are adept at utilizing it effectively. Concerned by the attention drawn to his magical skill, Fujimi Asura reflects on how he had kept his abilities a secret and realizes the importance of maintaining this discretion. Together, they pack the dismantled wolf parts into bags and securely fasten them along with Fujimi Asura's belongings. Rurika expresses concern about whether Fujimi Asura can handle the bags of dismantled wolves along with his own luggage due to the potential weight. Fujimi Asura confidently asserts that he can manage it, stating that he's strong enough to carry the load. With ease, Fujimi Asura places the luggage on his back, prompting surprised looks from the girls. He then suggests they return to Alessia Kingdom. Together, they start their journey back. During the return trip, Fujimiya Sora's thoughts drift back to the encounter with the spirit just before the incident with the wolves. He gazes back to where he had encountered the spirit but finds nothing there. Realizing the spirit may have moved on, he turns his attention back to the path ahead and resumes walking with Rurika and Chris. Fujimiya Sora reflects on the tranquility of the walk back and notes that despite facing challenges, his first quest outside the town was a successful endeavor.
Back at the Adventurers Guild, Mikaru warmly welcomes the returning adventurers, including Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan. Interested in Fujimiya Sora's companions, Mikaru asks how he ended up with Rurika-chan and Chris-chan. Rurika-chan explains that they crossed paths while on their own quest. She places the bags containing the wolf meat that Fujimiya Sora had been carrying onto the reception desk, indicating their intention to sell it. Mikaru's excitement is palpable as he examines the bags brimming with wolf meat. He expresses his astonishment at the significant quantity of meat that Rurika-chan and Fujimiya Sora have brought in. Opening one of the bags, he notices that some of the meat pieces are poorly cut, likely done by Fujimiya Sora. Mikaru asks Rurika-chan if these poorly cut pieces are meant for disposal. This causes Fujimiya Sora to feel a mix of disappointment and embarrassment. Mikaru assures Rurika-chan and Fujimiya Sora that, considering the large amount of wolf meat they'd brought in, the guild will take care of disposing of the lower quality pieces at no cost. Fujimiya Sora's feelings of shame are evident, while Rurika-chan attempts to uplift his spirits. Fujimiya Sora then places another bag onto the reception desk in front of Mikaru. Once again, Mikaru is astonished by the bag brimming with an abundance of medicinal herbs that Fujimiya Sora has collected. After successfully selling both the wolf meat and the medicinal herbs at the Adventurers Guild, Mikaru arranges for the bags to be loaded onto a trolley for easier transportation. Taking a moment to catch up with Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, Mikaru inquires about the outcome of their killer bee quest. With a hint of disappointment in her voice, Rurika-chan explains that they were unable to approach the bee nest due to encountering a large number of wolves. The presence of wolves hindered their progress, preventing them from completing the quest. As Rurika-chan relays the story of the wolves, the attention of everyone in the Adventurers Guild seems to turn towards her. Fujimiya Sora observes the curious atmosphere in the guild and wonders about the underlying tension. Suddenly, a man rushes to the reception desk. Mikaru addresses him as the guild master, indicating that he is the owner of the Adventurers Guild. The guild master's voice trembles with desperation and shock as he questions whether there are truly wolf monsters near the forest close to the royal capital. Rurika-chan, Fujimiya Sora, and Chris-chan share serious expressions as they gaze at the distressed man. He continues, explaining that wolves have never been a common sight in the forest near the royal capital, making it an ideal location for rookie adventurers to take on quests. With a sense of urgency, the guild master declares that he will convene an emergency meeting, mandatory for all party leaders of rank B and above. The room fills with a palpable concern as everyone absorbs the gravity of the situation. Turning his attention to Mikaru, the guild master instructs her to disseminate this information to other guilds and to the royal castle. As he prepares to leave, he cautions Rurika-chan, Fujimiya Sora, and Chris-chan to exercise extreme caution should they venture beyond the capital again. Exiting the Adventurers Guild, the three of them stand at the gate, exchanging concerned glances. Fujimiya Sora breaks the silence, remarking on the significance of the encounter with the guild master, while Rurika-chan responds, admitting that she hadn't anticipated the event escalating to such a magnitude. Rurika-chan expresses her satisfaction at successfully selling the wolf meat. Fujimiya Sora, however, hesitates about taking his share of the reward since the meat he dismantled wasn't part of the sale. Rurika-chan reassures Fujimiya Sora that he deserves his share, as his assistance was instrumental in defeating half of the wolves. She then extends an invitation for dinner to Fujimiya Sora, mentioning that there are some things she would like to discuss with him. Holding the bag containing the meat portions Fujimiya Sora cut, Rurika-chan explains that there's a nearby restaurant that specializes in preparing meals with ingredients brought in by customers. She proposes they go there and have a meal prepared from the wolf meat pieces Fujimiya Sora handled. Fujimiya Sora's face lights up with excitement upon hearing about such a unique place, and he enthusiastically agrees to the idea. Rurika-chan and Chris-chan bid farewell to Fujimiya Sora, explaining that they need to store their equipment and instruct him to meet them again at dusk in the same location. With a nod, Fujimiya Sora takes his leave, eagerly anticipating their evening rendezvous. Continuing on their way, Rurika-chan leans in to whisper to Chris-chan, inquiring about her quiet behavior during their time with Fujimiya Sora. She playfully suggests that perhaps Chris-chan was silent because she likes Fujimiya Sora. Chris-chan's face turns red with embarrassment, and in response, she starts running ahead of Rurika-chan. Smiling at Chris-chan's reaction, Rurika-chan calls after her to wait. Fujimiya Sora, observing the girls from behind, ponders the nature of their conversation and their close bond. He reflects on their camaraderie and the fact that they formed a party together. Looking at Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, Fujimiya Sora finds himself wishing that his own status was better, so he could have joined the group of heroes he was summoned to this world with. He opens his status panel, hoping to find any improvements. As Fujimiya Sora contemplates the heroes back at Elysia Castle, he heads back to his inn. Time passes, and as evening approaches, Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan arrive at the restaurant they had agreed upon. Fujimiya Sora's mouth waters at the sight of the meal placed before them, and he can't help but express his amazement. He asks Rurika-chan and Chris-chan if the food they're enjoying is truly made from the wolf meat he helped dismantle. Rurika-chan and Chris-chan assure Fujimiya Sora that the restaurant's chef is highly skilled and that they are regular patrons here. With eager anticipation, Fujimiya Sora takes a bite of the meat in front of him, and this action causes Chris-chan to blush, which Rurika-chan notices and smiles at. They all begin to eat. Rurika-chan comments on the exceptional flavor of the meal, and Fujimiya Sora enthusiastically agrees, saying he can't believe how delicious the chef made the wolf meat taste. Fujimiya Sora internally chuckles at how he's starting to sound like one of those food critics he's seen on TV. Rurika-chan expresses her satisfaction that Fujimiya Sora enjoyed the meal. Curious, she asks him how he wasn't aware of this restaurant's existence and inquires whether he's not from the area. Fujimiya Sora gazes at Rurika-chan and shares that he's actually from a distant place, a place so far away that its name wouldn't even make sense to her. Curious, Rurika-chan probes further and asks Fujimiya Sora why he came to their region and chose to become an adventurer. Fujimiya Sora's demeanor becomes a bit uneasy, but he manages a smile and explains that various events led him to the decision of becoming an adventurer. He shares that his dream is to explore the world on foot, to venture as far as his legs can carry him. Rurika-chan and Chris-chan listen attentively to his response. Their smiles brighten and they express their admiration for his dream, mentioning that it's quite a wonderful aspiration. Rurika-chan then opens up about their own experiences, sharing that she and Chris-chan have traveled to different countries in the past. They add that they plan to stay in the Elysia Kingdom for a while longer. With a shared look and smiles exchanged between Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, they extend an unexpected offer to Fujimiya Sora. They ask if he would be interested in forming a party with them during the time they're in the Elysia Kingdom. Fujimiya Sora is taken aback by this proposition, finding it hard to believe that someone would genuinely invite him to join their party. With a grateful smile, Fujimiya Sora accepts Rurika-chan and Chris-chan's invitation to form a party. The girls express their gratitude for his decision. Rurika-chan then inquires about Fujimiya Sora's plans for the next day. Fujimiya Sora responds that he currently doesn't have any plans, even though he had been considering taking on more delivery tasks. Rurika-chan blushes a little as she informs Fujimiya Sora that she has something in mind for the two of them to do together, leaving Fujimiya Sora intrigued about her intentions. The following day at the Adventurers Guild, Rurika-chan and Fujimiya Sora stand facing each other, each holding a wooden sword in their hands. Rurika-chan appears confident, while Fujimiya Sora looks a bit puzzled and apprehensive. Fujimiya Sora's nerves are evident as he asks Rurika-chan about the nature of the activity they're about to engage in. Rurika-chan explains that she's been reflecting on their encounter with the wolves in the forest and has noticed that even though Fujimiya Sora's movements seemed unrefined, he still managed to target the wolves' vulnerable points accurately. Fujimiya Sora, internally attributing his success to his purchased swordsmanship skill, asks Rurika-chan why they are currently facing each other with wooden swords. Rurika-chan clarifies that she wanted to engage in a practice duel to better understand Fujimiya Sora's combat skills. She emphasizes that there's no time for further questions and suddenly charges toward Fujimiya Sora, initiating their impromptu sword battle. However, faced with Rurika-chan's swift approach, Fujimiya Sora becomes uncertain and hesitates, unsure of how to react. Rurika-chan initiates an impromptu training battle with Fujimiya Sora. She swiftly jumps into action, striking Fujimiya Sora with both of her swords using both hands, while Fujimiya Sora focuses on defending against her attacks. Rurika-chan maintains her relentless assault, delivering a series of strikes that Fujimiya Sora must desperately block and parry. Despite his defensive efforts, Rurika-chan's onslaught keeps pushing Fujimiya Sora backward. During the training, Rurika-chan encourages Fujimiya Sora to not just focus on defense, but to counterattack as well. As Rurika-chan raises both of her swords for another strike, Fujimiya Sora notices an opening in her defense at her back. Recognizing this opportunity, Fujimiya Sora decides to seize it and attempts to position himself behind her for an attack. Utilizing his swordsmanship skill, Fujimiya Sora manages to deftly maneuver his sword to aim precisely where he wants. Just as Fujimiya Sora is about to execute his attack from behind, his strike is met by Rurika-chan's swift defensive maneuver, blocking his attempt. Fujimiya Sora's confusion deepens as he realizes that Rurika-chan cleverly used one of her swords to parry his attack, and then she swiftly strikes his sword out of his hand, leaving him defenseless. The training session concludes with Fujimiya Sora standing disarmed and everyone present impressed by Rurika-chan's combat skills. Fujimiya Sora falls back onto the ground, acknowledging Rurika-chan's strength and skill. As Fujimiya Sora reflects on the battle, Rurika-chan provides feedback, mentioning that Fujimiya Sora's speed is adequate, but his movements are too predictable. She also commends his attempt to attack her from behind. Fujimiya Sora playfully comments on Rurika-chan's unconventional movements compared to his own predictability, making her laugh. While Fujimiya Sora and Rurika-chan are conversing, a spirit suddenly appears from behind Rurika-chan. Fujimiya Sora is taken aback by the appearance of the spirit, which seems to be the same one he encountered in the forest earlier. He watches as the spirit hovers around Rurika-chan, its presence seemingly unnoticed by everyone else. Rurika-chan notices Fujimiya Sora's surprised expression and asks him if something is wrong, showing her confusion. Fujimiya Sora realizes that he might be the only one who can perceive this spirit. The spirit floats closer to Fujimiya Sora's face, prompting him to wonder about its sudden appearance. He contemplates whether the spirit is concerned about him. However, before Fujimiya Sora can interact with the spirit, it vanishes. Fujimiya Sora is startled by its disappearance and starts scanning the surroundings in search of it. Meanwhile, Chris-chan approaches Rurika-chan and suggests that Fujimiya Sora might be acting strangely due to the impact of their training session. Rurika-chan dismisses the idea, saying she didn't hit him that hard. She expresses concern for Fujimiya Sora's well-being and hopes that he's alright. Rurika-chan turns her attention to Fujimiya Sora and proposes that the three of them could take on a bounty as a way to further train Fujimiya Sora. Just as they discuss this, Siphon approaches them, curious about their activities. Rurika-chan explains that they were engaged in training, specifically a practice battle for Fujimiya Sora. Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan then gathers around the wall where quests are posted, searching for a suitable bounty to undertake. Rurika-chan mentions that Fujimiya Sora needs to become stronger if he intends to travel the world on foot, emphasizing the dangers of camping. This comment triggers Fujimiya Sora's excitement about camping. Rurika-chan notices Fujimiya Sora's reaction and inquires if he has never been camping before. Fujimiya Sora admits that he hasn't, which prompts Rurika-chan to explain that camping involves spending the night outside of town, a concept that genuinely intrigues Fujimiya Sora. While considering the available quests, Rurika-chan comes across one that involves dealing with goblins and requires a 3-day journey from the city. She suggests that this quest is perfect for practicing camping and improving Fujimiya Sora's swordsmanship skill. Fujimiya Sora expresses his willingness to undertake this quest with Rurika-chan and Chris-chan. However, he raises a question about their higher levels, wondering if Rurika-chan and Chris-chan could opt for more advanced requests. Rurika-chan explains that they are accompanying Fujimiya Sora on this quest as a way of thanking him for his assistance in the forest earlier. She points out that the reward for this particular quest is quite substantial. Fujimiya Sora expresses his gratitude for their support. Rurika-chan then mentions that there's something important to be cautious about when undertaking long-distance quests like this one. Rurika-chan indicates the quest on the paper and explains to Fujimiya Sora that the journey to Rhino Village, where the mission is located, will take 3 days, making it a total of 6 days for the round trip. She emphasizes that Fujimiya Sora should prepare supplies for the entire 6-day duration, including food and medicine. Rurika-chan assures Fujimiya Sora that the reward for this quest is substantial enough to cover the expenses, but it's crucial for him to always consider supply costs when taking on such quests. She instructs Fujimiya Sora to buy whatever he needs for the trip and mentions that they will be departing tomorrow. Fujimiya Sora acknowledges Rurika-chan and Chris-chan with determination. As night falls and Fujimiya Sora returns to Ali's inn, he lies in his bed, reflecting on the upcoming journey with a mix of excitement and anticipation. He contemplates how the adventure with Rurika-chan and Chris-chan is bound to be enjoyable with the three of them together. Lying in his bed, Fujimiya Sora reflects on his nervousness about camping for the first time. Suddenly, the spirit he encountered earlier reappears, hovering above him. Fujimiya Sora questions why the spirit is in his room and asks if it's following him. With gratitude and a smile, Fujimiya Sora thanks the spirit for looking after him. He reaches out to touch the spirit, but his hand goes through it, causing the spirit to become agitated. Fujimiya Sora apologizes for his unintentional action, explaining that he wanted to pet the spirit since it seems soft. As Fujimiya Sora begins to drift into sleep, he expresses his happiness at seeing the spirit before eventually dozing off. The spirit moves closer to Fujimiya Sora and snuggles beside him on the bed, offering comfort and companionship. Fujimiya Sora finds solace in the spirit's presence as he falls asleep, reminded that having a friend by his side can be truly healing. The following morning arrives, and Fujimiya Sora joins Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, prepared for their first camping trip together and Fujimiya Sora's first camping experience overall. Excitement bubbles within Fujimiya Sora as he carries the luggage for himself, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan. Rurika-chan gazes at the morning sky and comments on the beauty of heading out beyond the royal capital. Fujimiya Sora reflects on the appearance of the spirit he encountered the previous night and wonders if he'll encounter it again soon, though it vanished before he woke up in the morning. As they approach the town's gate leading outside, guards ask for the identification of Rurika-chan, Chris-chan, and Fujimiya Sora. After verifying their IDs and adventurer ranks, 2 D-rank adventurers and 1 E-rank adventurer, the guard cautions them about the recent incident involving the wolf monsters. While he assumes they'd already heard about it, he advises them to exercise caution as they venture outside the town. Assuring the guard, Chris-chan, Rurika-chan, and Fujimiya Sora promise to be cautious. Their journey is directed towards Sai Village, located about a 3-day walk to the south of the royal capital. As they proceed, they notice that during the initial 2 hours of walking, they encounter only a handful of people passing by. They speculate that this could be due to the recent wolf sightings in the herd collecting ground. Along the route to Sai Village, Fujimiya Sora's attention is drawn to the fluffy grass growing on the sides of the road. Despite his desire to dive into it, he refrains, considering that Rurika-chan and Chris-chan have joined this trip for his sake, and he shouldn't act as he pleases. Amidst Fujimiya Sora's contemplation, Rurika-chan playfully plunges into the grass, urging Chris-chan and Fujimiya Sora to join her. Encouraged by Rurika-chan's excitement, they all find themselves lying in the soft grass and gazing at the clear blue sky. Rurika-chan comments on the beauty of the day, and as she rolls over, she unexpectedly tumbles into a swamp. Covered in dirt and water, she stands up in embarrassment, explaining the situation to Chris-chan and Fujimiya Sora. Fujimiya Sora uses his cleaning magic to swiftly clean Rurika-chan, who thanks him, albeit with a slightly red face. Meanwhile, Chris-chan, holding her scepter and observing the interaction, smiles warmly. Fujimiya Sora realizes that using magic like his cleaning spell consumes his MP, as evidenced by his status panel. Fujimiya Sora reflects on his growing understanding of the various types of skills he possesses. He notes that there are skills that utilize MP, magic points, skills that use SP, skill points, and some skills that require neither MP nor SP. Fujimiya Sora explains that daily life magic, like his cleaning magic, consumes MP, whereas active skills like appraisal and sensing use SP only when being actively utilized. On the other hand, his physical enhancement and swordsmanship skills are passive, so they don't use up MP or SP when applied. Fujimiya Sora ponders the relationship between MP and magic skills, and how SP seems to be associated with other types of abilities. He emphasizes the importance of SP despite its different role from MP. Fujimiya Sora recalls an incident when he exhausted both his MP and SP, leading him to faint in his inn. Additionally, he observes a unique aspect of his skills. When he uses skills while walking, neither his SP nor MP appears to be depleted. This revelation adds a layer of complexity to his understanding of his abilities. Fujimiya Sora continues to ponder the intricacies of his skills and how his walking ability seems to prevent SP or MP depletion when using skills while walking. He hypothesizes that this unique characteristic might stem from his walking skills' inherent ability to prevent fatigue. Fujimiya Sora reflects that even though this walking skill protects his SP or MP while using single skills while walking, using multiple skills simultaneously will still deplete his SP. Despite this limitation, Fujimiya Sora acknowledges the usefulness of his skills and expresses his appreciation for his walking skills' capabilities. As they journey towards Sai Village, Rurika-chan becomes captivated by a group of butterflies. She stops in her tracks to observe their vibrant and colorful wings, entranced by their beauty. Butterflies fly around the flowers as Rurika-chan watches them. Fujimiya Sora uses his skill to learn that these flying creatures are not actually butterflies. They are flying insect grass, a type of plant found in the Elysia Kingdom. This plant looks like insects, but it's a plant. The center of these plants has tasty honey that you can enjoy using a rolled too, and even the wing-like petals can be eaten. Fujimiya Sora is surprised by all this information. He's amazed that these amazing plants look like butterflies and have delicious honey. He wants to try eating the plant, so he calls out to Rurika-chan and explains that these flying things are plants, not insects, and they have honey that can be eaten. He asks Chris-chan and Rurika-chan if they want to try it too. Chris-chan blushes when Fujimiya Sora mentions her name and eagerly agrees to try it. Rurika-chan notices Chris-chan blushing and smiles. Rurika-chan comments that she didn't know these flying creatures were actually plants and expresses her curiosity about the taste of the honey. She asks Chris-chan if she's curious too. Chris-chan, who has a crush on Fujimiya Sora, becomes confused. Rurika-chan excitedly grabs one of the flying insect grasses and mentions that she has one. She examines it and asks Fujimiya Sora if he said the honey can be sucked from the tube on top of these plants. All three of them take a flying insect grass and start to suck from the tube on top. While enjoying the honey's sweet and flavorful taste in their mouths, they are all pleasantly surprised. Fujimiya Sora mentions the layered fruity taste he detects. Rurika-chan adds that because it's fresh, there's no bitterness, making it even better. Chris-chan expresses her fondness for the honey's scent. Rurika-chan wonders if they can also eat the wing-like petals, and Fujimiya Sora suggests they can try. Rurika-chan then proposes using these flying insect grasses to cook something delicious for a break. Fujimiya Sora and Chris-chan become excited at the idea, and Fujimiya Sora anticipates that this will be their first camping meal together. Fujimiya Sora and Rurika-chan's excitement fills the air as they eagerly talk about creating a delicious meal, while Chris-chan observes them. Rurika-chan suggests making a salad using the freshly picked leaves from the butterfly grass. Chris-chan and Rurika-chan, who are experienced in monster dismantling, efficiently separate the butterfly grass wings. They notice Fujimiya Sora pausing, looking conflicted as he tears apart one. He admits feeling slightly guilty even though they're just plants. After removing the wings, they assemble a butterfly grass salad. As they eat the butterfly grass wings, Fujimiya Sora exclaims about their deliciousness. He describes the salad as fresh and crunchy, and how the sweet and sour flavors delight his taste buds. Fujimiya Sora marvels at how the petals from the butterfly grass taste like fruit. Rurika-chan and Chris-chan join in eating the salad and share their inability to stop enjoying it. Rurika-chan suggests that the butterfly grass wings might be even better when eaten raw, and she proposes using the honey-filled wings as a spread on bread for a main dish. As she talks, Rurika-chan notices something in the distance and becomes intrigued. she spots a cow grazing in the distance. With excitement, she asks Chris Chan to accompany her, and they both rush toward the cow. Fujimiya Sora, puzzled, observes their actions and wonders why they are seemingly trying to attack the cow. Rurika Chan and Chris Chan skillfully employ their abilities and manage to make the wild cow fall asleep on the ground. Rurika Chan takes out a container and begins to gently extract milk from the cow into it. Fujimiya Sora is astonished by the sight of the girls skillfully milking the cow. Approaching the girls, Fujimiya Sora expresses his concern that he thought they were going to harm the wild cow. Rurika Chan turns to Fujimiya Sora and explains that they don't take lives unnecessarily, and they only do so if it's required. She clarifies that since they only needed milk from the wild cow, they won't harm it and will share its resources instead. Fujimiya Sora smiles and agrees, understanding their perspective. After extracting milk from the wild cow, Fujimiya Sora, Rurika Chan, and Chris Chan also discovers some transparent bird eggs with translucent shells. Combining the cow milk, bird eggs, and butterfly grass honey nectar, they add bread slices to the mixture and let it soak. Rurika Chan then clears an area and cuts some grass, while Fujimiya Sora digs a hole and uses his magic to start a fire with firewood. Placing a frying pan on the fire, a tool Fujimiya Sora received from the skewer shop's old man, they add butter that they brought along. As the fire heats up the frying pan, the enticing aroma of cooking food fills the air. Fujimiya Sora, Rurika Chan, and Chris Chan work together to prepare a delicious meal using the ingredients they gathered during their journey. Subsequently, they place the fully soaked bread into the frying pan, and it immediately begins to sizzle. After frying the bread to perfection, they take it out and drizzle it with honey from the butterfly grass, garnishing it with some butterfly grass wings. Picking up his plate and admiring the French toast they'd just prepared, Fujimiya Sora expresses his excitement about the sweet and fragrant aroma and how incredible this other world is. Rurika Chan and Chris Chan bring out more plates and set them on the ground, explaining that they prepared something akin to galettes, using honey, hot milk, and flour. Fujimiya Sora is amazed at their cooking skills. Seated around their meal, Chris Chan, Fujimiya Sora, and Rurika Chan say a prayer of thanks before delving into their food. With the midday sun shining, the endless blue sky, a gentle breeze in the meadow, and their meal in front of them, the moment holds a wonderful sense of contentment for Fujimiya Sora, Chris Chan, and Rurika Chan. Fujimiya Sora happily comments on the delightful combination of the sweet and sour leaves with the fragrant honey as he continues enjoying his hot French toast. Rurika Chan agrees, expressing her surprise at the unexpectedly delicious meal they created during this expedition. She turns to Chris Chan, mentioning how well honey and butter complement each other, a sentiment that Chris Chan affirms. Amidst their conversation, Fujimiya Sora once again spots the spirit reappearing behind Rurika Chan. Quietly and discreetly, he positions his hand behind his back, holding a fork with a piece of toast on it, inviting the spirit to partake. The spirit accepts the offering and takes the bite from the fork. Fujimiya Sora is taken by the spirit's cuteness, while Chris Chan notices Fujimiya Sora's interaction with the spirit, though she remains silent about it. Fujimiya Sora then tells the girls about how he found the milk galette and nutty tea to be equally delicious. Rurika Chan expresses her happiness that Fujimiya Sora enjoyed the meal. Meanwhile, Chris Chan watches the interaction between Fujimiya Sora and Rurika Chan and reflects on her own difficulty in communicating effectively with Fujimiya Sora, even though they are adventuring together. Observing Chris Chan's demeanor, Rurika Chan recognizes that Chris Chan tends to struggle with communication when she feels nervous or unsure. Trying to ease the atmosphere, Rurika Chan suddenly voices her desire for a bag that can keep dishes warm for days. This statement surprises Fujimiya Sora, prompting him to exclaim in disbelief, asking if such a convenient bag really exists. Rurika Chan recalls seeing such a bag being sold at an auction and mentions its capability of keeping freshly made food warm for an extended period. However, she explains that the bag is prohibitively expensive, preventing her from purchasing it. Rurika Chan then looks towards Chris Chan and mentions space magic, wondering if it might be related to the bag's functionality. With a playful wink, Rurika Chan nudges Chris Chan to explain further since it's a topic Chris Chan is more knowledgeable about. Chris Chan hesitates briefly, then takes a breath and begins to explain that space magic is different from the concept of the bag. As Chris-chan attempts to explain space magic to Rurika-chan and Fujimiya Sora, she becomes flustered and begins to stutter. Both Rurika-chan and Fujimiya Sora patiently await Chris-chan's explanation. However, Chris-chan's nervousness gets the better of her, and she apologizes for not being able to continue. Fujimiya Sora reassures Chris-chan that it's okay, sharing that he often makes mistakes himself. Encouraged by Rurika-chan, Chris-chan decides to give it another try. Taking a moment to gather her thoughts, Chris-chan explains that spatial magic is a type of magic that grants the user control over space itself. She goes on to elaborate that there's a specific form of this magic known as storage magic. A visual illustration shows a man using his storage magic to place roast beef on a table. Chris-chan clarifies that when items are stored using this magic, time essentially stops for them. This means that anything stored using storage magic can be retrieved and consumed while still being fresh. Rurika-chan observes Chris-chan, impressed by her efforts to explain, while Fujimiya Sora listens attentively to Chris-chan's explanation. Chris-chan continues by noting that there aren't many practitioners of space magic and shares that she's heard possessing such magic can even lead to invitations from higher-ranked parties, even if someone lacks combat skills. Throughout her explanation, Chris-chan worries about speaking for too long. Once Chris-chan finishes explaining, Rurika-chan applauds her, acknowledging her clear explanation. Fujimiya Sora chimes in, expressing his newfound understanding of the importance and convenience of space magic. He also shares his aspiration to eventually learn how to use it. Chris-chan smiles at Fujimiya Sora's words, and he reflects on how he had previously checked the list of abilities he could acquire with his skill points before leaving the town. But he hadn't seen anything related to space magic that he could learn. Fujimiya Sora's thoughts shift to the concept of skill points and how he can use them to learn new skills. He ponders the nature of skill points and what exactly they are. Turning to Chris-chan, he explains that when he discovered daily life magic, he was able to use it without much prior knowledge, and he wonders if this experience is typical for everyone. Chris-chan hesitates a bit, but then tells Fujimiya Sora that it's generally common for people to suddenly gain magical abilities and instinctively know how to use them. Fujimiya Sora then asks Chris-chan if this implies that whether or not someone can use a specific type of magic depends on luck. Chris-chan confirms his understanding, explaining that it's indeed a matter of luck. She adds that she's heard about rare cases where people learn magic from spell books, but these books use special characters that can be difficult to understand if someone isn't familiar with them. Fujimiya Sora expresses his gratitude to Chris-chan for explaining things and playfully laughs as she blushes and becomes quiet. To ease the slight awkwardness, he starts talking about something random, mentioning how soft and fluffy futons are. This comment perplexes Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, and they exchange silent glances, unsure of what Fujimiya Sora is talking about. Fujimiya Sora himself realizes the randomness of his comment and chuckles about it. He then changes the topic to their journey, reflecting on how they've been walking for a considerable time and taking breaks whenever possible. Fujimiya Sora attributes his lack of fatigue during the journey to his skill walking, which seemingly prevents him from feeling tired no matter how far he travels. He ponders how much distance they covered together with Rurika-chan and Chris-chan during their adventure. As Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan continue walking toward their destination, an eerie sensation washes over Fujimiya Sora as if someone or something is observing him. He turns around, scanning the road behind him, but finds no one there. Despite the lack of visible presence, he can't shake off the feeling of being watched or followed. Concerned, Rurika-chan and Chris-chan inquire if something is amiss. Fujimiya Sora dismisses their worries with a laugh, trying to downplay the situation. However, even after reassuring his companions, the sensation of being monitored persists as they travel. Fujimiya Sora recalls how this unsettling feeling began when he acquired the presence detection ability. He reflects that ever since leaving the royal castle, he's occasionally experienced the sensation of being under surveillance. As Fujimiya Sora ponders the possibility that someone from the royal castle might be observing him, he questions the logic of such surveillance, considering that he's been expelled from the castle and wonders why they would bother monitoring him from afar. Seeking a solution, he accesses his status panel, exploring the available abilities he could learn. Ultimately, he chooses to use his skill points to acquire the appraisal inhibition skill, which might help him in concealing his ability to appraise items and people. As the sun starts to dip below the horizon, Rurika-chan spots a suitable tree and suggests making camp for the night. Fujimiya Sora feels a surge of excitement, realizing that this will be his first time spending a night outside of the town, camping in the wild. Preparations for dinner are on the horizon, but Rurika-chan suggests an important step before eating. She proposes that each member of the group share their abilities. This way, in case of an emergency, they will have a better understanding of each other's skills and can cooperate effectively. Rurika-chan begins by revealing her abilities: physical enhancement and enemy detection. Chris-chan follows, detailing her talents in daily life magic, fire magic, and wind magic. Continuing the conversation, Rurika-chan turns her attention to Fujimiya Sora, asking him about his skills. However, before Fujimiya Sora can respond, Rurika-chan acknowledges that some skills might be better kept private, just as she and Chris-chan also have skills they'd rather not reveal. This understanding from Rurika-chan makes Fujimiya Sora reflect on how he won't know everything about his companions either, and he considers the implications of sharing certain skills. Fujimiya Sora realizes that he possesses a few low-level skills that he's unsure about using in real combat situations. He's concerned that if he discloses these skills to Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, it might complicate matters if they were to request him to use those skills. After contemplating this, Fujimiya Sora decides to share that his skills include daily life magic and transportation. Rurika-chan finds his transportation skill to be fitting for him and chuckles. With their skills disclosed, Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan proceeds to prepare dinner together. Rurika-chan informs Fujimiya Sora about their usual camping meals consisting of simple soup, bread, and dried meat, with preserved food being the mainstay. Fujimiya Sora observes that this means preserved food is a significant part of their diet, and Rurika-chan confirms that the indulgent meal they enjoyed earlier was an exception rather than the norm. As they sit down to eat, Rurika-chan mentions the limited variety in preserved food options and the scarcity of delicious choices, prompting Fujimiya Sora to consider how valuable space magic users must be for having more options. After dinner, as the sun sets, Rurika-chan suggests it's time to sleep. She explains their nighttime routine. One person will keep watch while the other two rest. Rurika-chan asks Fujimiya Sora if he's comfortable keeping watch while she and Chris-chan sleep. Considering it's Fujimiya Sora's first time, she proposes that two people take the first watch tonight. Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan then prepares to settle in for the night. Fujimiya Sora assures them that he's fine taking the first watch alone, acknowledging his lack of fatigue due to his walking skill and the benefits of his presence detection skill. He volunteers for the duty, attributing his wakefulness to his excitement for the trip. Rurika-chan agrees, stating that if Fujimiya Sora is up for it, she and Chris-chan will leave the watch to him. Chris-chan bids Fujimiya Sora goodnight and joins Rurika-chan in settling down to sleep. As Chris-chan falls asleep and Fujimiya Sora remains by the fire, keeping watch, Rurika-chan approaches him from behind. She calls out to Fujimiya Sora, indicating that she wants to have a private conversation with him. Just the two of them. Rurika-chan steps out from behind a tree and approaches Fujimiya Sora, expressing her desire to have a private conversation. Fujimiya Sora's curiosity is piqued as he wonders about the topic she wants to discuss. Taking a seat by the fire next to him, Rurika-chan initiates the conversation by commending Fujimiya Sora for his excellent performance on their first day of camping. Fujimiya Sora humbly acknowledges her praise, noting that Rurika-chan also contributed significantly. Rurika-chan admits to feeling a bit nervous for Fujimiya Sora, considering it was his first camping experience. However, she quickly realized that her concerns were unnecessary, as Fujimiya Sora's proficiency in camping became apparent. She attributes his skill to his dream of traveling the world, implying that his enthusiasm for the journey has honed his camping abilities. Fujimiya Sora responds with gratitude, acknowledging that his success was due in no small part to Rurika-chan and Chris-chan's extensive camping experience, which made the whole endeavor much smoother for him. Fujimiya Sora inquires about Rurika-chan and Chris-chan's 3 years of companionship, wondering if there were any memorable moments that stood out to her during that time. Reflecting on his question, Rurika-chan mentions the Empire Arena, catching Fujimiya Sora's attention. Confirming whether she's referring to the Bashiel Empire, Rurika-chan explains that she was invited to the arena once, but she didn't enjoy the experience. She felt uncomfortable and as though she was being treated as a spectacle. Fujimiya Sora empathizes with her sentiments, agreeing that such an experience wouldn't be pleasant. Rurika-chan acknowledges that despite the negative aspects, there are still many positive aspects to being an adventurer. She elaborates on how the smiles of satisfied clients make her grateful for her role as an adventurer. Fujimiya Sora listens intently, captivated by Rurika-chan's description of her journey as an adventurer. Fujimiya Sora expresses his understanding of the positive emotions Rurika-chan described, sharing that he also experiences happiness and fulfillment during his adventures. Their shared sentiment brings a sense of camaraderie as they share laughter around the bonfire. As the conversation continues, Rurika-chan shifts the topic to Chris-chan, expressing her appreciation for Fujimiya Sora's efforts in interacting with her. She shares that seeing Chris-chan open up to someone other than herself is a rare sight and that she felt glad witnessing their connection. Fujimiya Sora reciprocates the sentiment, expressing his enjoyment of their journey together and how much he values their company. However, Rurika-chan's tone takes a more serious turn as she adds a warning. She tells Fujimiya Sora that while she believes he's a nice person, if he were to ever hurt Chris-chan, she wouldn't be able to forgive him. Fujimiya Sora is taken aback by the sudden shift in mood, surprised by the intensity of Rurika-chan's protective feelings for Chris-chan. Fujimiya Sora reassures Rurika-chan that she doesn't need to worry about him hurting Chris-chan and expresses his understanding of her concern. As Rurika-chan prepares to go to bed, she tells Fujimiya Sora that this was the main topic she wanted to discuss and wishes him good night before retiring to her sleeping area. Fujimiya Sora is left alone by the fire, and he takes in the tranquility of the night. He reflects on Rurika-chan's words about protecting Chris-chan and how they're his first true friends in this new world. He's determined to cherish their friendship and avoid causing them any harm. As he sits there, Fujimiya Sora's thoughts turn to his past life in Japan, where he never had the chance to form relationships, especially with girls. He muses about his current situation and contemplates his feelings. Fujimiya Sora is left pondering what actions he should take in light of Rurika-chan's protective warning and the close bond he shares with both Rurika-chan and Chris-chan. Lost in his thoughts, Fujimiya Sora is suddenly jolted by the appearance of the spirit from earlier. The unexpected appearance startles him, and he watches as the spirit rolls on the ground and then approaches the bonfire. The spirit seems curious about the fire, and it cautiously reaches one of its ears towards the flames. However, the sudden heat of the fire surprises the spirit, and it quickly retreats from the flames. Fujimiya Sora is concerned about the spirit's well-being and asks if it's alright. Despite its initial frustration, the spirit appears to be fine. Reassuring Fujimiya Sora, relieved, Fujimiya Sora expresses his happiness at the spirit being unharmed. The spirit then begins to ascend into the sky, floating higher and higher. Fujimiya Sora watches as the spirit rises, his attention captured by the ethereal sight of the spirit against the backdrop of the night sky. As Fujimiya Sora gazes upwards, the night sky reveals a breathtaking spectacle, a vast expanse adorned with thousands of twinkling stars. The distant mountains provide a silent backdrop to this celestial display, and a gentle cold breeze caresses the surroundings. Fujimiya Sora is captivated by the sheer beauty of the scene, remarking on how he has never witnessed such a breathtaking view before. In this serene moment, Fujimiya Sora's thoughts drift to the unique circumstances he finds himself in. This journey marks his first experience of collaboration, working alongside others to achieve common goals. The foreign world he now inhabits is a realm of novelty and adventure, with each step carrying him into uncharted territory. Fujimiya Sora reflects on his companions, Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, and the bond they formed in such a short span of time. Grateful for the friendship that has swiftly developed, he decides to forge connections at his own pace, cherishing the shared experiences that are shaping his new life. With the sunrise, its warm rays gently fall upon Fujimiya Sora's face, slowly rousing him from his slumber. Two silhouettes emerge, casting their shadows upon him. As his eyes gradually open, Fujimiya Sora recognizes the figures as Rurika-chan and Chris-chan. Rurika-chan offers a cheerful morning greeting, and she informs Fujimiya Sora that it's time to begin baking bread. As she departs to attend to her task, Chris-chan and Fujimiya Sora are left sitting under the tree. In a friendly gesture, Chris-chan asks Fujimiya Sora if he needs help washing his face. Still feeling a bit groggy from sleep, Fujimiya Sora is caught off guard as Chris Chan employs her cleaning magic, splashing water on his face to help him freshen up. Initially surprised, Fujimiya Sora soon realizes the intent and finds the splash of water quite refreshing. He expresses his gratitude to Chris Chan, who is now blushing and visibly flustered. With a shy smile, she hurries to join Rurika-chan. After enjoying their breakfast, Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris Chan resumes their journey towards Sai Village, embarking on a new day of adventure together. With enthusiasm in their steps, Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris Chan continue their journey. Rurika-chan's excitement evident in her joyful shouts, encouraging them to keep walking. Amidst the journey, Fujimiya Sora takes a moment to check his status panel and discovers that he has reached level 18. He reflects on how leveling up has become more challenging lately, making this achievement all the more satisfying. While browsing through the list of learnable skills, Fujimiya Sora's attention is captured by a new entry, spatial magic. The term triggers his memory of Chris Chan discussing this magic recently. Spatial magic, known for its ability to store objects that are usually impossible to carry, piques Fujimiya Sora's interest. Determined to acquire this skill, he invests his skill points accordingly. Recognizing the growing difficulty in traditional leveling, Fujimiya Sora decides to allocate 2 of his skill points to elevate his appraisal inhibition skill to level 2. In this way, he adapts his skills to the challenges of his journey. Upon acquiring the spatial magic skill, Fujimiya Sora's curiosity prompts him to test it out immediately. He focuses his attention on his backpack, attempting to store it using the newly acquired skill. However, a notification pops up, indicating that his spatial magic skill level is insufficient for storing an object of that size. Fujimiya Sora realizes that there are limitations based on the skill's level and the size of the items. Determined to enhance his spatial magic skill, Fujimiya Sora considers smaller items for experimentation. He takes out some leftover emergency food and effortlessly stores it using the spatial magic skill. Recognizing the need to progressively increase his skill level, Fujimiya Sora resolves to practice and develop this ability over time. Amid his skill acquisition and management, Fujimiya Sora decides to expand his repertoire further. He invests skill points in skills like parallel thinking and natural recovery improvement to better equip himself. As Fujimiya Sora becomes absorbed in these activities, Rurika-chan and Chris Chan notice that he has fallen behind and pause to wait for him. Rurika-chan and Chris Chan express their concern for Fujimiya Sora, asking if everything is alright. Fujimiya Sora assures them that everything is fine and they continue their journey together. Fujimiya Sora realizes the importance of keeping his new skills a secret until he's proficient enough to use them effectively. As they journey through fields and forests, the group finally arrives at Sai Village after 2 more days of travel. Fujimiya Sora is taken aback by the existence of a village deep within the forest. Rurika-chan explains that her father had mentioned Sai Village to her before she left the capital. It's known for its focus on forestry businesses. However, upon approaching the village entrance, they're met with a shocking sight. The fence and entrance have been completely destroyed. Fujimiya Sora's concern deepens as he observes the scene, and he voices his worries to Rurika-chan and Chris Chan. Rurika-chan exclaims, surprised by the extent of the damage, that they were only dealing with 1 goblin as the target. Suddenly, a child's face appears from behind the broken fence. Upon seeing Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris Chan, the child recognizes them as adventurers. With excitement, the child asks if they are adventurers and urges them to follow him, saying he will lead them to the village head and announce their arrival. Chris Chan, Fujimiya Sora, and Rurika-chan exchange glances and then trail behind the child as he guides them into the village. Inside a room with the village head and people waiting outside, Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris Chan await the outcome of their meeting. Seated in front of the village head, they patiently anticipate the beginning of the conversation. The village head initiates the discussion by expressing his apologies to Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris Chan. Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris Chan become apprehensive upon hearing the village head's apology. The village head expresses his gratitude for their arrival and explains how the village has been besieged by relentless goblin attacks for days, leaving the villagers exhausted and on the brink. Rurika-chan inquires about the limits the village head mentioned, as their accepted quest only stated the presence of 5 goblins. The village head clarifies that when he initially requested assistance, there were only 5 goblins, but their numbers grew over time. He describes how the situation escalated from just 2 or 3 goblins to the current overwhelming onslaught. Rurika-chan acknowledges the dire circumstances and the village's plight, but she points out that if the village head was aware that the goblin numbers would increase, it should have been clearly mentioned in the quest request. Rurika-chan emphasizes that since the quest request was posted last month, the village head had sufficient time to update or modify the details, especially regarding the increasing goblin numbers. Fujimiya Sora and Chris Chan realize that this might be the reason for the unusually high reward offered for the quest. The village head expresses his embarrassment and deep apologies for the oversight. Rurika-chan inquires about the current number of goblins they need to face. Initially, the village head mentions 10 goblins, shocking Rurika-chan. However, he quickly corrects himself and states the number is actually 20. Rurika-chan becomes anxious, but then the village head changes the number again, this time to 30. Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris Chan are taken aback and infuriated, feeling deceived by the village head's constantly changing statements. They suspect that this might be a deliberate scam orchestrated by the village head. During the night, Rurika-chan and Chris Chan are sleeping in one of the huts within Sai village. Meanwhile, Fujimiya Sora remains awake, sitting alone in the darkness, contemplating the upcoming goblin subjugation. He gazes towards the forest with a mix of concern and apprehension, aware of the challenges posed by the large number of goblins they will be facing. As he reflects, Fujimiya Sora recalls the earlier conversation between Rurika-chan and the village head. Rurika-chan had inquired about the frequency of goblin attacks, to which the village head had responded that the goblins attack every few days. He mentioned that considering the goblins were present the previous night, they would likely return within the next 3 or 4 days. Fujimiya Sora's thoughts are interrupted by the memory of Rurika-chan's determination. She had assured the village head that her group would rest tonight and set out for the goblin's den early the following morning. As he continues to ponder, Fujimiya Sora feels a mixture of determination and anticipation for the upcoming challenge. In the midst of his contemplation, Fujimiya Sora wrestles with the weight of intentionally taking a creature's life, rather than by accident. He questions his own ability to carry out such an act. Fujimiya Sora's grip tightens on his sword, his trembling hands revealing his internal struggle. Positioned in the doorway, his gaze fixed outside, Fujimiya Sora finds himself lost in his thoughts. Unexpectedly, a presence approaches him. Fujimiya Sora turns to see the same child from earlier, the one they had encountered when they first entered the village. With genuine sincerity, the child addresses Fujimiya Sora as Mr. Adventurer and expresses gratitude for their arrival in the village. Fujimiya Sora observes the child's ragged clothes and takes note of the various signs of destruction around them, such as the broken fence and shattered plant pots. As Fujimiya Sora continues to observe the child, he notices tears streaming down the boy's face. The boy's distress becomes evident as he reveals that the goblins had taken not only the village's chickens, but also his cherished possession, a lucky peeper. The boy's words are punctuated by his emotional tears, conveying the depth of the villagers' hardship caused by the goblin attacks. Fujimiya Sora's mind flashes back to a book he had read about goblins taking pleasure in causing suffering, a truly unsettling thought. Suddenly, Fujimiya Sora notices something on the boy's arm and springs to his feet, moving out of the doorway. With concern, he grabs the child's arm and examines it, discovering a deep scratch. The boy reassures Fujimiya Sora, explaining that many villagers bear similar scratches and marks from the recent attacks. Reacting swiftly, Fujimiya Sora retrieves a potion bottle from his pocket, its contents shimmering with a healing aura. Carefully, he opens the bottle and pours the potion over the boy's arm. The magical elixir takes effect immediately, causing the scratch and its mark to vanish. The boy watches in amazement as the potion works its wonders. Grateful for the help, Fujimiya Sora hands the potion bottle to the boy, urging him to distribute it among the other villagers who bear similar wounds. It's a small act of kindness amidst the chaos, offering a glimmer of hope to those affected by the goblin attacks. The boy expresses concern about the value of the potion and hesitates to accept it. Fujimiya Sora reassures the boy that he should take it and keep it a secret from Rurika-chan and Chris Chan, as they might not approve. Gratefully, the boy accepts the potion, promising his silent gratitude and offering his support for Fujimiya Sora and his group. As the boy's words sink in, Fujimiya Sora's trembling hand tightens into a determined fist. He thanks the boy, his resolve solidifying. The next morning, the villagers gather as Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan prepare to depart. The village head assures them that the entire village will pray for their safety. Embarking on their journey towards the Goblin Den, Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan find themselves drawing closer to their destination. Rurika-chan senses multiple presences to the southwest, indicating the presence of the goblins. She suggests that by following this direction, they should arrive at the Goblin's Den soon. The weight of their mission hangs heavy in the air as they press onward. Apologizing to Fujimiya Sora for the unexpected turn of events, Rurika-chan expresses regret over how his first monster hunt has transformed into a more challenging situation. Fujimiya Sora reassures Rurika-chan, emphasizing that they need to address the suffering of the villagers, and he's prepared to face the challenge. Chris-chan adds her support, promising to stand by Fujimiya Sora's side, while Rurika-chan also shows her agreement with a nod. Fujimiya Sora takes a deep breath, realizing the weight of the task ahead. As they approach the Goblin's Den, Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan formulate a strategy. The plan involves Chris-chan using her magic to disorient the goblins and make them leave the den in a panic. As the goblins rush out of the den in confusion, Rurika-chan will be ready to attack and take them down. The coordinated effort aims to deal with the goblins swiftly and efficiently. Rurika-chan assures Fujimiya Sora that she and Chris-chan can handle most of the goblins according to their plan, leaving Fujimiya Sora to focus on those that manage to escape their attack. Fujimiya Sora readies his sword, anticipating the approaching goblins. However, as the goblins come closer, Fujimiya Sora is filled with confusion and doubt. He struggles to come to terms with intentionally taking the life of a living creature. Despite having seen images of rampaging goblins in books, the goblin before him appears fragile and vulnerable. Fujimiya Sora grapples with his emotions, finding it difficult to take action against the creature in front of him. He grips his sword, grappling with the internal conflict of ending a living being's life. Despite his efforts to psych himself up, Fujimiya Sora remains frozen in place, unable to carry out the action he knows is necessary. Rurika-chan's voice breaks through Fujimiya Sora's internal struggle, reminding him of the consequences of inaction. She emphasizes that while determining what is just may be complex, Fujimiya Sora has the power to prevent suffering and loss. Her words shake Fujimiya Sora from his thoughts, and he recalls the boy he spoke to and the village's dire situation. As he stands there lost in contemplation, the goblin before him launches itself with its claws extended, poised to attack. Suddenly, Fujimiya Sora snaps back to the present, his determination reignited. Swiftly and decisively, he swings his sword, cutting down the goblin that threatened him. His eyes reflect his newfound resolve, and with that action he sets aside his doubts and takes action to protect the village. With a determined strike, Fujimiya Sora eliminates the final goblin, marking the successful completion of his first monster hunt. Rurika-chan praises his achievement and confirms that the last goblin has been defeated. However, her attention is quickly drawn to Fujimiya Sora, who has a bleeding wound on his head. Fujimiya Sora wipes at his face, his hand coming away stained with blood. He exclaims his surprise at the injury, but assures everyone that it's just a scratch. Chris-chan takes out a potion to tend to Fujimiya Sora's wound, but he considers the cost and declines her offer, believing the wound will heal on its own. Despite Fujimiya Sora's protest, Chris-chan approaches him and gently guides him to the ground. With care, she applies a bandage to his head, securing it in place. Fujimiya Sora expresses his gratitude to Chris-chan for her assistance, and Rurika-chan watches the scene unfold with a smile, appreciating the bond between her companions. Once the goblin subjugation is completed, Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan gather the goblin corpses and set them on fire. This act serves multiple purposes, preventing the goblins from turning into undead, avoiding the attraction of wild animals with the scent of blood, and also honoring the lives that were lost in the process. Upon returning to the village, Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan reports their success to the village head. Rurika-chan informs him that they have managed to subjugate 34 goblins. The village head expresses his profound gratitude, acknowledging that their efforts have been instrumental in saving the village. Rurika-chan playfully chides him for his misleading request, reminding him not to manipulate adventurers. The village head promises to be more transparent in the future. In return for their heroic efforts, the village head invites Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan to a feast that the villagers have prepared in their honor. He encourages them to stay and enjoy the hospitality offered by the grateful villagers. During the evening, the villagers are in a celebratory mood, rejoicing in the successful elimination of the goblin threat. A lively feast is underway, and Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan are the guests of honor. A family approaches them with gratitude, sharing a tale of how the goblins had once posed a danger to their child. The father humbly expresses his thanks to Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan for eliminating the threat. Following them, two women approach and recount their experience of losing livestock to the goblins. They express their profound appreciation for Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan's efforts in ridding the village of this menace. As the celebration continues, nearly every villager takes the opportunity to convey their heartfelt thanks to Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan. The overwhelming gratitude of the villagers surrounds them, making them feel truly valued. Amidst this sea of gratitude, a familiar figure grabs Fujimiya Sora's arm. When Fujimiya Sora turns to look, he recognizes the same young boy he had spoken to the previous night. The young boy expresses his deep gratitude for Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan's efforts in ridding the village of the goblin threat, allowing him to play without fear. However, he notices Fujimiya Sora's injury and becomes concerned. Fujimiya Sora reassures him, mentioning that his friends have already taken care of it. This relieves the boy, and he takes a breath of relief. The boy shares his aspirations with Fujimiya Sora, expressing his desire to become an adventurer like him when he grows up. He's determined to become strong and protect his loved ones. Fujimiya Sora pats his head affectionately and encourages him, expressing his confidence that the boy can achieve his dreams. Fujimiya Sora promises to become even stronger so he won't be left behind. Grateful for Fujimiya Sora's words, the young boy thanks him once more, his heart filled with hope and determination. Just then, the boy's friends call out to him, and he looks over to see them inviting him to play. Excited, he tells Fujimiya Sora he's going to join them and bows before running off to join his friends. Fujimiya Sora waves him goodbye, reflecting on the events of the day. He considers how he took the lives of creatures with his own hands, even though the goblins had caused much harm. Fujimiya Sora remembers the battlefield with the goblins' bodies and contrasts it with the scene of carefree children playing in front of him now that the threat is gone. As he watches the children play, Fujimiya Sora realizes that by eliminating the goblins, he contributed to preserving the smiles and happiness of the villagers. He reflects on how this day will remain deeply ingrained in his memory, as it has been a day of profound experiences and meaningful impact. As Fujimiya Sora enjoys the festivities, he suddenly hears Rurika-chan complimenting the food. He turns his gaze toward her and notices her trying a new dish she's never had before. Rurika-chan shows the plate to Fujimiya Sora, encouraging him to try it as well, a sentiment that Chris-chan supports with a nod. Looking at the plate, Fujimiya Sora recognizes the meat on it as bacon. He takes a piece and bites into it, reminiscing about how the taste of bacon reminds him of home, an unexpected comfort in this unfamiliar world. Curious, Rurika-chan observes Fujimiya Sora's expressions and asks him about the emotions that his reaction seems to reflect as he appeared lost in memories of his homeland. Just then, Rurika-chan spots the village head approaching them from behind and seizes the opportunity to inquire about the bacon. The village head informs Rurika-chan that bacon is a specialty of Sai village and is not as widely traded due to its shorter shelf life compared to dried meat. Rurika-chan acknowledges this explanation. Meanwhile, Fujimiya Sora questions the village head about the rarity of bacon in this world. While Fujimiya Sora is asking this, he notices the return of the spirit he encountered earlier. He ponders on why the spirit seems to be following him. The village head expresses his happiness that Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan are enjoying the bacon. He holds a tray with more bacon and encourages them to eat as much as they'd like, mentioning that there is plenty left. With the village head holding the tray of bacon, the spirit suddenly hovers over it and swiftly consumes every last piece of bacon with a single motion. This astonishes the villagers, and conversations ripple through the crowd as they express their amazement at how the food seemingly vanished into thin air. Fujimiya Sora comes to the realization that he's the sole one who can perceive the spirit, thus it's up to him to resolve the situation and prevent further panic among the villagers. Their fear and speculations about the presence of a spirit begin to spread. As the villagers become increasingly alarmed by the possibility of a spirit's presence, they gather around the village head and skeptically examine the tray, waving their hands over it to confirm that nothing remains. The spirit itself becomes bewildered by the commotion and flees, its discomfort evident as it departs, and Fujimiya Sora observes its departure. Rurika-chan turns to the village head, seeking an explanation for the unusual occurrence. The village head clarifies to Rurika-chan that this occurrence is referred to as the fairies' prank or offerings to the spirits. He elaborates that in the years when this phenomenon happens, the entire forest flourishes with abundant growth and livestock thrives without disease. Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan listen with fascination as the village head shares this explanation. He concludes by stating that today is indeed a celebratory occasion. After the feast concludes, the villagers start dancing and celebrating, but Fujimiya Sora and Chris-chan remain seated, with Fujimiya Sora admitting to feeling quite full. As Fujimiya Sora reflects, he ponders the nature of the white, fluffy entity he has frequently seen and wonders if it could be a fairy or a spirit. He turns to Chris-chan and inquires if she possesses any knowledge about these creatures. Chris-chan responds by sharing what she has heard, stating that the existence of fairies and spirits is indeed believed in. She describes fairies as resembling small humans with wings growing from their backs. Chris-chan adds that it's said fairies can understand and speak human languages, and as the village head mentioned earlier, they are known for their penchant for playing tricks or pranks on people. Chris-chan goes on to explain that spirits have a strong connection with elves and lack a defined form or appearance. She mentions that while spirits can comprehend human speech, only a few are capable of speaking it themselves. According to what she's heard, users of spirit magic can communicate with these entities through mental communication. Fujimiya Sora attentively absorbs Chris-chan's explanations, then proceeds to compliment her not only on her knowledge of magic, but also on her broader understanding. Chris-chan's cheeks turn rosy at Fujimiya Sora's praise, and she becomes flustered, unsure of how to respond. Meanwhile, Fujimiya Sora observes Chris-chan's reaction, curious about her behavior. He contemplates the possibility that the fluffy white entity he's seen might indeed be a spirit, but he also acknowledges that there could be other explanations. Just then, Rurika-chan calls out to both Chris-chan and Fujimiya Sora, informing them that the village head has offered to share some of the earlier meat with them. The mention of bacon captures Chris-chan and Fujimiya Sora's attention, prompting them to stand up and join Rurika-chan as they follow the village head. Led by the village head, they enter what seems to be a storage area, where meat is suspended from the ceiling. The village chief presents Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan with a generous portion of meat, causing Rurika-chan to comment that it's quite a lot and inquire whether this much is acceptable. The village chief reassures them, stating that they are the village's saviors, and if they desire anything else, they need only ask. Curious about the process, Fujimiya Sora asks the village chief about how they create the bacon. The village chief explains that after preparing the meat, they cure and smoke it using wood. He inquires whether Fujimiya Sora would like a detailed explanation, and upon receiving a positive response, he proceeds to describe the entire bacon-making procedure to Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan. As the village chief concludes his detailed explanation of the bacon-making process in his village, Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan gain a deeper understanding of why the bacon is so flavorful and delicious. Chris-chan speculates that if a different type of wood were used for smoking, the bacon's taste might not be as exceptional, emphasizing the significance of the specific wood selection. Rurika-chan acknowledges the effort involved in the bacon-making process, and Fujimiya Sora agrees, stating that the quality of the bacon justifies the labor-intensive steps. Curiosity sparking, Fujimiya Sora turns to the village chief and inquires about the possibility of purchasing some of the wood used for making the bacon. Rurika-chan, somewhat surprised, questions Fujimiya Sora's intention, wondering if he plans to attempt making bacon himself and expressing how difficult it might be. Fujimiya Sora explains that after tasting such delicious bacon, he's curious to try making it himself. The village chief informs Fujimiya Sora that the wood utilized for the process comes from trees around the Sei village. However, he adds that this particular wood isn't valuable enough to warrant any payment from Fujimiya Sora. Gesturing toward a pile of chopped wood nearby, The village chief suggests that Fujimiya Sora is welcome to take as much wood from that pile as he desires. As the village chief departs, leaving Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan alone with the wood, Fujimiya Sora expresses his gratitude. Gathering a portion of the chopped wood in front of him, Fujimiya Sora comments that he believes this quantity should suffice. Observing the accumulated wood, Rurika-chan raises a valid concern that transporting such an amount on their 3-day journey back to the royal capital might be challenging. Fujimiya Sora reassures Rurika-chan with a smile, telling her not to worry about carrying the wood. He then showcases his storage magic by making all the chopped wood vanish and storing it within his magical space. Rurika-chan and Chris-chan are amazed by this display, with Chris-chan correctly deducing that Fujimiya Sora had used spatial magic. Fujimiya Sora confirms her observation, still smiling. Learning about Fujimiya Sora's ability to use spatial magic, both Chris-chan and Rurika-chan excitedly gather around him, expressing their awe and admiration. Rurika-chan admits feeling envious, noting that even elite adventurers covet such a spell. Fujimiya Sora shares with Rurika-chan and Chris-chan that he prefers to keep his possession of spatial magic a secret for the time being. Rurika-chan expresses her surprise and questions Fujimiya Sora's reasoning, pointing out that if this became known, he could easily join a high-ranking party and receive rewards. Fujimiya Sora, with a touch of disappointment, explains to Rurika-chan that despite having spatial magic, he is still quite weak. Joining a strong party in his current state would likely make him a burden rather than an asset. He conveys his desire to gain more experience and become stronger before revealing his unique skill. Fujimiya Sora wishes to maintain the current dynamics and relationships until he's sufficiently capable. Rurika-chan assures Fujimiya Sora that she and Chris-chan will respect his decision and keep his possession of spatial magic confidential for now. Fujimiya Sora expresses his gratitude to Rurika-chan and Chris-chan for agreeing to keep his possession of spatial magic a secret. Rurika-chan then questions Fujimiya Sora's strong desire to keep this a secret. Fujimiya Sora explains that if he were to join another party, it might lead to him parting ways with Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, which he doesn't want. He emphasizes his wish to continue adventuring alongside them. This declaration surprises Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, leaving them both in disbelief. In response to Fujimiya Sora's statement, Rurika-chan slaps Fujimiya Sora on the back, causing him to shout out. She emphatically states that if Fujimiya Sora wants to keep adventuring with them, she feels the same way. As Rurika-chan walks past him, Fujimiya Sora grabs her hand, evoking a strong emotional reaction from Rurika-chan. Leaving the wood storage unit, Rurika-chan teases Fujimiya Sora about asking for the meat recipe even though he can't cook. Fujimiya Sora admits that he enjoys cooking and used to help his mother occasionally, but he's not skilled in preparing elaborate dishes. Chris-chan joins in, playfully suggesting that they anticipate some delicious camp cooking from Fujimiya Sora during their journey back. With their feelings for each other openly acknowledged, their adventure continues. After bidding farewell to everyone in the Sei village, Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan set off on their journey back to the royal capital. The villagers had kindly provided them with supplies for their return trip. Following the same path they had taken to reach the Sei village, Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan decided to pass the time by playing a word game called Food-themed Shiratori. During the game, Rurika-chan asked Fujimiya Sora about the word chocolate, as it was unfamiliar to her. Fujimiya Sora, in turn, questioned Rurika-chan about the word bakanadaru. As the sun began to set, Rurika-chan found a suitable spot and suggested setting up camp for the night. After preparing the campsite, Rurika-chan proposed that Fujimiya Sora treat them to dinner. Fujimiya Sora, taking out a wok from their belongings, agreed to give it a try. Chris-chan chimed in, saying that she would also prepare some extra food just in case Fujimiya Sora's cooking didn't turn out as expected. Listening to Chris-chan's remarks, Fujimiya Sora playfully questions if she's being overly demanding. Rurika-chan watches their friendly teasing with amusement and joins in the laughter. After a while, Rurika-chan stands up and places her hands on Fujimiya Sora's shoulders, expressing her high expectations for his cooking. Fujimiya Sora responds by asking her not to set the bar too high. Meanwhile, Chris Chan contemplates how she wants to encourage Fujimiya Sora to do his best in cooking, and also aims to prepare something delicious herself. Fujimiya Sora is faced with an array of ingredients that are completely unfamiliar to him. As he examines the ingredients and considers his options, he starts working. Picking up a knife, he begins to chop an unfamiliar vegetable. Recalling their time in the Sei village, Fujimiya Sora remembers eating this vegetable, which tasted somewhat like potatoes. While peeling off a section of the vegetable, he reflects on the intricate patterns on its exterior, contrasting with its ordinary appearance on the inside. Fujimiya Sora proceeds to dice the vegetable into small pieces and adds them to the wok along with water and salt. He stirs the mixture, stir-frying it until the vegetable is cooked. After tasting a piece and finding it slightly sweeter than potatoes but delicious, Fujimiya Sora transfers the cooked pieces to a plate on the side. Taking out the prized summer bacon, Fujimiya Sora introduces it as the star ingredient of the day. He tosses the bacon into the wok, sizzling and frying it until it turns slightly crispy. While frying the bacon, Fujimiya Sora laments not having any onions but realizes he can't be too selective at this moment. Meanwhile, Rurika-chan and Chris Chan approach the wok, captivated by the aroma of the frying bacon. Chris Chan comments on how good the bacon smells, and Rurika-chan mentions how satisfying the sizzling sound of the oil is. Fujimiya Sora looks at them both and informs them that dinner is nearly ready, urging them to be patient. Fujimiya Sora adds the potato-like vegetable back into the wok, seasoning it before allowing it to roast. Once the dinner is ready, Fujimiya Sora serves it onto plates and places them before Rurika-chan and Chris Chan. He expresses his gratitude to them for their patience. The dish is a creative fusion of fried potatoes and bacon. Seeing the dish Fujimiya Sora has prepared, Chris Chan and Rurika-chan become excited to taste it. Fujimiya Sora also mentions that they have the soup with fried potatoes and bacon that Chris Chan made earlier. Rurika-chan remarks that this dinner is unlike anything she's ever had before, describing it as soft and delicious. Chris Chan echoes this sentiment, noting that it's a unique culinary experience for her as well. Fujimiya Sora thanks them both for their kind words. As Fujimiya Sora takes a bite of the bacon and potato-like vegetable, he reflects on how the vegetable's sweeter and softer taste compared to regular potatoes pairs well with the savory bacon, resulting in a delicious combination. Rurika-chan compliments Fujimiya Sora's cooking skills and recalls how he had taught her to make French toast earlier. Curious about his cooking abilities, Rurika-chan asks Fujimiya Sora where he learned to cook so well. Fujimiya Sora explains that his mother taught him how to cook, mentioning that his mother believed boys should also know how to cook. He shares that his mother's praise for his cooking encouraged him to practice and improved his skills over time. Chris Chan comments that Fujimiya Sora's mother seems like a wonderful mom. Fujimiya Sora reciprocates the compliment, telling Chris Chan that her soup is also very delicious. Chris Chan expresses her gratitude, reflecting on how the effort she put into cooking was indeed worth it. She then playfully teases Fujimiya Sora by saying that his cooking is better than hers. Fujimiya Sora insists that Chris Chan's cooking is superior, leading to a light-hearted quarrel between the two as they each tried to assert that the other's cooking skills are better. Their friendly argument becomes a playful exchange of compliments, with both of them playfully praising the other's cooking abilities. Amid the friendly banter, both Fujimiya Sora and Chris Chan turn to Rurika-chan, playfully asking her to be the judge and decide whose cooking is better. Rurika-chan, seemingly caught off guard, becomes flustered and unable to choose. She decides to have a bit of fun and playfully announces herself as the host of a suspenseful TV show, building anticipation for her verdict. With a mischievous grin, she finally declares both Fujimiya Sora and Chris Chan as winners, prompting laughter from all three of them. As they share laughs, Fujimiya Sora reflects on how much he enjoys adventuring with Chris Chan and Rurika-chan. He remembers the moment when Rurika-chan invited him to join their party, forming a strong bond between the three of them. While enjoying their meal, Fujimiya Sora asks his companions about their plans for the future and how long they intend to stay in the current country. It's a moment of curiosity and reflection on the journeys they have embarked upon. As Rurika-chan and Chris Chan share their future plans, Fujimiya Sora listens attentively. Rurika-chan explains that they intend to stay in the current country until they reach rank C, as they are currently rank S. Once they achieve that rank, they plan to move on to a different country for new adventures. Rurika-chan acknowledges that they are still relatively weak and need to take on more quests to rank up, which means they will be staying in the current country for some time. She also emphasizes how much fun they're having with Fujimiya Sora. Rurika-chan then extends an invitation to Fujimiya Sora, suggesting that they continue working together for a while longer. Fujimiya Sora, touched by their words, readily agrees. As night falls, Fujimiya Sora sits with Chris-chan and Rurika-chan, gazing at the stars. He contemplates the upcoming time of parting from his dear companions and realizes the importance of becoming stronger in order to stand on his own and face the challenges ahead. Determined, he sets his sights on improving his skills and leveling up, all while cherishing the memories and bonds he has formed with Rurika-chan and Chris-chan. Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan came back to the big city where they reported their successful mission at the adventurer's place. When they walked into the adventurer's place, a person named Mikaru-chan greeted them. Mikaru-chan said hello to them warmly. Fujimiya Sora smiled, feeling like he was back home because of Mikaru-chan's friendly welcome. He remembered it had been a while since he last saw Mikaru-chan. Rurika-chan told Mikaru-chan that they had returned from their mission and put a bag on the counter. She said that inside the bag were magic stones and evidence that they had finished the task. Mikaru-chan looked confused because the bag seemed to hold a lot of things. Mikaru-chan opened the bag and saw many magic stones inside. This surprised Mikaru-chan, and she asked Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan how they got so many magic stones when they were supposed to collect only 5. Mikaru-chan informed Rurika-chan that the pack of wolves she mentioned had already been successfully dealt with. Rurika-chan expressed her relief and mentioned that she was glad things were resolved smoothly. She speculated that maybe the wolves weren't as tough as they seemed. Mikaru-chan clarified that the wolves weren't weak, but rather there was a high-grade monster leading the pack. She explained that usually, subjugating such monsters would take time, but this time, multiple B-rank and C-rank parties worked together, which sped up the process. As Mikaru-chan spoke, a visual of a large wolf surrounded by adventurers attempting to attack it was shown. Mikaru-chan mentioned the danger of the situation and the proximity of the threat to the royal capital. Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan expressed their confusion, wondering how a high-grade monster could have managed to get so close to the royal capital in the first place. Mikaru-chan tells the group that a strong monster has never been seen near the royal capital before, and this situation feels a bit worrisome. Fujimiya Sora agrees, saying it's indeed worrying. Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan leaves the Adventurers Guild. Outside the guild gate, Rurika-chan and Chris-chan bid farewell to Fujimiya Sora, telling him to rest for the day and that they'll meet again tomorrow. Fujimiya Sora waves goodbye, assuring them he'll see them at the guild tomorrow. After Rurika-chan and Chris-chan leave, Fujimiya Sora remains at the guild gate. Suddenly, the friendly white spirit Fufu he encountered earlier reappears before him. Fujimiya Sora looks at the spirit Fufu and asks if it has returned to the royal capital with him. During the night, Fujimiya Sora arrives at the inn where he's staying. He enters his room and flops onto the bed with a thud. Staring at the ceiling, he reflects on how he has successfully completed his first monster hunting task. Fujimiya Sora thinks about how he can still remember vividly the moment he struck down the goblin. He touches the bandage on his head and recalls the time he was on the battlefield, realizing that without Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, he would have been in trouble. He contemplates the goblins, acknowledging their individual weakness but the challenge posed by their sheer numbers. Fujimiya Sora is determined to become stronger. He plans to use his skills more frequently to level them up, and particularly wants to improve his swordsmanship skill. Recognizing the importance of his unique ability, Fujimiya Sora concludes that his main focus should be on walking and accumulating experience and skill points. Motivated by this thought, Fujimiya Sora jumps up and exclaims that he walked a lot during his recent quest, which should have earned him a substantial amount of experience points by now. Fujimiya Sora immediately says the words "status open," and his status window appears in front of him. As he looks at the status window, Fujimiya Sora realizes he has now reached level 20, and his skills have also improved. He smiles, thinking about how his efforts to walk around and use his skills extensively were worthwhile. Fujimiya Sora mentions the value of the 2 new skills he gained during his quest, parallel thinking and natural recovery improvement. He explains that when he uses the parallel thinking skill, It's like he's dividing his focus between both sides of his brain. Fujimiya Sora recalls how during the quest with Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, he used the parallel thinking skill to essentially sleep with one half of his brain while using the other half to maintain his presence detection skill, which helped them stay alert during their night shifts. This allowed Fujimiya Sora to rest while simultaneously keeping watch. However, Fujimiya Sora's level is still too low to maintain both of these skills simultaneously. As a result, his skill points, SP, used to deplete quickly, causing both skills to deactivate forcefully. Fujimiya Sora reflects on how worried he was about running out of SP when this happened. Thankfully, his natural recovery improvement skill allowed his SP to replenish rather swiftly. Fujimiya Sora understands that all three of his vital stats, health points, HP, skill points, SP, and magic points, MP, naturally regenerate over time, but due to their rapid consumption, the natural recovery improvement skill is incredibly valuable for him. He recalls his initial state upon being summoned to this world, where he had nothing, and now he possesses these valuable skills and companions. Fujimiya Sora acknowledges that his new life in this unfamiliar world is progressing smoothly. Suddenly, Fujimiya Sora realizes that the experience point requirement for leveling up has significantly increased. He now needs a staggering 130,000 experience points to reach the next level. Fujimiya Sora contemplates the increasing difficulty of leveling up, which means acquiring skill points will also become more time-consuming. He shakes his head, wanting to learn new skills, but realizing that for the time being he must work with the skills he already possesses. He rubs his head and admits there are still matters he needs to ponder. Ruffling his hair, Fujimiya Sora recalls the bandage Chris-chan had wrapped around his head. He removes the bandage and observes that his wound has completely healed. He credits his natural recovery improvement skill for the rapid healing. Fujimiya Sora reminisces about the time when Chris-chan tended to his wound and tied the bandage. With this memory, he takes the bandage he had just removed and lifts it toward his head. As he does so, the white fluffy spirit Fufu that accompanies Fujimiya Sora appears, observing his actions. Fujimiya Sora notices the white spirit Fufu and sees that it's smiling, its ears forming a heart shape. He calls out to the spirit Fufu, questioning if it's laughing at him. The white spirit Fufu floats a bit higher, and Fujimiya Sora demands it to look him in the eyes. He warns that if the spirit Fufu avoids his gaze, he'll pretend to punch through it, even though he can't touch it. Fujimiya Sora reflects on how he has to deal with many thoughts each day, but despite the concerns, every day is enjoyable. While he doesn't have specific plans for the following day, Fujimiya Sora considers taking on some small quests. Remembering his appraisal skill, he gets up from his bed and gazes at the white spirit Fufu. He wonders once again what this white spirit Fufu could be, as he still has no clear understanding of its nature. Thinking that he might finally uncover details about the white spirit Fufu, Fujimiya Sora stares directly at it and activates his appraisal skill. However, his hopes are dashed as he's met with disappointment. His attempt at appraisal is rejected, and he's shown a message denying him access. Fujimiya Sora expresses his confusion, vocally wondering what the denial means. Despite his growing strength in this new world, Fujimiya Sora recognizes that many mysteries still remain unexplained. A few weeks after Fujimiya Sora's goblin subjugation mission, he's settling back into his daily routine in the royal capital. Fujimiya Sora plans out his activities for the day, including meeting up with Rurika-chan and Chris-chan at the Adventurers Guild to select a new quest. On his way to the guild, Fujimiya Sora makes a brief stop at the meat skewer shop to grab one for himself. The owner, Pops, greets Fujimiya Sora with a good morning and lets him know he's added an extra piece of meat to the skewer. Fujimiya Sora expresses his gratitude, and at that moment the white spirit Fufu accompanying him snatches the top piece of meat from the skewer and eats it. Pops witnesses the meat vanish into thin air, becoming shocked and bewildered since he can't perceive the white spirit Fufu. Pops questions Fujimiya Sora, asking if he forgot to add a piece of meat and apologizes for any oversight. Fujimiya Sora reassures Pops that the missing piece of meat wasn't his fault. He explains that he actually took a bite from the skewer very quickly, while Pops wasn't looking. Fujimiya Sora gazes at the white spirit Fufu and reflects on its newfound interest in food since it started residing with him after he returned from the Sei village. He muses on how the white spirit Fufu seemed particularly drawn to the French toast and bacon. Continuing his journey to the Adventurers Guild, Fujimiya Sora addresses the white spirit Fufu, reminding it that he had cautioned it not to devour things right in front of people. As they walk, they approach the royal castle. Upon seeing it, the white spirit Fufu becomes startled and then suddenly flies away, trembling. Fujimiya Sora, watching the white spirit Fufu's departure, calls after it, asking where it's going. Fujimiya Sora realizes that the white spirit Fufu avoids the royal castle for some unknown reason. He ponders whether the castle emits some kind of uncomfortable energy that repels the spirit Fufu. Upon reaching the Adventurers Guild and stepping inside, Fujimiya Sora is noticed and greeted by Seiken-san and Arko-san. Fujimiya Sora approaches the table where they are seated and questions their early drinking. Arko-san explains that he's taking a break from subjugations, while Seiken-san admits to slacking off. Fujimiya Sora joins them at the table, and Seiken-san orders a drink for him. Fujimiya Sora requests juice from the waiter. The Adventurers Guild is bustling with activity. Arko-san initiates a conversation, asking Fujimiya Sora how things have been lately. He jestingly wonders how Fujimiya Sora managed to team up with two attractive partners and playfully claims to feel jealous. Fujimiya Sora begins sharing with Arko-san about the various quests he, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan have been undertaking, such as combating bug-like creatures and hunting and dismantling animals. He mentions his solo delivery errands as well as the herb-gathering quests they take on. Fujimiya Sora notes that they become adept at herb gathering. Seiken-san chimes in, mentioning that he's heard they're exceptionally efficient in that aspect. Seiken-san turns to Fujimiya Sora and inquires if he's found a promising spot for herb gathering or something else. Fujimiya Sora is on the verge of explaining his appraisal skill when he recalls a previous conversation with Rurika-chan and Chris-chan. He remembers how Chris-chan was excited when he mentioned his appraisal skill and how she told him that, even though tools for appraisal exist nowadays, individuals who possess the appraisal skill are rarer than those with spatial magic abilities, a talent Fujimiya Sora also possesses. Fujimiya Sora abandons the idea of sharing his appraisal skill, realizing he didn't anticipate how significant it might seem to others. Wanting to avoid drawing attention to himself, he shifts the topic and tells Seiken-san and Arko-san that he, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan have been studying how to differentiate between various herbs. Seiken-san and Arko-san appear puzzled by this explanation. Arko-san, however, abruptly stands up and loudly exclaims that Fujimiya Sora misunderstood the question. Arko-san clarifies that he's actually curious about Fujimiya Sora's relationship with Rurika-chan and Chris-chan. He describes Rurika-chan as having a large bust, overflowing energy, and a charming cuteness. Arko-san then praises Chris-chan for her quieter demeanor, noting her dedicated efforts that touch people's hearts. Fujimiya Sora vehemently insists that he doesn't view Rurika-chan or Chris-chan in that manner. Arko-san counters, asserting that it can't be true because there's no way Fujimiya Sora doesn't have such thoughts. Arko-san directly questions Fujimiya Sora about his preferences between Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, or if he's interested in both of them. Seiken-san intervenes, suggesting that Arko-san is going too far with his assumptions and that Fujimiya Sora is innocent of such thoughts. Turning to Fujimiya Sora, Seiken-san asks if he's at least interested in someone. At the mention of interested, Fujimiya Sora's thoughts immediately turn to Chris-chan. He starts blushing intensely, and steam seems to escape from his ears due to his embarrassment. Fujimiya Sora attempts to respond, and both Arko-san and Seiken-san lean in eager to hear his answer. However, just as Fujimiya Sora is about to speak, the door suddenly swings open, and Rurika-chan and Chris-chan enter the Adventurers Guild. They call out to Fujimiya Sora, apologizing for making him wait. Upon hearing their voices, Fujimiya Sora lets out a surprised yelp, hastily stands up, and mentions that he should head out to join Rurika-chan and Chris-chan to keep them company. Arko-san grabs Fujimiya Sora's arm to stop him from rushing away and suggests that Fujimiya Sora should let Rurika-chan and Chris-chan join them for a drink. Fujimiya Sora blushes, and before he knows it, they're all seated around the same table, including Arko-san and Seiken-san. Arko-san and Seiken-san, noticing the somewhat distant seating arrangement between Fujimiya Sora and Chris-chan, exchange whispers and speculate that there might be romantic feelings between the two. Arko-san decides to take action and approaches Chris-chan. He compliments her on her cuteness and then inquires whether she has a boyfriend. This sudden question shocks Fujimiya Sora and Rurika-chan. Fujimiya Sora, heavily blushing, stands up and vehemently protests Arko-san's line of questioning, telling him he shouldn't ask such things to Chris-chan. Arko-san turns his attention to Fujimiya Sora and questions why he can't ask such questions, explaining that he's merely complimenting a cute girl like Chris-chan. Fujimiya Sora attempts to interject, but Arko-san interrupts, stating that he's free to say whatever he wants to Chris-chan as long as she's not Fujimiya Sora's girlfriend. He continues, wondering if Fujimiya Sora's reaction implies a certain kind of relationship with Chris-chan, but Fujimiya Sora remains quiet. Arko-san then turns to Chris-chan and boldly asks her if she'd be interested in going on a date with him, inquiring if she finds him attractive. Suddenly, Rurika-chan takes matters into her own hands and forcefully pushes Arko-san's head onto the table, instructing him to cease his line of questioning immediately. With Arko-san's face against the table, Rurika-chan scolds him, telling him to consider Chris-chan's feelings and pointing out that he didn't notice Chris-chan's discomfort. Arko-san stands up, nursing a bump on his head, and apologizes to Rurika-chan. With Arko-san's focus now away from Chris-chan, Fujimiya Sora heaves a sigh of relief. He looks at Chris-chan and finds her gaze directed toward him. As Chris-chan and Fujimiya Sora exchange glances, they sense a connection between them. Abruptly averting their gaze from each other, they appear flustered. After a while, Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan stand up and bid farewell to Seiken-san and Arko-san. They head over to the wall displaying the available quests for adventurers to undertake. Fujimiya Sora looks at the wall and wonders aloud what kind of quest they should tackle that day. Rurika-chan pauses before they choose a quest and addresses Fujimiya Sora, wanting to clarify something. She turns to him and asks about his previous E-rank status, inquiring if he has advanced in rank through completing quests. Fujimiya Sora explains that he's still an E-rank adventurer but is close to reaching D-rank. Chris-chan gazes at Fujimiya Sora quietly upon hearing this information. Rurika-chan, however, shares her own plans with Fujimiya Sora. She reveals that both she and Chris-chan are likely to attain C-rank status after their upcoming quest, and once they reach that rank, they intend to leave the Elysia Kingdom. Rurika-chan expresses that their next quest will mark their farewell as a trio. Upon hearing this revelation, Fujimiya Sora tightly grips the strap of his backpack. He reflects on how he knew this moment would eventually arrive, yet he had hoped that things could continue as they were indefinitely. He recognizes the inevitability of time moving forward, one moment at a time. Inside the Adventurers Guild, a card positioned on a table changes its inscription, revealing that Fujimiya Sora has achieved D rank after successfully completing his recent quest. Fujimiya Sora is taken aback, as he hadn't anticipated such a quick advancement in his rank. Rurika-chan congratulates Fujimiya Sora on his elevation to D rank. In return, Fujimiya Sora extends his congratulations to Rurika-chan and Chris-chan for reaching C rank. However, a sense of sadness washes over Fujimiya Sora as he contemplates how their journey together, as a party, has come to an end with their diverging ranks. Fujimiya Sora inquires about Rurika-chan and Chris-chan's plans going forward. Rurika-chan explains that they're about to undertake an escort mission to the city of Thesis, and from there they'll proceed to the Beast Kingdom of Ras. Fujimiya Sora is left pondering the nature of an escort mission and what it might involve. Fujimiya Sora gathers the courage to ask Rurika-chan and Chris-chan if they would be open to having him join their upcoming mission. Rurika-chan and Chris-chan exchange glances, their expressions filled with surprise. Fujimiya Sora goes on to explain that he'd like to gain experience from escort missions as well while he still has the chance. He mentions that he'll return to the royal capital via carriage once they reach Thesis. Fujimiya Sora acknowledges that if they believe he might be a hindrance, they can decline his request to join them. Rurika-chan and Chris-chan share smiles as they respond. They express their willingness to have Fujimiya Sora accompany them and mention that they'll need to inquire if the mission can accommodate a team of 3. Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan heads to the reception desk to discuss the details of the mission and whether they can indeed work together as a team of 3. Fujimiya Sora clarifies that the journey to the city of Thesis is estimated to take around 10 days. He adds that Mikaru-chan, the adventurer at the reception desk, had initial concerns due to the rank C nature of the quest, but ultimately Fujimiya Sora was granted permission to join. With 5 days remaining until the escort mission, Rurika-chan and Chris-chan expressed their intention to rest. However, Fujimiya Sora finds himself grappling with an uneasy feeling regarding Rurika-chan and Chris-chan's departure from the Elysia Kingdom. To distract himself from those thoughts, Fujimiya Sora begins to take on an increased number of delivery quests. He's seen carrying a heavy load on his back, which eventually disappears thanks to his ability to work tirelessly and efficiently. Amid this, Fujimiya Sora reflects on Rurika-chan and Chris-chan's circumstances. They were forced out of their homeland due to war, a fate that led them to leave their country. Fujimiya Sora contemplates why Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, given their situation, haven't settled down somewhere instead of continuing to travel. While carrying a final parcel for delivery, Fujimiya Sora mentions that it needs to be taken to the 3rd Northern Street. As he approaches the street, he's taken aback to find it crowded with girls positioned at various corners and men engaging in transactions for their services. Fujimiya Sora is initially bewildered and then embarrassed by the sight. Suddenly, a voice reaches Fujimiya Sora's ears. Turning toward it, he spots Arko-san accompanied by 2 girls, one on his right and one on his left. Arko-san teases Fujimiya Sora about his presence in the pleasure district and offers to show him around the area. Fujimiya Sora becomes flustered and hastily clarifies that he's only there to make a delivery and doesn't want to get involved. Arko-san responds with a simple "sure," implying he doesn't entirely believe Fujimiya Sora's explanation. In a desperate attempt to clarify his purpose, Fujimiya Sora shouts that he's there to deliver to a place called the Dancing Black Rabbit. However, his efforts are interrupted as 2 girls approach him from the sides and claim that the package is for them. They express gratitude for the delivery and invite Fujimiya Sora to stay and spend time with them. Flustered and unsure how to handle the situation, Fujimiya Sora makes a hasty exit, stating that he still has work to complete. The disappointed girls watch him run off. After putting some distance between himself and the scene, Fujimiya Sora stops and realizes that he's finished with his deliveries for the day. He contemplates heading back home. However, his attention is soon drawn to a girl conversing with a man near the entrance of a building. To his surprise, he recognizes the girl as Chris-chan. Fujimiya Sora finds himself deeply confused by Chris-chan's presence in a place like this, standing alone. Fujimiya Sora observes as the man at the building's entrance forcefully grabs Chris-chan's arm and attempts to drag her inside. Fujimiya Sora witnesses Chris-chan struggling to resist, urging the man to stop. In a split-second decision, Fujimiya Sora shouts out for Chris-chan. Chris-chan turns her gaze toward the voice and spots Fujimiya Sora standing in the street. The man, upon realizing that Chris-chan is being called by someone else, releases her, possibly thinking she might have a boyfriend. Freed from the man's grasp, Chris-chan rushes over to Fujimiya Sora, expressing her gratitude and acknowledging his help in saving her. Fujimiya Sora reassures her that he's relieved she's safe. However, he can't help but ask Chris-chan why she's in such a place, confessing that he didn't expect her to be there. Chris-chan lowers her head and, with a tinge of disappointment in her voice, admits that she hadn't anticipated Fujimiya Sora's presence in that location either. Chris-chan inquires about Fujimiya Sora's reason for being in that place. Confused by the question, Fujimiya Sora tries to clarify that he was only there to make a delivery and not involved in anything negative. Chris-chan then expresses her desire to talk with Fujimiya Sora, suggesting that they meet up after he's finished with his deliveries. Later in the day, at a coffee shop, Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan gather around a table. Rurika-chan confronts Chris-chan, expressing her anger about Chris-chan going to the slave trader alone. She then turns to Fujimiya Sora and extends her gratitude for safeguarding Chris-chan. Rurika-chan directs her attention back to Chris-chan and, with a tone of frustration, urges her to cease engaging in risky activities. Chris-chan apologizes to Rurika-chan for her actions. Chris-chan admits that she has often relied on Rurika-chan and wanted to prove her usefulness independently. Rurika-chan expresses her gratitude towards Chris-chan and acknowledges her sentiment. However, Rurika-chan also emphasizes the presence of dangerous and risky places, urging Chris-chan to exercise more caution. Fujimiya Sora, an observer of their conversation, notices the intensity of Rurika-chan's emotions and realizes it's the first time he's seen her like this. Fujimiya Sora takes this opportunity to inquire about the matter they wish to discuss with him. Rurika-chan and Chris-chan exchange glances and then inform Fujimiya Sora that they've been contemplating when to bring this topic up and apologize for addressing it late. Chris-chan explains that they are currently on a journey in search of someone. Perplexed, Fujimiya Sora seeks clarification. Rurika-chan and Chris-chan elaborate, revealing that they are searching for their childhood friend who was separated from them during the war. Seated at the cafe, Chris-chan recounts their story to Fujimiya Sora. She explains that she and Rurika-chan previously mentioned to Fujimiya Sora that their hometown was attacked during the war, marking it as the first target 10 years ago when the conflict began. Chris-chan vividly recalls how their once thriving hometown was reduced to ruins as a result of the attack. She recalls a poignant memory of the assault, sitting with her friends during the chaos, Rurika-chan crying out amidst the devastation. Chris-chan's recollection includes a comment from one of the girls, playfully teasing Rurika-chan as a crybaby, and another girl checking on everyone's well-being. Amid this somber scene, an older girl among their friends assures Rurika-chan that they needn't worry, as the goddess would soon arrive to save them all. Chris-chan proceeds to explain to Fujimiya Sora that 2 other girls were with her and Rurika-chan when the war broke out. Chris-chan continues her narrative, explaining to Fujimiya Sora that among the girls who were with them, one was named Sarah, a cheerful half-beast girl, and the other was Eris, a hard-working elf girl. Chris-chan shares that they were always together until their hometown was attacked by the kingdom of Borshile. During a specific moment, Chris-chan, Rurika-chan, Sarah, and Eris were gathered with other children in a large hall. The tranquility was disrupted when the doors suddenly burst open, grabbing everyone's attention. An elderly woman entered the hall, known to the children as Granny. With all eyes on her, Granny delivered the grave news that the front lines had been breached and enemy soldiers were approaching. She urgently instructed the children to flee and seek refuge in the forest behind the hall, emphasizing the importance of avoiding capture at all costs. Panic spread among the children as they hastily scattered to escape. Tragically, amidst the chaos, Sarah and Eris were separated from Chris-chan and Rurika-chan. Amidst the chaos of children fleeing, Sarah managed to convey a meeting point to everyone near a camphor tree with a distinctive ghost face. Chris-chan desperately reached out for Sarah's hand, but the frenzied rush of running children pushed her away. Later in the forest, Chris-chan tremblingly reached the designated tree, but to her dismay, she found no one else present. Only Rurika-chan was sitting near the tree waiting. When Rurika-chan saw Chris-chan, tears welled up in her eyes. She rushed towards Chris-chan, embracing her tightly with all her might. Both of them began to cry in each other's arms. Chris-chan explains to Fujimiya Sora that despite waiting at the tree, they never had the chance to reunite with Eris and Sarah. Sharing this emotional account with Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan reveals that she and Rurika-chan are now on a journey to find their other 2 friends. Fujimiya Sora reflects on the painful history that Chris-chan and Rurika-chan have experienced. Observing Chris-chan and Rurika-chan's strong bond, he understands that they are the only confirmed survivors among their group of friends. This realization explains their unwavering support for each other. Expressing his gratitude for their trust, Fujimiya Sora acknowledges the significance of them sharing their past with him. Fujimiya Sora inquires about any leads regarding Eris and Sarah's whereabouts. Rurika-chan responds, explaining that children captured during the war were often sold as slaves to various locations. She tells Fujimiya Sora that if Eris and Sarah were indeed taken as slaves, it would be nearly impossible to determine their current location or the country they might be in. Rurika-chan clarifies that this challenges why she and Chris-chan became adventurers, dedicating their efforts to gathering information about Eris and Sarah in every possible place. Chris-chan elaborates on the encounter earlier that day, explaining that when Fujimiya Sora saw her talking to the slave merchant and attempting to force her into the building, she was actually seeking assistance from the merchant before she and Rurika-chan left the royal capital. She mentions that she had paid the slave merchant to obtain any information about Eris and Sarah. Reflecting on the unsettling encounter, Chris-chan acknowledges that she should have been more cautious. Fujimiya Sora realizes that seeking information from a slave merchant is a logical step in their search for leads. Despite his hesitance, he adds that there's something he feels compelled to share. Fujimiya Sora admits that it's difficult to say, and he acknowledges that it might sound harsh, but considering the 10-year gap since the war, there's no certainty that Eris and Sarah are still alive after all this time. As Fujimiya Sora shares his uncertain thoughts about the possibility of Eris and Sarah still being alive, Chris Chan and Rurika Chan look at him with surprised expressions. Curious, Fujimiya Sora asks them why they're so certain that Eris and Sarah are still alive. In response, Chris Chan and Rurika Chan exchange a look and both place their hands on the table, revealing 2 amulets. Rurika Chan and Chris Chan explain that these amulets are known as Spirit Fufu amulets, and that when all 4 are connected together, they form a set. Rurika Chan holds her amulet close to her chest, expressing that it's as if the amulet is giving her a feeling that Eris and Sarah are indeed still alive. She smiles, admitting that she doesn't quite understand why she feels this way. Rurika Chan tells Fujimiya Sora that she and Chris Chan originally intended to spend more time with him, but their journey must continue. Fujimiya Sora reflects on how his experiences with Rurika Chan and Chris Chan have shown him that they are even more resilient and determined than he initially thought. He realizes that their decision to become adventurers and search for their lost friends, despite the dangers, showcases their strength of character. Fujimiya Sora feels a sense of pride about having been in a party with such remarkable companions. He reassures Rurika Chan and Chris Chan that he will be supporting them in their journey. Fujimiya Sora also shares his own plans to travel and gather information about Sarah and Eris. He expresses his determination to help and looks forward to crossing paths with them in the future. Rurika Chan and Chris Chan show appreciation for Fujimiya Sora's support, and Fujimiya Sora, Chris Chan, and Rurika Chan's bond deepens as they discuss their shared goal. Touched by their gratitude, Fujimiya Sora feels the sincerity in Rurika Chan's and Chris Chan's words as they express their thanks. Their tears and heartfelt emotions reflect the deep bond they share. Fujimiya Sora reassures them that he is genuinely committed to helping, and he promises to keep their memories close as he embarks on his own journey. The 3 friends find solace in their shared determination and the support they offer each other. With the escort mission approaching and the knowledge that someone has been monitoring him, Fujimiya Sora takes proactive measures to enhance his skills. Acquiring the concealment skill gives him the ability to move unnoticed, adding a layer of stealth to his actions. Fujimiya Sora's decision to invest skill points in alchemy and cooking reflects his eagerness to expand his capabilities and learn more about the world he's now a part of. As the days pass and the countdown to the escort mission continues, Fujimiya Sora's thoughts are likely a mixture of anticipation for the mission itself and his ongoing search for information about Eris and Sarah. The blend of adventure, companionship, and the mysteries of the new world keeps his journey engaging and ever-evolving. Fujimiya Sora doesn't understand why he's being observed, but he decides it's best to act as if he hasn't noticed. He's been unsure about learning the cooking skill, but because he travels a lot, he recognizes the importance of having good food while journeying in this vast world. Fujimiya Sora believes that knowing which ingredients are safe to eat and which are poisonous is essential. While considering his plans for the day, Fujimiya Sora decides he'll head to the forest to gather herbs and test out his new skills. As he enters the forest, he remembers that wolves have been subdued, but he's still a bit uneasy about the possibility of encountering them. Reaching a clearing in the woods, Fujimiya Sora sets his belongings on the ground and decides it's time for a small snack since he's feeling hungry. Fujimiya Sora uses his spatial magic skill to summon the last piece of bacon he saved. However, to his disappointment, he sees that the bacon has become moldy. He realizes that his spatial magic skill might not have halted time for this bacon due to its low level. Fujimiya Sora decides that he needs to improve this skill by leveling it up. The white spirit Fufu accompanying Fujimiya Sora comes closer and nudges him, offering comfort. Fujimiya Sora interprets this as the white spirit Fufu trying to reassure him, and he thanks it, affectionately calling it Fufu. Fujimiya Sora then communicates with the white spirit Fufu, saying he'll follow the method taught by the village chief of Sai village to make the bacon. He takes out his supplies, including pork for the bacon, and mentions that he's also brought some wolf meat out of curiosity. Following the instructions of the village chief from Sai village, Fujimiya Sora first prepared the meat. Then, using the wood he had collected, he began the process of shearing it. However, he quickly realized that wood shearing was more challenging than he had anticipated. During this process, Fujimiya Sora suddenly exclaimed "ouch" and raised his finger. He had gotten a splinter. The white spirit Fufu observed as Fujimiya Sora's finger swelled up and became inflamed due to the splinter. After managing the wood shearing, Fujimiya Sora spread the sheared wood at the bottom of a pot. To create a distance between the wood and the meat pieces, he added a framework of web grass. This grass, which grows near water, was described as quite sturdy. Placing the meat pieces on the web grass framework, Fujimiya Sora covered the pot with the hide of a fire tanuki, using it as a lid to trap the smoke inside. With the pot set over the fire, Fujimiya Sora comments that he now just needs to be patient. As the meat begins to cook, Fujimiya Sora receives a notification from his cooking skill advising him to smoke the wolf meat a bit longer for enhanced flavor. Following this advice, Fujimiya Sora decides to leave the wolf meat in the pot and wait a little while more. During this waiting period, Fujimiya Sora hears a noise behind him. In the midst of playing with the mishiwos, Fujimiya Sora becomes aware that the white spirit Fufu is observing him closely. Sensing a hint of jealousy from the white spirit Fufu, Fujimiya Sora turns to it and tries to explain that things aren't what they seem. However, the white spirit Fufu begins to fly away, and Fujimiya Sora chases after it, leaving the meat behind to continue cooking. After Fujimiya Sora and the white spirit Fufu return, he removes the hide from the pot and peers inside, greeted by the sight and aroma of perfectly cooked bacon. He notes how the meat's color might be light, but its smell reminds him of the delicious meat he had back in Sai village. Fujimiya Sora takes out 2 pieces of meat, one for himself and one for the white spirit Fufu. As they both take a bite, they are pleasantly surprised by the incredible flavor of the cooked meat. Fujimiya Sora mentions that while it may not be as exceptional as the meat in Sai village, it's still delicious due to being piping hot. He goes on to describe how the pork is juicy and the wolf meat, despite its chewness, has become quite palatable thanks to the infusion of wood aroma during cooking. Once Fujimiya Sora has eaten his fill of bread and meat, he expresses his desire to test out his alchemy skill. He examines the available potion recipes and realizes the incredible usefulness of this skill, allowing him to craft potions with just a few ingredients. Fujimiya Sora starts gathering the necessary herbs and raw materials for the potion he wants to create. He notes that he doesn't even need a physical pot, as he can use his mana to envision the outcome. Holding the ingredients in his hands, he attempts this method and is surprised when a potion suddenly materializes. Fujimiya Sora is astonished by the appearance of the potion. Observing it closely, he notices that the potion has conjured a flask to contain it. He questions the logic behind this and whether the potion is truly genuine. Using his appraisal skill, Fujimiya Sora confirms that the potion he created can indeed heal wounds when ingested or applied externally. However, the appraisal also indicates that the potion is of low quality. Fujimiya Sora acknowledges that despite its quality, it's still a potion he made himself. To test its efficacy, he decides to use it on the finger where he previously got a splinter. Pouring the potion on the affected area, Fujimiya Sora notices that the pain subsides, but the redness from the splinter remains. He speculates that the potion's effect might be minor. Determined to create a better potion, he resolves to use higher quality herbs and infuse more mana into the process. Fujimiya Sora selects an excellent quality medicinal herb and proceeds to craft another potion. Using his appraisal skill, Fujimiya Sora evaluates the new potion he created and learns that while it's an improvement over his first attempt, its recovery effect is still small and its quality remains low. Fujimiya Sora notices that the recovery effect is described as small rather than minor, though the quality is still not satisfactory. He realizes that he might need to invest more skill points to enhance his alchemy skill. Contemplating the potion's application methods, Fujimiya Sora becomes curious about its taste. He decides to take a sip and opens the flask, but upon tasting the potion, he spits it out immediately. In the process, he accidentally sprays some of the potion onto the white spirit Fufu. Fujimiya Sora comments that the potion turned out to be extremely bitter and assures himself that he won't put himself in a situation where he would need to drink it. Later that day, Fujimiya Sora shares the bacon he cooked with Rurika-chan and Chris-chan. He mentions that both of them enjoyed the bacon. Chris-chan expresses her surprise that even wolf meat can be turned into bacon. Rurika-chan adds that the bacon Fujimiya Sora prepared is exceptionally delicious. It's noted that Mikaru-chan also had some of the bacon. The day of the escort mission finally arrives. Fujimiya Sora mentions that he has upgraded his storage magic and stocked it with various useful items he received from Pops, the person working at the meat skewer shop. Leaving his inn, Fujimiya Sora informs his landlady that he's heading out to report for his mission. The landlady expresses her loneliness at his absence, and Fujimiya Sora reassures her that he'll return and be in her care once again. She tells him that she'll be waiting and that there's always a place for him. Fujimiya Sora reflects on his stay at the inn for about a month and how he'll be leaving the royal capital for a while. Descending the mountain where the inn is located, he heads toward the town below. As Fujimiya Sora descends from the mountain where the inn is located and makes his way toward the town below, he takes one last look at the unique scenery visible from that vantage point. Reflecting on his preparations before departing, Fujimiya Sora mentions that he made extra bacon meat pieces to have during the quest and focused on leveling up his swordsmanship skill. He notes that he has also experienced a general level up, resulting in improved stats. Fujimiya Sora explains that he can now access the occupation list on his status panel, which was previously unreadable. He shares that there are job options available for him to choose from, even considering his existing skills. However, he's unsure whether he can change his chosen occupation later if he decides on one now. Fujimiya Sora mentions that he still can't read the job titles clearly and decides to wait before choosing any occupation until he gains more experience. As Fujimiya Sora arrives at the gates leading out of the royal capital, he spots Rurika-chan and Chris-chan waiting for him. Rurika-chan tries to catch Fujimiya Sora's attention by shouting, and when he looks over, she waves at him. Fujimiya Sora notices numerous carriages and people gathered around them. He joins Rurika-chan and Chris-chan and comments on the significant number of people present. Rurika-chan explains to Fujimiya Sora that there will be 7 horse wagons and 5 escorting parties involved this time. Fujimiya Sora smiles at Rurika-chan and Chris-chan and suggests that they might not be the only ones responsible for guarding the caravan. Suddenly, a voice interrupts their conversation, capturing everyone's focus. A man steps forward in front of the horse wagons and greets the group. He introduces himself as Dalton and claims to be the leader of the caravan. Dalton expresses his gratitude to everyone who has joined the escort quest and appreciates their willingness to take on the task. He proceeds to outline the caravan's route, mentioning that they will depart from the west gates of the royal capital and travel on foot for 4 days to reach the city of Oka, where they will rest for a day. After that, they will continue their journey for 6 more days to reach the trade city of Phasis, their final destination. Dalton eagerly anticipates the collaboration, even though it will be for a short duration. The crowd applauds as Dalton introduces the supervising party for the mission, a C-ranked party known as Goblin's Grief. He invites the leader of this party to step forward and share a few words. Fujimiya Sora recognizes the leader of the Goblin's Grief party as Seiken-san. With excitement, Seiken-san notices Fujimiya Sora and comments on the coincidence of being on the same quest. He informs Fujimiya Sora that Rai, a woman standing beside him who playfully pinches his cheeks, proposed to him, and they are now a couple. After this playful exchange, Seiken-san clears his throat and addresses the group he will be supervising. Seiken-san introduces himself formally to the adventurers, stating his name and his role as the leader of the Goblin's Grief party. He acknowledges that there might be some adventurers who are new to escort missions among them. Seiken-san explains that this escort mission will span a few days, and the primary task of the adventurers is to be vigilant against monsters and bandits during the journey. Concluding his introduction, Seiken-san encourages the adventurers to enjoy themselves during the mission. As the chants die down, the gates leading out of the royal capital swing open. Fujimiya Sora's excitement grows as he realizes that his first escort mission is about to begin. The horse wagons form a line and start moving out of the capital, with all the adventurers, including Fujimiya Sora, joining the procession. Fujimiya Sora points out that the horse wagons are carrying cargo until they reach Oka, so they need to move slowly. Due to the limited space in the wagons, everyone has to walk alongside them for now. Walking beside one of the wagons, Rurika-chan turns to Fujimiya Sora and encourages him to give his best during the quest. Fujimiya Sora assures her that he's fully committed to doing just that. Suddenly, a group of people approaches Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan from behind, inquiring if they are also newcomers like themselves. Fujimiya Sora clarifies that he is the only newbie in the escort mission, while Rurika-chan and Chris-chan have experience with such quests. The group of people that approach Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan expresses their intention to get along well, mentioning that this is their first escort mission. One of the individuals in the group remarks that even though it's their first mission, it seems quite easy for now, considering they just have to walk alongside the horse carriages. This leads to laughter from Fujimiya Sora and the man from the new group. However, Rurika-chan and Chris-chan caution the man and the newcomers not to underestimate the quest. They explain that they have taken similar escort missions before, and those quests turned out to be quite challenging. The man from the new group responds by saying that it was challenging for Rurika-chan and Chris-chan because they are girls, and he assures them that his group has plenty of stamina. Saiken-san observes Fujimiya Sora, Rurika-chan, Chris-chan, and the new group engage in various conversations and comments to Rai about how enjoyable it is to be around these youngsters. Rai looks at Saiken-san with a hint of concern and admits that she's a bit nervous about the new group, as they appear to be somewhat restless in her observation. Saiken-san, looking ahead, agrees with her, emphasizing that this quest won't be easy. He elaborates on how escort missions may seem deceptively simple initially, but participants must remain constantly vigilant of their surroundings, as the threat of monster attacks or bandit ambushes is ever present, even while walking. Saiken-san clarifies that while the mission appears straightforward, it's actually quite demanding. He explains the various challenges, including the need to be on high alert, the constant pressure to avoid cargo theft or damage, which results in penalties, and the mental exhaustion of maintaining constant vigilance. Additionally, he notes that participants must match their walking pace to that of the horse carriages, a physically draining task that quickly depletes stamina. Rai listens to Saiken-san's explanation and asks why he doesn't offer advice to the newbies if he's so well informed about escort missions. Saiken-san reassures Rai that there shouldn't be any major dangers before they reach Alka. He believes that newbies need to experience the challenges firsthand to learn and grow. Saiken-san adds that those who are overly confident either lack understanding or possess extraordinary potential, and he intends to discern which category each person falls into. An hour has passed since the caravan departed from the royal capital. As they walk alongside the horse wagons, the man from the new group, adopting a serious expression, alerts Fujimiya Sora that someone is approaching again. He instinctively grips his sword's handle, ready for any potential threat. As the man from the newbie group is concerned about passers-by, he expresses disappointment that he can't help but suspect every passing cart might be disguised bandits. The rest of the newbie group members also appear weary from the constant walking. Two of them jokingly mention how they're now on edge, expecting a monster to jump out of the grass at any sound. The man from the newbie group complains about the demanding nature of the escort mission, where they have to remain vigilant while walking, leading to exhaustion. Fujimiya Sora offers the man a cup of water, advising him to stay hydrated and persevere. Not only does Fujimiya Sora provide water to this man, but he also shares water with the other members of the newbie group. The members of the newbie group express gratitude to Fujimiya Sora for the water, and one of the girls in the group, dressed as a witch, is impressed by Fujimiya Sora's proficiency in using practical magic. The leader of the newbie group inquires about Fujimiya Sora's apparent lack of fatigue, noting that if Fujimiya Sora is new to this kind of mission, he should be feeling worn out. Fujimiya Sora ponders how he isn't tired due to his heavy reliance on his skills. However, he struggles to find the right words to explain this to the man from the newbie group. Fujimiya Sora reflects on his ability to use his presence detection skill to check for other carts and potential threats in the surroundings. He notes that using this skill while walking doesn't even deplete his skill points, SP. This situation allows him to simultaneously gain experience on the escort mission while training his skills. Fujimiya Sora realizes that he's gaining experience with each step he takes on this journey, effectively accomplishing two things at once. When the man from the newbie group asks Fujimiya Sora why he's smiling so much, Fujimiya Sora internally decides not to reveal the true reason. Despite the visible exhaustion of everyone around, Fujimiya Sora explains to the man that he simply enjoys walking. The man finds Fujimiya Sora's response puzzling, and Fujimiya Sora tries to elaborate. But the man jokingly calls Fujimiya Sora crazy for actually enjoying walking. Saiken-san overhears this exchange between the man and Fujimiya Sora. After approximately 10 hours of travel since leaving the royal capital, Saiken-san announces that they've done well for the day and should set up camp for the night at the current site. The adventurers are so fatigued that as soon as the caravan comes to a stop, they practically collapse onto the ground. Observing the exhausted adventurers, Saiken-san questions their condition, wondering why they're already so tired on the first day. He reassures them that once they reach Ulka, they'll be able to rest by riding in the horse wagons for the remainder of the journey. He instructs them to continue walking for the next 3 days, and then they'll have the opportunity to ride in the wagons. However, Cyclone-san's attention shifts when he notices Fujimiya Sora standing while the others have collapsed from exhaustion. He observes Fujimiya Sora checking on Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, who are both lying on the ground due to their fatigue. Cyclone-san acknowledges that Fujimiya Sora's performance as an adventurer is commendable. He invites Fujimiya Sora to assist him and his group in setting up the camp, since Fujimiya Sora seems to have the energy for it. Fujimiya Sora agrees to help and assures Cyclone-san of his willingness. The members of the newbie group are impressed as they observe Fujimiya Sora's ability to keep going despite the exhaustion from the long walk. In the evening of the first day of the escort mission, Cyclone-san approaches Fujimiya Sora and asks if he can help with cooking. Rurika-chan informs Cyclone-san that Fujimiya Sora is skilled in cooking, and that they, Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, will assist once they've had some more rest. Cyclone-san leads Fujimiya Sora to the cooking area, where a large pot is being prepared to feed the participants of the escort mission. Fujimiya Sora realizes that he's cooking with ingredients from this unfamiliar world and for a large group of people. It's his first time using such ingredients and cooking in such a large pot. Cyclone-san explains that the ingredients for dinner are provided by the client. Fujimiya Sora hopes that his cooking will turn out well. With a mix of hesitation and nervousness, Fujimiya Sora starts gathering and using the ingredients, acknowledging that there are some he's unfamiliar with. He relies on his cooking skill to guide him. Fujimiya Sora decides to make a mixed hearty soup with a spicy kick for dinner. After tasting the soup, Rurika-chan comments on its spiciness and delicious flavor. Chris-chan adds that the soup's variety of ingredients makes it nutritious and satisfying. Rurika-chan praises Fujimiya Sora's cooking skills, and Chris-chan agrees, but both Rurika-chan and Chris-chan remain silent when Fujimiya Sora credits them for their help. Fujimiya Sora understands their unspoken thoughts and admits that the ration food isn't enough, jokingly suggesting that adding bacon to the meal would be a great improvement. Fujimiya Sora retrieves some bacon from his spatial magic space, bringing joy to Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, who happily indulge in the bacon. Fujimiya Sora reveals that he had stored plenty of bacon in his magical storage and shares his delight in having prepared so much of it. He stands up with a plate of bacon in hand, prompting Rurika-chan to ask where he's headed. Fujimiya Sora explains that he's planning to share the bacon with the other adventurers who might still be hungry. Rurika-chan and Chris-chan look at Fujimiya Sora, with Chris-chan blushing slightly and smiling. Meanwhile, Cyclone-san is engaged in a conversation with his party, laughing, when Fujimiya Sora arrives with the plate of bacon in hand, greeting everyone. Cyclone-san invites Fujimiya Sora to join him and his party, so Fujimiya Sora sits down between Cyclone-san's companions and apologizes for interrupting their conversation. Yuno turns to Fujimiya Sora, greets him, and mentions that Cyclone-san has already shared some information about Fujimiya Sora. Fujimiya Sora greets Yuno back, and Cyclone-san proceeds to explain that Yuno is his wife. Fujimiya Sora is a bit taken aback by this revelation, while Yuno smiles warmly. Cyclone-san continues, explaining that he and his party members were discussing Fujimiya Sora as someone with real determination. One of Cyclone-san's party members adds that Fujimiya Sora's walking pace today was impressive, and the others agree. Fujimiya Sora graciously thanks them for their kind words. He then informs Cyclone-san and his party about the food he prepared and his intention to share it with everyone. Cyclone-san expresses his happiness at Fujimiya Sora's considerate gesture. Cyclone-san and his party members examine the bacon meat that Fujimiya Sora is carrying, intrigued by this unfamiliar dish. They comment on its pale color and ask if it's cooked or raw. Curiously, Cyclone-san takes a piece of the meat and cautiously takes a bite. Once Cyclone-san and his companions taste it, they all express their delight at how delicious it is. Cyclone-san mentions that even in the royal capital, they haven't come across something as tasty as the meat Fujimiya Sora has brought. Yuno enthusiastically adds that the bacon meat is so good she could eat it every day. Fujimiya Sora shares his gratitude for their positive response to his cooking. He explains that he learned how to make this dish during a quest in Sai Village. Cyclone-san gets Fujimiya Sora's attention and begins to discuss a matter that has been on his mind. Fujimiya Sora listens as Cyclone-san explains that he has heard about Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan considering disbanding their party in the near future. Saiken-san then comes to the point and asks Fujimiya Sora about joining his party. Fujimiya Sora is taken aback by this unexpected proposal. Saiken-san elaborates on his reasoning, highlighting Fujimiya Sora's stamina, physical strength, and cooking skills. He believes that Fujimiya Sora's abilities would greatly benefit his party. Fujimiya Sora reflects on the proposition and acknowledges that it's quite an appealing offer. He expresses his appreciation for Saiken-san's high opinion of him. Fujimiya Sora responds to Saiken-san's offer by explaining that since teaming up with Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, he has recognized his own need for personal growth. He has decided to embark on a solo journey for a while, focusing on improving himself until he can confidently stand on his own. Fujimiya Sora assures Saiken-san and his party that if, after this period, they still want him to join their party, they are welcome to approach him again. Saiken-san playfully reacts by pretending to be disappointed and makes a joke about getting rejected. Fujimiya Sora apologizes for declining but expresses gratitude for the invitation. Saiken-san takes it lightly, mentioning that it can't be helped. Yuno encourages Fujimiya Sora to consider their offer in the future, and Fujimiya Sora thanks everyone in Saiken-san's party for their understanding and kindness. Fujimiya Sora becomes aware that he's under surveillance by an unknown entity, and he realizes that until he figures out who or what is observing him, it might be risky for those around him. Later that night, Fujimiya Sora engages in conversations with Rurika-chan, Chris-chan, and the members of the newbie group. They share stories and experiences from their journeys, learning about the mysteries of the new world they're in. As the evening passes and it's time to sleep, Fujimiya Sora finds himself lying next to Chris-chan, feeling her breath on his neck. Struggling with the proximity, he decides to employ his parallel thinking skill to attempt getting some rest without disturbing her. After 3 more days of travel, the caravan finally arrives at its first destination, the town of Ulka. Fujimiya Sora takes in the sight of the town, noticing that while it lacks the towering buildings of the royal capital, its layout is still sophisticated. He appreciates the pleasant townscape and comments on Ulka's beauty. Saiken-san gathers everyone's attention to commend their efforts and informs them that since the cargo will be unloaded in Ulka, they'll have a day off tomorrow. He encourages everyone to rest well, as the more challenging part of the journey lies ahead on the second leg of their trip. Saiken-san looks before him to see that every adventurer is busy at their own activity and that no one is actually listening to him. Saiken-san laughs nervously. Rurika-chan, Chris-chan, and Fujimiya Sora talk about how Saiken-san just said that all the adventurers will have a day off tomorrow and asks Fujimiya Sora that if he has anything in mind that he would like to do. Fujimiya Sora tells Rurika-chan and Chris-chan that he indeed has something that he wants to do. When the caravan reaches Ulka town, which is close to the royal capital, the merchants start unloading their goods. This gives the adventurers a whole day to rest. The caravan's final destination is the trading city of Thesis. Other adventurers are hanging around, some in the bars, each enjoying their free day in their own way. One guy from the newbie group plans to sleep the entire day. Meanwhile, Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan are looking after the horses. They approach the horses and wish them a good morning. The horses respond with neighs. Fujimiya Sora hands Chris-chan 2 buckets of water with brushes for cleaning the horses. Rurika-chan has a bag of horse food in her hands. Chris-chan questions Fujimiya Sora's reason for wanting to take care of the horses. Fujimiya Sora replies that he's never been so close to a horse before and wanted to experience looking after them. Fujimiya Sora appreciates Chris-chan and Rurika-chan joining him, even though he understands they might be tired. Chris-chan blushes a bit and admits she's interested in horses. Rurika-chan reassures Fujimiya Sora that she and Chris-chan are fine after just 1 night of sleep. Fujimiya Sora agrees and mentions that Dalton, the caravan leader, taught him about horse care. He explains that the first step is to feed the horses. Fujimiya Sora takes out a bag of carrot-like vegetables for them. Fujimiya Sora expresses his belief that the horses in this different world would also enjoy the carrot-like vegetables. He approaches one of the horses and offers the vegetable near its mouth, prompting the horse to eagerly start munching on it. Chris-chan, assisting Fujimiya Sora in feeding the horses, finds one horse particularly cute as it enjoys the vegetables she gave it. Chris-chan continues feeding the horses until all the carrot-like vegetables in her bag are gone. Realizing they need more, Chris-chan decides to fetch additional vegetables. However, as she's about to leave, she notices a horse looking at her and then suddenly grabbing one of her ponytails with its mouth, playfully chewing on it. Chris-chan calls out for help, and Fujimiya Sora and Rurika-chan quickly come to assist her. After finishing feeding the horses, Fujimiya Sora takes out a bucket of water and mentions that the next task is cleaning them. He tosses some water onto the back of a horse, noting how dirty they become after walking for 4 days straight. Fujimiya Sora decides to clean them thoroughly again. After splashing water and scrubbing each horse one by one, Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan completes the washing process. Fujimiya Sora comments on how tiring and time-consuming the washing turned out to be, especially for certain horses. Observing the remaining horses, Fujimiya Sora realizes that it would take the entire day to wash them all like this. He starts considering a more efficient approach and remembers that he can use his cleaning magic to speed up the process. Fujimiya Sora then employs his cleaning magic on the remaining horses, efficiently cleaning them all at once. The horses seem to be delighted and express their happiness with cheerful neighs. Fujimiya Sora proceeds to bring out some brushes and informs Rurika-chan and Chris-chan that they'll use them to groom the horse's fur. Fujimiya Sora approaches one of the horses, admiring its physique, and smoothly runs the brush through its fur. He finds the process quite enjoyable. As he continues, Fujimiya Sora reflects on how the well-maintained appearance of the horses indicates the merchant's care for them. Observing Fujimiya Sora's brushing, Rurika-chan and Chris-chan express their interest and enthusiasm to try it as well. Soon, Rurika-chan and Chris-chan also hold brushes and join Fujimiya Sora in grooming the horse's fur. While Fujimiya Sora is engrossed in this activity, he suddenly hears a sound. He turns to see the white spirit Fufu emerging from the horse wagon and hovering in the air. The spirit Fufu gazes at Fujimiya Sora with its large, endearing eyes. Fujimiya Sora establishes a mental connection with the spirit Fufu, asking if it would like to be brushed as well. Though Fujimiya Sora is willing, he explains that he can't physically touch the spirit Fufu. Upon hearing this, the white spirit Fufu appears disheartened and moves away to the side, positioning itself just behind Fujimiya Sora. Fujimiya Sora notices this and offers a warm smile as he retrieves a piece of bacon meat from his magical storage. Concealing the meat behind his back, Fujimiya Sora signals to the white spirit Fufu to approach him. The white spirit Fufu wastes no time and swiftly approaches Fujimiya Sora's hand, happily munching on the offered piece of bacon meat. Fujimiya Sora finds the spirit Fufu's eagerness amusing. After tending to the horses by feeding, cleaning, and brushing them, Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan's work is finally complete. Suddenly, Dalton, the leader of the caravan, appears and expresses gratitude to Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan for looking after the horses. He mentions how he could hear the horses neighing happily from a distance. Fujimiya Sora modestly responds that there's no need for thanks, as it was a valuable experience for them. Rurika-chan mentions to Dalton that she finds the horses incredibly cute. Dalton explains that horses can become loyal and wonderful companions for humans, expressing his happiness that Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan also appreciates the horses. He pets one of the horses affectionately, noting how the horses seem to be enjoying the journey. Then Dalton asks Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan if they'd like to take a ride on the horses. Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan eagerly agrees, expressing their excitement to ride the horses. With Dalton guiding the horses and Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan mounted on them, they make their way through the streets of Oka Town. As Fujimiya Sora experiences the sensation of riding a horse, he marvels at the moment. Rurika-chan inquires with Dalton about how the horses appeared to be so comfortable around humans. Dalton explains that these horses are indeed accustomed to human presence and are sensitive to emotions. He goes on to say that the calmness of the horses, while Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan are riding them indicates that Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan has kind and gentle hearts. Fujimiya Sora, with a smile, humbly asks Dalton if he truly believes that, expressing his hope that it's the case. During the ride, as they move forward, Fujimiya Sora gazes to his right and is captivated by the breathtaking sight of a sunset, with the sun descending between the mountains. Fujimiya Sora admires the breathtaking scenery from this elevated perspective, finding it refreshing to witness such natural beauty. He then glances over at Chris-chan, who is riding her horse with a carefree attitude. Observing her, Fujimiya Sora can't help but think about how lovely she looks. Dalton and Rurika-chan noticed Fujimiya Sora's attention on Chris-chan, and both of them exchanged knowing smiles. Caught by their observation, Fujimiya Sora tries to play it off as if he was simply checking the time, suggesting that it's getting late and they should head back. Chris-chan playfully agrees, laughing, and encourages everyone to return. Blushing slightly, Fujimiya Sora spurs his horse to move a bit faster toward the stables. As they reach the stable, all the horses except Fujimiya Sora's come to a halt, while Fujimiya Sora's horse starts to neigh and exhibit some excitement. Fujimiya Sora, realizing that even the horse can sense his emotions, attempts to calm it down, acknowledging that not even the horses can be fooled by his actions. The following morning, Saiken-san gathers the adventurers and announces that it's time to embark on the next stage of the journey. He informs them that they have a 6-day travel ahead from Ulka Town to the trade city of Phesis. Saiken-san instructs everyone to prepare for the journey, and with a collective chant, the adventurers get into position and ready themselves. As the group sets off, it's explained that for this stretch between Ulka and Phesis, the adventurers no longer need to walk alongside the horse wagons. Since much of the cargo was offloaded in Ulka, there's now space for new goods and for the adventurers to ride in the carriages. Fujimiya Sora elaborates that he, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan were assigned to manage horse wagon number 3. They mention that some adventurers chose to sit atop the wagons to keep watch over the surroundings. Inspired by this, Fujimiya Sora decides to take a position on top of the wagon to help with the surveillance. Sitting atop his wagon, Fujimiya Sora secures a cloth around his lap to ensure a safer seating position. He reflects on how the stability is better than he expected. Meanwhile, inside the wagon, Rurika-chan and Chris-chan advise the person handling the horses to increase the pace for a while, cautioning them about the upcoming bumps and warning about potential motion sickness, which is common among those not accustomed to such movements. Just as Rurika-chan and Chris-chan are discussing this with the rider, the road becomes rough and bumpy, causing the entire wagon to shake and rattle. Fujimiya Sora, concerned for Rurika-chan and Chris-chan, asks them if they are alright inside. They respond that they are fine and inquire about Fujimiya Sora's well-being on top of the wagon. However, as they ask, Fujimiya Sora suddenly feels a wave of nausea and motion sickness, indicating that he's starting to feel unwell. Fujimiya Sora acknowledges his discomfort, realizing that his backside hurts and the continuous shaking is making him feel nauseous. However, he suddenly notices that his nausea is subsiding. He connects the dots and realizes that his natural recovery improvement skill is actively countering his motion sickness and alleviating his stomach pain. He calls down to Rurika-chan and Chris-chan that he's alright and can manage the situation. But just as he utters these words, he feels the urge to vomit again, leading him to reflect inwardly on the frustrating cycle of his condition returning shortly after abating, and hoping that enduring this ordeal might help improve his natural recovery improvement skill. As time passes during the journey, it becomes evident that Fujimiya Sora has moved down into the wagon while Rurika-chan and Chris-chan have taken up positions on top to keep watch over the surroundings. In a conversation with the wagon's rider, Fujimiya Sora shares the news that he, Rurika-chan, and Chris-chan will part ways upon reaching Phesis. The rider jokingly remarks on the situation, expressing his disbelief that Fujimiya Sora would split up from 2 attractive companions. He humorously suggests that if he were in Fujimiya Sora's shoes, he'd stay with the 2 girls, even giving up his merchant life. Fujimiya Sora chuckles at the comment. The narration indicates that 4 days have passed since the caravan departed from Ulka. After the midday break, the wagon set off again. Phesis, the trade city, is roughly 2 days away. Amid this journey, Fujimiya Sora's presence detection skill alerts him to movement within the forest on the right side of the road. He contemplates whether to share this information with others, but then realizes that his companions are unaware of his unique skill and considers whether it's appropriate to reveal it. The wagon's rider inquires if Fujimiya Sora is alright, and Fujimiya Sora hesitates before deciding how to respond. He considers the implications of sharing his presence detection skill and worries that revealing it might alert the observer that he's aware of their presence. As he contemplates his options, he remains silent, assuming that someone else might eventually notice the movement. Suddenly, the white spirit Fufu passes through Fujimiya Sora, surprising him. The white spirit Fufu floats before him, prompting Fujimiya Sora to comment on how he thought the spirit Fufu didn't usually pass through solid objects. Noticing the seriousness of the white spirit Fufu's expression, Fujimiya Sora becomes alarmed. He starts to feel a strong sense that there's potential danger for everyone traveling with the caravan. Fujimiya Sora realizes that he can't afford to worry only about himself in this situation, as it's important to consider everyone's safety. He decides to avoid direct disclosure and seeks assistance from someone else. With this in mind, he calls out to Rurika-chan, expressing his unease about the forest to the right. He admits he's uncertain about the situation and asks if Rurika-chan can investigate. Rurika-chan uses her skills and senses something dangerous in the forest. Her expression changes to one of alarm, and she urgently informs Fujimiya Sora that there's a problem. She heads to Seiken-san to report the situation. Rurika-chan tells Seiken-san that she has detected 6 presences coming from the forest to the right. She explains that based on their sizes, these are likely individuals approaching the caravan. Seiken-san reacts swiftly, ordering the wagons to stop. He informs everyone that there are 6 approaching presences from the right side of the forest. Seiken-san informs the adventurers that the approaching entities are likely 6 monster wolves and advises everyone to assume battle formations. The adventurers prepare themselves for the upcoming fight. Seiken-san emphasizes the priorities, ensuring the safety of the merchants and horses first, followed by safeguarding the cargo, and lastly, their own and their comrades' well-being. The newbie group expresses their concern, having never faced wolves before. However, one member of the group remains optimistic, suggesting that with the number of people present, the battle should be swift. As Fujimiya Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika-chan wait for the approaching monster wolves to emerge from the forest, Fujimiya Sora senses that something doesn't feel quite right. Fujimiya Sora notices the peculiar behavior of the monsters, realizing that one seems to be pursuing the other 5. The sounds of their movements become more distinct as they approach. Seiken-san's warning breaks the tension, alerting the adventurers that the monsters are nearing. Out of the forest, a group of 5 wolves becomes visible, being pursued by a large creature resembling a tiger. In a swift motion, the tiger-like creature attacks and kills one of the wolves. Shocked by this unexpected development, the adventurers witness the creature and Seiken-san identifies it as a tiger wolf. In the heart of a dark and eerie forest, a caravan pushed ahead. You could hear the leaves crunching beneath the wheels of the wagons and the soft whisper of the trees. In this group were brave adventurers and tough merchants, all heading deep into the mysterious woods. Little did they know, a terrifying encounter awaited them. They weren't ready for the bone-chilling terror that was about to appear before their very eyes, the fearsome tiger wolf. As the forest got darker, the adventurers and merchants, each with their own hopes and dreams, found themselves facing something beyond their wildest imagination. A gigantic beast, the embodiment of fear and ferocity, emerged from the shadows. Its eyes gleamed with a hunger that couldn't be satisfied. The adventurers, suddenly confronted by this horrifying creature, couldn't move, paralyzed by fear. They felt as small as insects facing a giant predator. The tiger wolf was a legendary monster, feared by everyone who had heard of it. It showed its ruthless nature as it tore through a pack of smaller wolves, showing no mercy. Each snap of its powerful jaws meant another wolf's life was over. Panic spread among the adventurers as they realized the terrible truth. They were face to face with the infamous tiger wolf, an unstoppable and deadly force of nature. But as they watched the chaos unfold, something strange became clear. The pack of wolves they thought were allies of the tiger wolf were actually its prey. The smaller wolves were running away from the monstrous terror that was now dominating them. The tiger wolf's savagery had no limits as it continued to hunt down the wolves one by one. The wolves that managed to escape the beast's relentless pursuit were gripped by fear, driven by their instinct to survive. When the adventurers saw the tiger wolf claim yet another victim from their group, they let out a collective, mournful cry. It was a sad lament for their fallen friend. But as the cries of grief faded, a determination took their place. The wolves, originally driven by fear, began to growl together, a clear sign of their resolve to protect each other. In the midst of this chaos, the adventurers and the wolves faced a dilemma. They couldn't stay and watch their comrades fall one by one, and they couldn't flee because the tiger wolf was too fast and too deadly. They needed a plan, and they needed it fast. The adventurers gathered in a huddle, whispering urgently to each other. They knew they had to act as a team to stand a chance against the monstrous predator. Their swords and bows were at the ready, and their determination burned brighter than ever. They were ready to fight for their lives and for the wolves who had unwittingly become their allies. Meanwhile, the wolves circled around the tiger wolf, their growls growing louder and more menacing. They might have been prey once, but they were not going to go down without a fight. They were a pack, and they were willing to protect each other, no matter what. The battle that followed was fierce and brutal. The adventurers and the wolves fought side by side, using their combined strength and strategy to take on the tiger wolf. Arrows flew, swords clashed, and the forest echoed with the roars and growls of the combatants. The tiger wolf, though a formidable foe, was not invincible. It felt the pain from the arrows and the slashes of the adventurers' swords, but it fought back with a ferocity that was unmatched. Its claws and teeth were deadly, and it was determined to make the adventurers pay for challenging it. As the battle raged on, the adventurers and the wolves began to gain the upper hand. They worked together seamlessly, anticipating each other's moves and supporting one another. The tiger wolf, sensing that the tide was turning against it, grew desperate. In a final desperate charge, the tiger wolf lunged at the adventurers, but they were ready. They managed to wound it severely, and with a deafening roar, the beast retreated into the darkness of the forest, defeated and wounded. The adventurers and the wolves stood victorious, but it was not without a heady price. They had lost friends and comrades in the battle, and the forest was now a haunting reminder of the fierce struggle that had taken place. They mourned their losses and paid their respects to the fallen, but they also recognized that they had formed an unlikely alliance with the wolves, one forged in the crucible of battle. They had shown that even in the face of a terrifying enemy, unity and determination could prevail. The adventurers and the wolves, once strangers in the forest, were now bound by a shared experience that would forever connect them. As they prepared to continue their journey through the dark and foreboding forest, they did so with a newfound respect for the wild and the creatures that called it home. They knew that the tiger wolf was still out there, but they also knew that they had the strength and the unity to face any challenge that lay ahead. With their plan now in motion, Siphon addressed the clan with firm resolve. "You know, as always, I leave the diversion to you, and the vanguard will engage the beast," he declared. Yuna nodded, her eyes focused and resolute. She sighed softly. "What are you waiting for?" as she prepared to create a diversion that would allow the vanguard to strike. But as she looked up to initiate her diversion, an unexpected twist awaited her. The tiger wolf, too, had shifted into attack mode, its predatory instincts fully awakened. The vanguard, armed with gleaming swords and fierce determination, lunged forward with lightning speed, aiming to deliver a devastating blow to the oncoming beast. The battle that erupted was a chaotic whirlwind of action. The tiger wolf growled fiercely, its massive paws striking out with monstrous force in a desperate attempt to repel the vanguard. Just when it seemed that the vanguard would be swatted aside like mere insects, a well-timed shield intervened, blocking the deadly strike. A courageous comrade stepped forward, their voice resolute as they declared, "Leave it to me." Determination burned in their eyes as they countered the tiger wolf's relentless onslaught. The creature, undeterred, continued its savage assault, battering its way through the shields with sheer brute force. Then, in a moment of coordinated precision, Siphon gave the order to halt. With a swift and calculated motion, he slashed at the tiger wolf with his sword, his strike true and unwavering. Simultaneously, an arrow, launched with uncanny accuracy, pierced the tiger wolf's chest, a testament to the clan's impeccable teamwork. As the seasoned adventurers continued to engage the formidable beast, those who watched in awe were struck by their prowess. Sora couldn't help but voice his admiration, saying, "Wow, they are so coordinated." Their strategy was flawless, leaving no openings for the tiger wolf to exploit. Observing the experienced adventurers in action, Sora's mind began to churn. He couldn't help but wonder if this was what had been referred to as Goblin's Grief. This was indeed a veteran adventurer party, an elite group skilled in the intricate dance of combat and strategy. Meanwhile, the tiger wolf, though grievously injured and bathed in its own blood, remained undaunted. Its massive frame quivered, but it was evident that it was far from finished. The battle raged on, a testament to the indomitable spirit of both the adventurers and the fearsome creature that had brought them to this perilous juncture. In the dense and mysterious forest, it was a scene of chaos and conflict, with multiple fronts demanding the full attention and courage of those involved. At the forefront of this chaotic tableau stood the veteran party, a band of battle-hardened adventurers, their names whispered in awe across the land. They were the stalwarts, the ones who had faced down countless dangers and emerged victorious. Now in this verdant labyrinth of peril, they were pitted against foes that matched the very essence of the forest itself. Engaged in a fierce skirmish against two menacing wolves, the veteran party showcased their experience and unity. The wolves, with fur as dark as the night, eyes gleaming with primal hunger, circled their prey. With weapons drawn, the adventurers squared off against these formidable foes, their swords clashing in a deadly dance of skill and determination. Simultaneously, another member of the veteran party, the enigmatic Goblin's Grief, found themselves locked in a harrowing duel with the dreaded tiger wolf. This nightmarish creature had sown fear and dread in the hearts of many, and its presence was an embodiment of the forest's most sinister secrets. With fur as striped as shadows and eyes that burned with an otherworldly malevolence, it was a challenge that would test the limits of even the most seasoned adventurer. On yet another front, the rest of the veteran party was locked in combat with 3 more wolves. Their battle-hardened skills and unwavering resolve were on full display as they fought valiantly to protect their comrades. Each swing of their weapons was a testament to their years of training and the countless battles they had survived. In a critical role, a group of newcomers had been entrusted with the solemn duty of guarding the merchants. These wide-eyed, fresh-faced adventurers had joined the expedition with dreams of glory and riches. However, the forest had a way of teaching harsh lessons. The safety of the merchants rested heavily on their shoulders, and they were determined to defend them at all costs, despite the trembling in their inexperienced hands. The merchants themselves, a group of individuals on a perilous journey through this treacherous forest, found their fate inextricably linked to that of the adventurers. They had embarked on this journey seeking fortune and opportunity, but now their lives hung in the balance, and they clung to the hope that the adventurers would be their saviors. As the battle raged on, the tiger wolf, previously knocked to the ground by the sheer determination of Goblin's Grief, had risen once more. Its long, cruel claws gleamed with deadly intent, and its eyes burned with a malevolent rage. All the adventurers braced themselves, preparing to face this formidable adversary once more. They couldn't help but be impressed by the performance of the Goblin's Grief party, whose exceptional skills and coordination had left an indelible mark on their minds. However, their fellow adventurers urged them not to remain mere spectators. "Don't just stand around and watch," they shouted, their voices filled with urgency. "We will handle these wolves." It was a reminder that unity and cooperation were paramount in the face of such peril. The wolves, relentless in their howling, kept everyone on edge. One of the wolves launched a ferocious attack on a member of the veteran party, a seasoned adventurer with grizzled features and a gleam of determination in their eyes. However, the seasoned adventurer remained vigilant, swiftly turning to confront the wolf and tossing it aside with remarkable agility and strength. The merchants and the newcomers watched in astonishment as the battle unfolded before their eyes, witnessing the incredible strength and prowess of the adventurers. With each clash of swords and the flurry of fur and fangs, the forest seemed to come alive, as if it were a living, breathing entity, testing the intruders who dared to tread on its hallowed ground. Chris, one of the adventurers, couldn't help but voice her concern. "At this rate, it seems like it is going to be over soon," she observed. Sora, another member of the group, shared her sentiment, saying, "Yes, it certainly appears that way." However, just as they began to think that the battle might be nearing its conclusion, a new and unexpected threat emerged. Sora's magical companion, a sentient flying cloud, suddenly appeared, its expression one of deep concern. Alarmed by the cloud's distress, Sora inquired, "What's wrong? Is there something over there?" The flying cloud's terror was palpable, and its reaction signaled imminent danger. Without warning, from the depths of the forest, another pack of dreadful wolves emerged. Sora's face contorted in terror, and he urgently shouted, "Watch out! There's more?" The pack of wolves was heading straight for the merchants, and Chris, her voice trembling with fear, exclaimed, "What? Another pack of wolves?" Sora swiftly readied himself to protect the merchants, explaining, "I had deactivated the presence detection, so I didn't notice." The newcomers, inspired by Sora's bravery and determination, braced themselves for the impending battle. They understood that it was their solemn duty to defend the merchants, and they were determined to rise to the occasion. "It is our duty to protect the merchants," they declared with unwavering resolve. The voracious, terrifying wolves closed in on the newcomers, their hunger for battle palpable. One of the newcomers shouted, "There's one," and unleashed the searing power of fire magic, reducing the first wolf to ashes. The flames roared, and the first wolf howled in agony as it met its fiery demise. Sora, ever vigilant, joined the fray. With a swift slash of his gleaming sword, he dispatched the second wolf with precision and strength. The merchant couldn't help but admire the seamless teamwork between Sora and the newcomers, remarking, "Nice combo," with a hint of awe in his voice. Chris, a master of wind magic, summoned a powerful gust of wind that sent the third wolf hurtling through the air. It twirled and tumbled before crashing to the ground, its life extinguished. Sora and Chris stood side by side, praising each other's exceptional efforts. "Nice one, Chris," Sora complimented, to which Chris replied, "You too, Sora." Meanwhile, the veteran adventurers continued their fierce struggle against the formidable tiger wolf. Siphon, the leader of the group, found himself increasingly perturbed by the clamor emanating from the newcomers' direction. His irritation was evident as he remarked, "Those newcomers back there are rather noisy." The other adventurers, deeply engrossed in their own battles, remained blissfully unaware of the developments unfolding behind them. Then, without warning, Siphon's exasperation transformed into alarm as he spotted another pack of wolves approaching, led by the relentless tiger wolf. The pack of wolves and the tiger wolf charged forward as a relentless wave of fur and fangs, their intentions unmistakable. The tiger wolf, with its massive frame and razor-sharp claws, swept aside anyone in its path with terrifying ease. Siphon, gripped by fear and anger, watched helplessly as the tiger wolf bore down on the merchants, his voice strained as he yelled, "Rurika, run." However, it was already too late for Rurika. She found herself trapped between wolves on both sides, fear coursing through her veins. With tremendous bravery, she drew her swords and attempted to fend off the encroaching wolves from one side. Yet the odds were overwhelmingly against her, and she could feel the icy grip of dread tightening its hold as she whispered, "No good. I will not make it." In a moment of sheer heroism, Sora leaped into the fray. Driven by an overwhelming surge of rage and determination, he engaged the tiger wolf in a fierce struggle. Their blades clashed, and Sora managed to deflect the tiger wolf's attack, saving Rurika from certain doom. But in the process, Sora was sent flying back, his body crashing to the forest floor. Siphon, typically composed and unflappable, watched in stunned silence. Chris, her concern for Sora evident in her voice, cried out, "Sora." Sora, filled with a potent mix of rage and resolve, rose to his feet. His eyes locked onto the tiger wolf with unwavering determination, and he pointed his sword towards the fearsome creature. His voice echoed through the forest, a declaration of unwavering courage in the face of overwhelming odds. "I won't let you lay a single finger on my friends." In the heart of a dense, ancient forest, a breathtaking tableau unfolded. Sora, a brave and resolute warrior, stood firmly rooted to the mossy ground, his sword clasped in his trembling hands. The very essence of fear and determination intertwined within him, creating a symphony of emotions that echoed through the woodland. His chest heaved with every accelerated heartbeat, a metronome of anticipation in the face of impending danger. Opposite him, a creature of nightmares, the tiger wolf, bore its formidable presence. Its form, a melding of the majestic grace of a tiger and the savage might of a wolf, commanded awe and terror in equal measure. Muscles rippled beneath its tawny fur, and its eyes, like twin orbs of amber fire, glinted with an insatiable hunger. A row of fangs, each one as sharp as a dagger's edge, were bared in a menacing snarl, poised to rend flesh from bone. The tension between man and beast hung palpably in the air, as if the very forest held its breath, awaiting the inevitable clash. But just as the cataclysmic confrontation was about to erupt into violence, a sound pierced through the heavy shroud of foreboding. "Sora?" Rurika's voice, like a clarion call, resonated through the ancient trees. Urgency and concern intertwined in her voice, weaving a tapestry of emotions that reached Sora's ears and heart. Rurika knew Sora's capabilities intimately, and in her eyes the outcome of this perilous encounter was stark and unyielding. He had to flee to live another day. In the heartbeat of hesitation that followed, Sora's eyes locked onto the relentless, predatory gaze of the tiger wolf. His very soul felt as though it teetered on the precipice of doom. Yet the bonds of friendship, trust, and love that connected him to Rurika tugged at his spirit. Rurika, a warrior of unparalleled grace and skill, seized this crucial moment. Like a tempest incarnate, she sprang into action. With a fluidity of movement that was as mesmerizing as it was deadly, she drew her twin swords from their sheaths. They gleamed in the dappled sunlight that filtered through the thick canopy above, twin stars in the forest's celestial theater. In a breathtaking dance of steel and fury, she parried an incoming wolf, a shadow that had stealthily slinked up behind her. Her blades clashed with the relentless beast's fangs, the resounding impact sending the creature sprawling, a symphony of ferocity and grace. Sora's attention, torn between Rurika's dire predicament and the menacing wolves that encircled him, wavered. A creeping sensation of helplessness began to gnaw at his resolve as the beasts closed in from all sides, teeth bared, eyes gleaming with predatory intent. "I can't move away from here," Rurika muttered, frustration lacing her voice as she continued to fend off the unrelenting onslaught of wolves. She was acutely aware that her extraordinary skills alone might not suffice in this dire hour. With a fierce determination that radiated from her very core, she lunged at yet another wolf, her twin blades slicing through the air with an almost musical precision. Her voice, laced with urgency and determination, pierced through the cacophony of battle. "Sora, run!" On the diametrically opposite side of this chaotic battlefield, Sora and the tiger wolf found themselves locked in a deadly contest of wills. The sheer terror that danced within Sora's wide eyes was a reflection of the unfathomable, unbridled intent that smoldered within the beast's fiery gaze. It seemed, for all intents and purposes, that the tiger wolf was poised to devour him alive, to end his journey through life and time itself. Yet in the depths of despair, a glimmer of hope surged forth. Sora's memory, as if awakening from a long slumber, summoned forth his unique appraisal skill, an innate ability that allowed him to assess the flow of combat with unparalleled precision. His heart pounded with newfound resolve as this realization unfurled within his mind like a banner of hope. "Not a chance," Sora muttered under his breath, his voice almost drowned out by the cacophonous symphony of battle. He could feel the weight of Rurika's words, echoing like a mantra urging him to flee, to save himself from the impending doom. However, a different sense, an almost preternatural intuition, whispered that help was on its way. All he needed to do was hold the tiger wolf's rapt attention for a few more precious seconds. Summoning every iota of courage that lay hidden within the depths of his being, Sora set his unwavering gaze on the oncoming ferocious tiger wolf. With a shout that was equal parts defiance and resignation, he called out, "Do it, Sora." The tiger wolf, as if stirred by the very depths of its primal instincts, roared. Its monstrous form became a blur as it lunged with terrifying speed towards Sora, its intentions clear, to rend and tear, to eviscerate and consume. Rurika, her heart a thundering drum in her chest, couldn't help but scream, "Don't, Sora!" Yet even as her cry echoed through the forest, Sora was already in motion. With the grace and agility of a seasoned warrior, he deftly sidestepped the beast's enormous, gnashing paws. His sword, an extension of his very soul, gleamed in the dappled sunlight as it arched through the air, finding its mark with unerring precision. The blade pierced the tiger wolf's flank, drawing forth a gout of crimson life's essence. The beast howled in a symphony of pain and fury, its own war cry reverberating through the ancient woods. The relentless tiger wolf, wounded but unyielding, bore down upon Sora once more, fury and hatred etched into its very being. Yet Sora, fueled by the undying bonds of friendship and determination, danced with death itself. His agility allowed him to evade the beast's deadly lunge, to anticipate its savage onslaught. With a powerful sweeping motion of his blade, Sora sent the beast tumbling away, its wounds deepening with every passing heartbeat. The tiger wolf's eyes, twin embers of hatred and vengeance, blazed with an intensity that was almost otherworldly as it prepared for yet another merciless assault. On the other side of the battlefield, Rurika watched with tear-filled eyes, a witness to this harrowing dance between life and death. Her very soul was petrified by the overwhelming tide of wolves, their numbers encircling her like a nightmarish tempest. She felt the oppressive weight of her own inability to escape the encroaching danger, the sense of hopelessness clawing at her heart. Yet, amidst the shadows of her fear, she couldn't help but notice something extraordinary about Sora's performance. As her twin swords cleaved through the air, her gaze remained unwavering, fixed upon the figure of her dearest friend. "He's good," she whispered to herself, her voice quivering with a mixture of awe and trepidation. "Totally different from when we were sparring together. He's aware of the glaring gap in strength between him and the tiger wolf, and he's staying calm, focusing on defense and buying time." Each word that tumbled from her lips was a testament to the profound transformation that had overtaken Sora in this crucible of peril. He had evolved from the hesitant trainee she had sparred with into a warrior of unyielding resolve and steel-clad determination. Rurika's eyes, now glistening with a newfound sense of hope, remained fixed on Sora's form. She could see the subtle shifts in his stance, the calculated precision of his movements, and the unwavering courage that burned within him. It was as if he had unlocked a dormant power, a reservoir of untapped potential that now surged forth like a mighty river in full flood. Suddenly, a new figure entered the fray. Chris, a skilled archer, emerged from the chaos and decided to assist Sora. She took aim with her bow, but the rapidly moving combatants made it difficult to line up a shot. Both the tiger wolf and Sora are moving around so much, Chris exclaimed, her brow furrowed in concentration. She couldn't help but wonder when Sora had acquired such extraordinary agility. The tiger wolf continued its relentless onslaught, leaping at Sora with unparalleled speed and ferocity. Each attack was met with a calculated evasion, a precise counter, or a well-timed parry. Sora was determined to hold his ground, to keep the beast engaged and distracted. I can hold out like this, Sora thought, his focus unwavering. My parallel thinking skill is working great. By separating up my thoughts, I can take in and process a lot more information that way. His senses were heightened, and he vowed not to miss even the slightest movement of any attack. With each passing moment, he knew that help was drawing nearer. However, in the midst of his determination, disaster struck. Sora's body suddenly betrayed him, and he collapsed to his knees. Panic surged through him as he realized that he couldn't move any longer. What? Why can't I move my body anymore? Sora's mind raced as he desperately searched for an answer. He checked his skill panel and made a grim discovery. His SP, skill points, had been depleted because he hadn't been moving. Seizing the opportunity, the relentless tiger wolf lunged at Sora once more. Its massive paws struck with brutal force, sending Sora sprawling through the air, blood spattering in his wake. The tiger wolf wouldn't relent, its deadly assault continuing unabated. Chris watched in horror as Sora fell to the ground, his condition critical. Her blood ran cold and her eyes widened with shock. She had never witnessed such a brutal battle, and Sora's life hung in the balance. As this harrowing scene unfolded, Siphon and rest of the party finally arrived at the battlefield. They charged in, protecting Sora and engaging the ferocious wolf in combat. Siphon's voice boomed with anger as he yelled, "Your shenanigans end here." The party united, pushing the tiger wolf back and preparing for a counterattack. The beast, now outnumbered and surrounded, seethed with rage. However, in a cowardly turn of events, the tiger wolf decided to retreat. It turned tail and fled back into the dense woods, leaving behind a trail of disappointment and frustration. Siphon, furious at the wolf's escape, exhaled sharply and shouted, "Get us a medic. We fended off the tiger wolf. We've got one wounded. Tend to him immediately." Rurika and Chris rushed to Sora's side, their faces filled with fear and concern. Sora lay in a dreadful state, his entire body covered in wounds and blood. His breaths came in ragged gasps as he managed to speak through the pain. "They managed to fend it off," Sora whispered weakly. He could barely see through his blurred vision. "That's good. The wounds from the battle are deep." Sora's condition was dire, and he needed immediate medical attention to have any hope of survival. As the party rallied around him, the battle's aftermath left a profound impact on them all. Sora's bravery and determination had been put to the ultimate test, and the price of victory was etched in the scars he bore. In the wake of the fierce battle, the party had emerged victorious but not unscathed. Sora's injuries were severe, and his life hung in the balance as they hastily summoned a medic to tend to him. Amidst the chaos and fear, the name Sora echoed like a desperate plea. Sora lay motionless, his body covered in wounds and his life hanging by a fragile thread. A sense of dreaded despair filled the hearts of his friends, who gathered around him, their faces etched with worry and sorrow. Rurika and Chris, in particular, were filled with anguish as they approached their fallen comrade. They carried portions of healing potions, their trembling hands betraying their fear as they poured the precious liquid onto Sora's wounds. Tears welled in their eyes as they repeated his silent plea, "Stop. Please make it stop already." Siphon, his anger still smoldering from the battle, couldn't bear to see his friends in such agony. He barked a command, his voice filled with urgency. "You two, make space. We have a priest who can use holy magic." The priest was an unusually tall man who was dressed in a black kimono with white lace on the borders. He had long hair which were covered with his big hat. He looked like someone who knows what he is doing. As if summoned by Siphon's words, the priest arrived on the scene. Siphon implored him, desperation in his voice, "Please save him." The priest nodded solemnly, understanding the gravity of the situation. "I will try my best," he assured them before channeling his magical powers, a soft glow emanating from his hands. Rurika and Chris remained focused, their attention locked onto Sora. He was their dearest friend, and they refused to leave him alone in his time of need. Siphon anxiously inquired, "How is it? Can you heal him?" The priest's response was laden with uncertainty. I don't know, as long as there is a possibility. He continued to pour his magic into Sora's battered body, his face etched with determination. But the wounds were deep, and the situation appeared grim. The priest's powers seemed to wane, and he finally admitted, "It's no good, his wounds are too deep." Still, the priest refused to give up. He continued to use his magic, desperately trying to mend Sora's broken body. All the while, Sora's faithful spirit pet hovered nearby, its eyes filled with sorrow as it watched over its fallen friend. Sora's pet, unable to bear the sight of Sora's suffering, floated over to him. It gently landed on Sora's wounded body. Curling up in a silent display of grief, Sora had always been there for it, and now, in his darkest hour, the pet could not bear to be apart from him. As the priest's magical efforts continued, an unexpected miracle began to unfold. Sora's body started to emit a radiant glow, an astonishing sight that left everyone in awe. "What is this?" the priest exclaimed in shock. He watched in amazement as Sora's wounds began to close before his very eyes. His wounds, they're closing? Siphon, observing this phenomenon, couldn't contain his astonishment. Hey, Sora's glowing like crazy. Is that all right? The priest, still baffled by the sudden turn of events, stammered, I don't know, this is a first. He watched in wonder as the glow enveloped Sora's entire body. Then the unthinkable happened. Sora began to cough and sweat. It was a sign of life, a glimmer of hope in the darkness. The priest's voice rang out with a declaration of relief. The bleeding has stopped. His breathing has stabilized. He will be all right. Joy and relief washed over everyone like a tidal wave. Rurika and Chris hugged each other, tears streaming down their faces as they whispered words of gratitude. Siphon turned to the priest and offered a simple yet heartfelt remark. "So you can do it if you try." The priest, still trying to comprehend the miraculous turn of events, had no immediate response. He had witnessed something extraordinary, something that defied explanation. With newfound hope and determination, Siphon and his companions carefully lifted Sora onto a stretcher. Siphon issued orders to the rest of the group, urging them to prepare for their journey. "Okay, let's carry him to the wagon and get going. Hop on, everyone." Siphon's voice was resolute, and the party members rallied to follow his lead. However, Rurika, still overwhelmed by worry, chose to stay behind. She felt a sense of responsibility for what had happened to Sora, and she couldn't shake the fear that more danger might lie ahead. "Until everyone is ready, I will be keeping watch," she explained to Siphon, "in case monsters appear again." Siphon tried to offer words of comfort, reassuring her, "Don't let it get to you." He understood her feelings but also knew that they needed to move quickly to ensure Sora's recovery. As Siphon carefully placed Sora in the wagon, he couldn't help but notice the sadness that weighed on Rurika's shoulders. He approached her and spoke softly, "It's not your fault." Rurika, still consumed by guilt, replied with a forced smile, "Thank you, Siphon, but I am fine." She stood there in solitude, her thoughts turning inward as she remembered the moments of her childhood with Chris and Sora. Emotion welled up inside her, and she couldn't help but reflect on her vow to protect those dear to her. "I swore to not let people dear to me get hurt ever again," she thought, her heart heavy with the weight of her promise. "The way I am right now, I cannot protect them, Chris and Sora." Meanwhile, Chris also stood nearby, her thoughts filled with uncertainty. She, too, had been deeply affected by the events that had unfolded. She watched as Rurika grappled with her emotions, feeling a sense of helplessness. Back at the wagon, the party members attended to Sora, their care and concern evident in their every action. Sora, though still unconscious, appeared to be stable, and his breathing had become more regular. "He will be fine," Siphon assured the group. "He is only unconscious." Concerned for Rurika, Chris decided to step outside and speak with her. She knew that Rurika had been on watch duty for an extended period, and she was worried about her friend's well-being. Chris approached Rurika with a gentle demeanor, concern evident in her eyes. "You've been on watch for too long," she softly remarked. "Let's change. You can go down and rest a little." Despite her evident fatigue, Rurika remained resolute in fulfilling her duty. Her head shook in refusal as she replied, "No worries, no worries." She was determined not to admit her exhaustion, even though it was palpable. Chris, always perceptive, playfully pointed out, "See, normally you would have dodged that," while affectionately squeezing Rurika's cheek. Rurika, lacking her usual reflexes, couldn't help but chuckle in response. Filled with sincerity, Chris confessed, "You're also very dear to me, Rurika. Please don't forget that." Gratitude swelled within Rurika's heart, and she responded with a warm smile, saying, "You're right. Thank you, Chris." In that heartfelt moment, a surprising event occurred. Sora's spirit, the ethereal being that had always remained invisible to everyone except Sora himself, descended from the sky. This was highly unusual, as the spirit was typically only visible to Sora. Its approach towards Chris added an unexpected layer of intrigue to the scene. So Chris talks to him and asks him, "You're the spirit that is always around Sora, right? Would you mind talking with me for a bit?" As Chris Chan takes a stroll down memory lane, she fondly remembers her first meeting with Sora, thinking he was a real mystery. Even though Sora came from outside the capital and didn't know much about traveling, he still had the amazing ability to fight monsters. But what really got Chris Chan curious was how a spirit always followed Sora around. Memories of her Grandma Morrigan's stories came rushing back, saying that spirits don't just hang around people without a good reason. This special connection between Sora and the spirit made Chris Chan want to know more about him. With a mix of excitement and a bit of nervousness, Chris Chan called out to the fluffy white spirit, asking if it wanted to chat for a bit. The spirit slowly turned to face Chris Chan, looking pretty anxious and even shivering a little. Chris Chan tried to calm the spirit, saying she was sorry for scaring it and that she meant no harm. Chris Chan conveys to the spirit her reason for calling out, expressing her desire for a chat. She reveals a luminous substance hovering above her hand, opting to engage in conversation through her little companion, which she controls with apparent ease, all the while keeping a close eye on this shimmering entity. Despite her introverted nature, Chris Chan briefly reflects on her big sister Eris's conversational prowess, which contrasts with her own reserved demeanor. A gentle smile crosses her face before she redirects her attention to the still hovering white spirit. With the aid of her magical connection to the sparkling matter, Chris Chan initiates communication with the white spirit, offering an apology for feigning ignorance of its presence until now. She shares her reluctance to reveal her ability to see spirits to Sora, acknowledging her own hidden secrets that she's not ready to disclose. Chris Chan assures the white spirit that she now comprehends its prevailing sentiments. Chris Chan recalls a crucial moment during a battle when Sora suffered a severe injury. He lay unconscious on the ground, and at that critical juncture, the white spirit descended, floating gently towards him. With great determination, the white spirit did everything it could to assist and revive Sora. In a flashback, Chris Chan is shown, filled with worry and tears streaming down her face. She tells the white spirit that it was during this very moment when she decided to start talking to it. Chris Chan then inquires about the reason the white spirit remains so close to Sora. The white spirit gazes at Chris Chan, taking a brief pause before conveying its thoughts through the sparkling matter. Chris Chan receives the white spirit's thoughts through the shimmering medium and responds, expressing her understanding. The white spirit reveals that after being alone for an extended period, Sora was the first to notice its presence, which filled the white spirit with profound happiness. The white spirit shares with Chris Chan how Sora is a nice person who shares tasty food with it. The white spirit mentions that Sora is funny and provides it with lots of delicious meals. In the white spirit's mind, there's an image of Sora playfully putting 2 pieces of bacon in his mouth and pretending to be a chicken with a fake beak. Chris Chan giggles and tells the white spirit that it seems to be talking a lot about food, which appears to slightly offend the white spirit. However, Chris Chan continues to describe the white spirit's thoughts, talking about how the white spirit worried when Sora got hurt but felt relieved when he got better. Chris Chan explains that the white spirit wants to be with Sora, but even if it wanted to share its thoughts, it couldn't. Finally, Chris Chan expresses her gratitude to the white spirit for sharing all of this with her. Chris Chan then explains to the white spirit that there is a way for it to communicate with Sora. However, she also warns the white spirit about a fundamental difference between humans and spirits. Their lifespans are vastly different. Chris Chan shares that while they might have enjoyable moments together for a while, eventually, the natural course of life will separate them due to this difference in lifespan. She gently tells the white spirit that it and Sora can't stay together forever, and she asks if the white spirit is still interested in learning the way to communicate with Sora. The white spirit nods in agreement. Chris Chan smiles warmly at the white spirit and explains that if it still wants to know, then they can form a contract to enable communication. To make things easier for the white spirit, Chris Chan offers to assist it initially and asks if that would be acceptable to the white spirit. The white spirit assures Chris Chan that it's okay with the plan. Chris Chan expresses her gratitude to the white spirit for discussing everything with her. As the caravan continues its journey toward the city of Phesis, Rurika, Chris Chan, Siphon, and his friends gather around the still unconscious Sora, hoping for him to wake up soon. Finally, Sora slowly opens his eyes, and everyone watches eagerly, waiting for him to speak. Sora then inquires about their location. As Rurika and Chris-chan, overcome with emotion, try to respond, Siphon embraces Sora tightly, and there's an audible cracking sound from his joints. Seeing Siphon's emotional reaction, one of his friends intervenes and releases Sora from the hug, but Sora faints once more. Chris-chan and Rurika patiently wait beside the still unconscious Sora, who lies on the carriage floor. Eventually, Sora opens his eyes and rises. Chris-chan and Rurika breathe sighs of relief upon seeing Sora awake. Despite his efforts to stand, Sora is clearly in considerable pain. Chris-chan and Rurika offer him support to help him sit upright and then provide him with a drink. Sora, inquiring about the tiger wolf and the well-being of everyone after the battle, sits up with assistance. Chris-chan reassures Sora that everyone is fine, thanks to his efforts. She expresses her relief that Sora is safe, her face revealing her deep concern for him. Sora takes the cup of drink and sincerely thanks Chris-chan for it. As Sora sips the liquid, he savors its pleasant taste and the sensation of it nourishing his body. He gazes over at Chris-chan and Rurika, reflecting on how his injury and unconsciousness during the battle had caused them great worry. Sora expresses his apologies to Chris-chan and Rurika, acknowledging how concerned they were, and assures them that he's feeling better now. Sora, determined to return to his mission and responsibilities, begins to feel dizzy. Chris-chan urgently calls out to him to keep him conscious. Wondering why he's still fatigued, Sora accesses his status window. He checks it and discovers that his HP is critically low, but his SP is recovering rapidly, thanks to his natural recovery improvement trait. Despite his initial intention to continue, Sora decides to lie back down on the floor and rest, as he's still feeling extremely tired. Chris-chan assists Sora in settling back down to rest, suggesting that he should take a bit more time to recover since he still looks pale. Sora looks at Chris-chan with gratitude and thanks her for her support. He assures Chris-chan that he'll be okay and will strive to recuperate quickly. As Sora resumes resting, his HP gradually starts to rise. The caravan continues its journey toward the trade city of Thesis, and it has been 2 days since the battle. After these 2 days of rest, Sora is now fully recovered. However, Sora complains about having a sour taste in his mouth. Rurika explains to him that she used a lot of potions on him while he was unconscious and injured on the battlefield, which has resulted in the sour taste. Sora remarks that he always thought potions had a bitter taste. Rurika clarifies that only the lower quality potions have a bitter taste. As the group continues their journey, they're relieved that Sora is back in good health. Sora was actually referring to the potions he created himself, which, due to their lower quality, had a bitter taste. It's explained that it has been a total of 6 days since the caravan departed from the town of Olka, and the pace of the horses now feels slower. To expedite their departure from the battle site and to avoid overexerting the horses, the caravan had initially pushed them hard. However, to ensure the horses' well-being, they decided to maintain a slower pace. Sora mentions changing out of his torn clothes and expresses gratitude to the priest, who is seen by everyone as the one who saved his life. Sora then takes a walk alongside the caravan. During this stroll, one of the adventurers notices him and, feeling puzzled, asks if he's alright. Sora assures the adventurer that he's fine and simply taking a walk. Time passes, and at last, the caravan reaches the bustling trade city of Phasis. Sora, Chris-chan, and Rurika step out of the carriage and gaze around at the impressive buildings in the city center. Sora is captivated by the grandeur of this thriving city, known as one of the most vital in the kingdom of Alesia. Phasis, the bustling trade city, serves as a vital hub for various goods. Adjacent to Phasis lies Alessa, renowned for its mines, where minerals and crystals are abundant. While taking in the city center sights, Rurika's attention is drawn to a vendor selling crystal necklaces. She approaches the display with curiosity, urging Sora to join her and admire the beautiful necklaces. The vendor informs Sora and Rurika that these crystal necklaces are a local specialty. Sora also observes the city's inhabitants and notices their strong, muscular appearance. Siphon gathers the attention of all the adventurers and announces that their arrival in the city of Phasis signifies the conclusion of their escort mission. He commends each adventurer, acknowledging their collective resilience during the wolf attack on their journey. The adventurers respond with cheers and a sense of accomplishment. Siphon then directs everyone's attention to the caravan leader, explaining that they'll receive confirmation for completing the quest from him. The adventurers form a queue, patiently receiving their confirmation certificates one by one. When it's Sora's turn, the caravan leader praises his performance during the escort mission, commending his efforts. Rurika and Chris Chan observe as Sora humbly admits that during the wolf battle, he collapsed, causing difficulties for everyone involved in the quest. Sora modestly disagrees, suggesting that the caravan leader shouldn't praise his mission completion. However, the caravan leader insists that it was Sora who willingly placed himself in harm's way to protect everyone, emphasizing that such selflessness deserves commendation. The caravan leader presents Sora with his quest completion certificate, expressing his gratitude for Sora's courage in defending them against the tiger wolf. He urges Sora to accept the certificate. Sora is initially taken aback, but then gratefully accepts the quest completion certificate, his excitement evident. Siphon and his group call out to Sora, Chris Chan, and Rurika, informing them that they're headed to the Adventurers Guild of Thesis to report the incident with the tiger wolf and inquire if they'd like to join them. Sora agrees, mentioning that he also needs to collect his reward from the Adventurers Guild. As Sora expresses his readiness to go to the Adventurers Guild, Rurika and Chris Chan wear expressions of frustration. Rurika scolds Sora, emphasizing that he should be resting today, especially after his recent recovery. Sora reassures them, claiming that he's completely recovered, attributing it to their care. Privately, Sora reflects on how his traits and skills, unbeknownst to Rurika and Chris Chan, also played a role in his swift recovery. However, before he can argue further, Rurika and Chris Chan firmly grasp him and declare that he will be resting at the inn today, with the Adventurers Guild visit postponed until tomorrow. Siphon, witnessing this scene, chuckles and informs Sora, Chris Chan, and Rurika that he and his friends plan to stay in the city of Phasis for a while. He suggests they meet up for a chat on another occasion. Sora, Chris Chan, and Rurika bid farewell to Siphon and his friends for now and continue on their way. Sora inquires about Chris Chan and Rurika's departure plans from the Elysia Kingdom. They initially intended to leave as soon as the following day, but they now realize that they are not yet strong enough to depart. Consequently, they decided to stay a bit longer to undergo additional training. Rurika suggests the idea of seeking training from Siphon. Sora enthusiastically agrees, stating that it's a fantastic idea to ask Siphon for training. He assures Chris Chan and Rurika that he will also request training. Together, they express their determination to work hard during the training and grow stronger. While Chris Chan and Rurika continue to pull Sora along, he jokingly suggests that he can walk, and they can let go of him. Later that night, at the inn in the trade city of Phasis, Sora rests on his bed, contemplating the training and the prospect of becoming stronger. Sora surveys his surroundings and the room, noting its simplicity and sophistication. It reminds him of the room he used to stay in at Ares Inn back in the royal capital. He reflects on the considerable distance he traveled from the royal capital to the city of Phasis. Curious about his progress, Sora decides to check his stats and level. He opens his status panel and finds that he has accumulated approximately 43,000 experience points since his last check. He deduces that reaching the next level is becoming increasingly challenging given the rising experience point requirements as he levels up. Sora also considers that most of the time, he was riding in the carriage, which naturally resulted in him accumulating fewer experience points than he initially anticipated, as his experience points are based on the steps he takes. Sora reclines on his bed, his mind wandering, but a shiver courses through him as he recalls the harrowing scene from the battlefield. He reflects on the terrifying tiger wolf and acknowledges the inherent danger in traveling and working alone. Sora concludes that it's safer to stick to well-traveled roads and use carriages for more perilous journeys. He realizes that he needs to become significantly stronger to continue on his own. Lying there, he looks to his side and contemplates how the white fluffy spirit hasn't made an appearance lately. He wonders if it will return to him. Sora expresses his desire for a way to directly contact the white spirit, believing it would be wonderful to have that ability. On the second day of their stay in the city of Phasis, Sora, Chris Chan, and Rurika convene outside their inn in the morning and set off together for the Adventurers Guild. Along the way, they engage in conversation, reminiscing about the battle they experienced on their journey to Phasis. They also discuss Siphon's remarkable adventurers party, the Goblin Grief, known for their exceptional monster hunting skills. Sora admires the coordination and defensive prowess of Siphon's party, acknowledging that he had heard C-ranked parties were skilled, but witnessing them in action was truly impressive. Rurika, her eyes filled with excitement, mentions the skilled individual with a shield, who fearlessly stood at the front lines, wielding his heavy shield with remarkable agility and precision. She contemplates whether it would be appropriate to ask him for a sparring session later in the day, but then second-guesses herself, considering that he might be occupied. Rurika reiterates her desire to spar with the guy with the shield, prompting smiles from Chris-chan and Sora. They exchange glances, recognizing that Rurika has expressed this desire numerous times before. Upon arriving at the Adventurers Guild in the city of Phesis, Sora is impressed by the bustling atmosphere. While the guild is smaller than the one in the royal capital, it's still teeming with adventurers. They stand at the entrance for a moment, taking in the scene. Spotting them, Siphon calls out to Chris-chan, Sora, and Rurika, urging them to join him. Siphon and his party warmly greet them and commend their performance on their recent jobs. Siphon then inquires if they've heard about the search party that's been formed to track down the tiger wolf. Sora, puzzled, asks for more information about this search party. Siphon provides Sora with an explanation. He recounts how, during their encounter with the tiger wolf, they were part of a caravan and had to vacate the area quickly. However, the road where they crossed paths with the tiger wolf is a crucial trade route, and news of a tiger wolf's presence has alarmed travelers and merchants alike. Siphon emphasizes the need to address this issue and eliminate the threat. Siphon discloses that he and his party have received a direct request to join the search party, and they've accepted the invitation. They will be participating in the search party's efforts. Sora expresses his admiration for Siphon and his party's dedication. Curious about the schedule, Sora inquires when Siphon plans to set out to find the tiger wolf. Siphon clarifies that the search party leaders still need time to formulate and discuss their subjugation plan. Consequently, the estimated departure date for their mission is 10 days from the present day. Upon learning that Siphon will be departing soon, Rurika is taken aback and seizes the opportunity to request training from him. Siphon readily agrees and suggests that they engage in some sparring matches. The following day, at the training area of the Adventurers Guild in Phasis, Sora is armed with a wooden sword, attempting to strike Siphon. However, Siphon, being a seasoned adventurer, effortlessly evades every one of Sora's attacks. With a single swing of his own wooden sword, Siphon puts Sora in a position where surrender is his only option. Sora acknowledges Siphon's formidable strength, considering it to be expected. Siphon offers Sora some advice, explaining the importance of incorporating more feints into his attacks if he hopes to land a hit on him. He also advises Sora to set aside his usual honesty when engaged in battle. Siphon acknowledges Sora's efforts and expresses that he may have misjudged Sora's abilities. He commends Sora for evading a tiger wolf, even if only for a few seconds, finding it quite impressive. As a gesture of camaraderie, Siphon playfully ruffles Sora's hair while sharing his thoughts. Meanwhile, Rurika is deeply engrossed in her own sparring match with the individual wielding the heady shield. Despite her relentless attempts to strike him, he expertly blocks each of her attacks with his shield, effectively nullifying her moves. Regardless of the angle from which Rurika attacks, she is met with the formidable shield. Exhausted from her repeated efforts, Rurika makes one more attempt to land a hit, leaping toward her opponent. The man with the shield offers praise for her agility and suggests that if she can harness it effectively, most adversaries should pose minimal threat to her. The man with the shield continues to provide guidance to Rurika. He notes that her attacks are too light, which, despite her agility, would not allow her to prevail against opponents with heavy armor or weapons, much like himself or large monsters. To improve, he advises Rurika to work on building her stamina. If she can maintain her speed in prolonged battles, she'll become significantly stronger. After the sparring matches conclude, Chris-chan, Rurika, and Sora sit against a wall in the Adventurers Guild training area. Sora reflects on his match with Siphon and asks Rurika and Chris-chan about how their sparring matches went. Chris-chan mentions that Yuno, a mage in Siphon's adventurer party, was exceptionally skilled. Sora notices that other adventurers are lining up for sparring matches with Siphon and his party. Chris-chan appreciates why Goblin Grief, Siphon's adventurer party, is so popular. While she was engaged in her own sparring match, she received detailed and valuable advice from Yuno. Sora inquires about Chris-chan and Rurika's plans after their training session. He shares his intention to take a short rest and then embark on a quest to gather medicinal herbs. Chris-chan expresses interest in joining Sora on his quest, finding it a good plan. However, Rurika appears to be upset about something. Rurika turns her head away and informs Chris-chan and Sora that she intends to stay a bit longer at the training area to continue her training. She suggests that Chris-chan and Sora proceed with their quest without her. Chris Chan and Sora are puzzled by Ruika's decision but decide to leave together. They both blush heavily, anticipating their time alone, while Ruika smiles and wishes them well on their quest. As they depart, Sora takes a final look at Ruika, who remains seated against the wall, seemingly upset. Chris Chan and Sora depart from the Adventurers Guild's training area, leaving Ruika behind. Ruika observes the other adventurers engaged in their training, her eyes reflecting a determination to improve her skills. Meanwhile, Sora is visibly concerned about Ruika's decision to stay behind. Sora proceeds with Chris Chan on their quest to gather medicinal herbs. They venture into the forest, successfully collecting a variety of medicinal herbs, mana grass, and vitality grass. Sora notes that they also gathered extra ingredients for potion making in the future. During their expedition, Sora enjoys engaging in discussions about magic with Chris Chan and playing with small animals in the forest. Although they have a lot of fun, Sora can't shake the memory of Ruika's intense expressions as they left her alone in the Adventurers Guild's training area. After packing all the medicinal herbs and ingredients into bags, Sora comments to Chris Chan on their successful collection. He then uses his storage magic to stow the bags filled with medicinal herbs in his magical storage. Sora takes this moment to bring up Ruika's behavior during the day, asking Chris Chan if she noticed anything unusual. Chris Chan confirms that she did notice something different about Ruika. She explains that Ruika has a strong sense of responsibility and is likely still troubled by the fact that Sora got injured while protecting her during the tiger-wolf encounter. Sora reassures Chris Chan that it wasn't Ruika's fault, emphasizing that it's his own weakness that led to his injury. He reflects on what Ruika might be going through. As they make their way back to the city of Thesis, Sora expresses his intention to find something special to eat for Ruika. Chris Chan approves of the idea, recognizing it as a thoughtful gesture. After purchasing all the supplies for their dinner, Chris Chan and Sora exit the store. Sora mentions that they bought quite a lot of items, and Chris Chan confirms this, adding that they even picked up Ruika's favorite dish, pamomo, which is orc meat cooked with various spices. Chris Chan suggests having a dinner party in their room, to which Sora expresses his gratitude for the invitation. They arrive at the entrance of their inn and quickly head towards Chris Chan and Ruika's room, considering how hungry Ruika must be after her training. Sora is confident that Ruika will be delighted with the feast they're preparing for her. Upon entering the room, Chris Chan calls out for Ruika, but they discover that she isn't there. The room is completely empty, and there's no sign of Ruika returning, which causes Chris Chan to become worried. She mentions that Ruika is usually back in the room by this time. Sora grows concerned about Ruika's whereabouts and speculates that she might still be at the Adventurers Guild's training area. He conveys this possibility to Chris Chan and offers to check while she waits in their room. Sora swiftly exits the room, grabs a lantern, and dashes off toward the Adventurers Guild. Upon reaching the guild, he ascends the stairs to the training area and discovers Ruika there, diligently training on her own. The training area is empty except for a visibly exhausted Ruika, who can barely stand. Sora calls out to her and rushes over. Ruika gazes at Sora, her heavy breathing making it difficult for her to speak. Sora approaches Ruika and gently advises her that she's pushing herself too hard. He encourages her to go home and rest. Ruika apologizes for being late and insists that she only needs a little more time for her training. Clearly, Ruika has overexerted herself, evident by her heady panting and drenched appearance. She stumbles, nearly falling, but Sora rushes to her side to support her. Ruika expresses her gratitude amid her labored breathing. Sora, with a serious and intense expression, emphasizes the importance of Ruika resting. She agrees and they both sit down, leaning against a fence to allow Ruika to catch her breath before they leave the Adventurers Guild and return to their inn. While resting, Sora asks Ruika what's been troubling her and why she's been pushing herself to such extremes. Sora inquires if Ruika is feeling anxious, and she responds with an apology before taking a moment to gather her thoughts. Sora, with a compassionate gaze, reassures Ruika that his injuries from the tiger-wolf fight were not her fault, emphasizing that he got hurt due to his own weakness. He mentions that he was prepared for such risks when he chose to become an adventurer, making it his own responsibility. Ruika remains silent for a moment before explaining that she's apologizing because she feels inadequate in terms of self-defense and protecting her friends. She admits to Sora that she's scared. Sora listens attentively and asks Ruika what specifically she's afraid of, prompting her to share her concerns about the future. Ruika opens up to Sora, expressing her worries about the future when she and Chris Chan will leave the city, leaving her as Chris Chan's sole protector. She fears that if Chris Chan were to get hurt because of her own inadequacy, it would weigh heavily on her. Sora listens attentively to her concerns, his expression thoughtful. In response, Sora begins by acknowledging Ruika's kindness and thanking her for caring about him and Chris Chan. He then proceeds to reassure Ruika by expressing his belief in Chris Chan's strength. Sora has come to realize during their travels that Chris Chan is a capable and resilient person who can protect herself. He believes that Chris Chan doesn't appear to be someone who would require constant protection. Sora emphasizes that Ruika probably knows this too, given the time they've spent together. As Ruika reminisces about her adventures with Chris Chan and the strong bond they share, she acknowledges Chris Chan's unwavering support and her ability to see through Ruika's worries. Ruika expresses her deep concern for Chris Chan's safety, fearing that any harm coming to her would cause her immense anxiety. Sora listens with understanding, and as Ruika speaks, he smiles warmly. He appreciates Ruika's dedication to her training and how she's pushing herself to protect Chris Chan, which demonstrates the importance of their relationship. Sora reassures Ruika, telling her that she doesn't have to carry the entire burden herself. He reminds her that Chris Chan is a strong individual too and suggests that their trust in each other will be their greatest strength. Sora believes that with their mutual trust, they can overcome any challenge that comes their way. Sora and Ruika leave the Adventurers Guild, their spirits lifted after their heartfelt conversation. As they approach the inn, Sora suggests that Chris Chan is likely preparing a delicious feast in their room and urges Ruika to hurry back with him. When they finally arrive at the room, they're greeted with an incredible sight. Chris Chan has not only prepared a delectable feast, but has also artistically decorated every dish. Sora and Ruika are amazed by her efforts, and Sora enthusiastically praises Chris Chan, calling her a genius for going all out with the decoration, clearly excited about the feast ahead. Ruika, still in the doorway, listens to Chris Chan and Sora's conversation as they admire the beautifully decorated dishes. Chris Chan proudly shows Sora her artistic food decoration, and Sora is genuinely impressed by her skill. Ruika, filled with warmth and love for her friends, smiles and expresses her affection for both of them. Before Ruika can sit down to eat, Sora interrupts her, mentioning that they have something special for her. With a warm smile, Sora presents Ruika with pomomo, her favorite dish. Ruika's eyes light up as she sees the pomomo, and she expresses her gratitude to Chris Chan and Sora for their thoughtful gesture. After indulging in their meal until they can eat no more, Chris Chan, Ruika, and Sora find themselves lying on the ground, content and satisfied. Sora takes this moment to broach the subject of Chris Chan and Ruika's departure from the Elysia Kingdom. Chris Chan confirms that they were considering leaving soon. Ruika explains that when Siphon's search party for the Tiger Wolf transitions into a proper subjugation, the demand for potions is likely to rise, causing prices to increase. Therefore, they plan to stock up on potions and preserved food before departing. Sora, pondering his own plans, eventually rises from the ground and informs Chris Chan and Ruika that he has something important to share with them. Both Chris Chan and Ruika appear puzzled and intrigued by Sora's revelation. Sora then reveals that he has learned alchemy. Excitement fills Chris Chan and Ruika as they hear about Sora's newfound skill in alchemy. Chris Chan commends Sora for his rapid skill acquisition, while Ruika playfully asks if he can turn lead into gold. Sora chuckles and clarifies that turning lead into gold isn't within his abilities. As they discuss the topic, Chris Chan notices something in Ruika's eyes that suggests she might have been half serious about the gold. Sora playfully teases Ruika about not being able to create gold. Sora offers to demonstrate his alchemical abilities by creating a potion using the medicinal herbs they gathered earlier in the day. He takes some of the herbs in his hands, clenches them, and then reveals a potion bottle that has mysteriously materialized in his grasp. Chris Chan and Ruika watch in amazement. When the potion suddenly appeared, Chris Chan and Ruika were surprised and shouted in shock. Sora explained that he had been experimenting with his alchemy skills and had learned a few things. First, he needed enough ingredients and a sufficient skill level to make a potion successfully. If he failed, the ingredients would be wasted, and his MP would be used up. Sora added that a higher alchemy skill level resulted in better quality potions. As his skill improved, the potions he made became slightly better. Sora showed the potion he had just created to Chris Chan and Ruika, but he still couldn't make a potion better than medium quality. Rurika, holding the potion bottle, remarked on how amazing alchemy was, while an excited Chris Chan couldn't believe her eyes as she marveled at the transformation of ingredients into a potion right before her. Rurika asked Sora if this potion was of high quality. Sora responded that, according to his appraisal skill, it was just an average medium quality potion. Rurika mentioned that high quality potions typically had a deeper and darker color, and upon closer inspection, Sora thought that maybe it was indeed a good quality potion. Rurika suggested that Sora could sell this potion for a high price. Sora wondered what he could create once he became even better at alchemy if a medium quality potion he made was already considered high quality in the market. Rurika laughed and expressed her jealousy that Sora knew alchemy. Sora then took out a bag and handed it to Rurika and Chris Chan. Sora opened the bag and revealed that it was filled with bottles of potions. Rurika and Chris Chan were shocked to see so many bottles of potions in front of them. With the bottles laid out before them, Sora asked if this would be sufficient for their journey ahead. Rurika inquired about what he meant by enough. Sora explained that since Rurika and Chris Chan had done so much for him, he wanted them to take all these potions as a gift. He mentioned that these potions were homemade, but still wanted to offer them as a token of his gratitude. However, Chris Chan and Rurika immediately refused, telling Sora that they couldn't accept these potions. Sora's mood suddenly turned gloomy upon hearing their refusal. Chris Chan and Rurika sensed Sora's gloominess and tried to clarify that they didn't mean to reject his gesture. They explained that they couldn't accept something so valuable. Rurika expressed that Sora's kind gesture alone made her very happy. Sora comprehended what Rurika and Chris Chan were trying to convey, and after some thought, he made a request of them. This request left Chris Chan and Rurika puzzled, wondering what Sora had in mind. Sora explained that all the bottles of potions would be their compensation for fulfilling this request. He then revealed his request. He wanted Chris Chan and Rurika to accompany him to the mines. Chris Chan and Rurika remained baffled, asking why he wanted to go to the mines. Sora explained that he was interested in a particular type of crystal and wanted to venture into the mines to search for it. Sora explains about how he looked into it and found that there are monsters who appear in the mines, but these monsters are often really weak, although one is only allowed to enter the mines if they are with a party, and so Sora forgot about entering the mines and thought about buying the crystal at a store, but he would really appreciate it if Chris Chan and Rurika can come along with Sora and help him find the crystal. Upon hearing Sora's proposal, Chris Chan and Rurika responded with smiles and enthusiasm, expressing their eagerness to accompany Sora to the mines. They looked forward to the adventure and considered it a great opportunity for some physical training against the weaker monsters in the mines. Sora thanked Chris Chan and Rurika for accepting his request, appreciating their willingness to join him. Sora then explained that the trip to the town of Alessa and back would take approximately 3 days. Rurika suggested that they should consider keeping their room in Phasis during their absence, since the city was a bustling trade hub and rooms were in high demand. Sora agreed, noting that the merchants from the escort mission had secured the rooms for them, emphasizing how challenging it had been to secure accommodations for everyone. Rurika contemplated the situation and agreed that keeping an empty room would be wasteful. She proposed a solution. They could retain one room and release Sora's room. If they couldn't secure a room for Sora upon their return from the mines, he could stay in Rurika and Chris Chan's room. Rurika playfully teased Sora by suggesting he could even share a bed with Chris Chan, which caused Sora to blush and feel a bit anxious. However, he managed to keep his composure, realizing that Rurika was just joking and trying to tease him as she often did. Sora decided to stay cool and responded confidently, assuring Rurika that if they couldn't find a room for him later, he would stay with them. Rurika observed Sora's growth and maturity with a grin, appreciating his response. Rurika's mischievous grin widened as she noticed Chris Chan's embarrassed reaction, causing her to turn completely red and hide her face. Chris Chan became so flustered that she practically emitted steam and mumbled about whether she would really be sharing a bed with Sora. Sora, also blushing deeply, assured Chris Chan that it was just a joke. Rurika, witnessing both Chris Chan and Sora's intense embarrassment, couldn't help but giggle at the sight. Sora realized that despite his efforts to remain composed, he was no match for Rurika's playful teasing.